This guy gets humiliated at the office every single day by his own boss. This fat, bald bastard, who's probably getting cheated on by his own wife, dumps all his jealousy and career frustration onto Henson, just because Henson's competent and good-looking without even having a college degree. Our guy took every bit of that humiliation because he needed the paycheck to cover his little sister's treatment. She got paralyzed from the waist down after a truck wrecked their family's life. Exhausted, running on fumes, barely sleeping, he buys a VR pod, the kind people use to play the most popular game in the world. But he did not buy it to play and become the #1 ranked player, or to make money or to have fun. He bought it just to have somewhere to lie down and actually sleep in peace. Inside the pod, time moves 5 times slower. Sleep 1 hour in there, and you wake up rested like you slept 5. So this guy works 23 hours a day and sleeps 1, and that's how it's been for 6 years. Except he forgets to tell the game's system one tiny detail. He wasn't there to play, and the game, oh so kindly, logs every single second of sleep as training. 10,000 hours of sleep later, the guy who just wanted to rest turns, without even knowing it, into one of the most powerful beings alive, all because of the abilities he unlocked in his sleep. But before we get to that, let's rewind. Our boy, a real man, and his sister are about to blow your mind too. Henson lived with his younger sister, Rowena, who used a wheelchair. 6 years ago, their parents passed away in an accident when a truck collided with the family car. Rowena, who was 14 years old at the time, witnessed the event and lost the use of her legs. She carried a deep sense of guilt because she had asked to stop at a store that night, believing that her request had caused the accident. Henson did everything he could to cheer up his sister, and his efforts paid off, as the doctors noted improvements, and she was able to joke around with him. Thinking of her well-being, Henson followed a medical recommendation and bought her a virtual reality capsule so she could distract herself, later purchasing one for himself as well. The twist was that Henson used the technology in a very different way. When Henson wakes up at 5 in the morning inside the game, he almost falls backward in shock. Opening his status window, he sees that the time he spent sleeping has transformed him into an absolute beast. While an average player starts with 5 points in each attribute, his stats are massive due to his descendant of Thanatos class. Realizing that being this strong translates to real money, Henson begins calculating his finances, and since he has savings for 2 months, he decides it is enough to risk everything. After preparing breakfast, Henson takes care of his sister, who is secretly trying to walk again in real life, inspired by the freedom she experiences in the game. Shortly after, Henson heads to his office and hands in his resignation letter. His boss, Parker, arrogantly tries to play the nice guy by bringing up Henson's sick sister, which causes Henson to explode. He slams his fist on the desk, tells his boss off, and storms out, leaving the entire office in shock. From there, he goes straight to an elite gaming lounge equipped with capsule immersion pods. Once inside, he discovers that having a divine class means he needs 5 times more experience to level up than a normal player, but on the bright side, he is also 5 times stronger. Henson pays a hefty sum to reserve the capsule for 9 hours and dives back into the virtual world. Upon analyzing his class more closely, Henson gets quite a surprise. The description of Thanatos does not depict a dark and serious deity, but rather a god who loves to play pranks and whom nobody could control, represented as a skeleton wearing a leather jacket and holding a scythe. Sitting on his in-game bed, Henson prepares to open his skill book to discover what his 5 starting powers actually do. As he reviews his abilities, Henson realizes the descendant of Thanatos class is even more broken than he initially thought. First, he has the narcolepsy of Thanatos skill, which allows him to gain stats simply by sleeping. He also gains access to a divine item shop where he can purchase any skill or weapon, which are guaranteed to never drop even if he dies. Additionally, with the Nightmares of Thanatos skill, Henson can wield any type of weapon, effectively transforming him into a one-man army. However, the moment he officially enters the game, the narcolepsy skill activates automatically, causing his character to pass out on the spot. This turns out to be a massive waste of resources, as Henson had paid a fortune for the immersion capsule, only to stay logged in for 12 minutes before having to log out, since his character was set to snore for nearly 12 hours. While a frustrated Henson makes his way back home, the secret of his sister Queen is revealed. She has been doing physical therapy and can already stand on her own feet. In fact, Queen makes so much money from the game that she pays her own hospital bills. She had previously tried to tell Henson, but because he was so disconnected from technology and completely consumed by his job, he assumed she was just joking. Queen was keeping her recovery a secret to surprise him, a situation that even her doctor found quite amusing. When Henson arrives home and breaks the news that he quit his job to play the game full-time, he expects to get lectured, but his sister almost celebrates instead. Henson explains that he plans to support her through his gaming, but Queen reveals she is already wealthy in the game and has been paying for her own treatment for a long time, reminding him that he simply had not paid attention when she tried to tell him before. Henson is both outraged and deeply moved to realize that despite her illness, his sister had been taking care of him in secret. After giving her a proud, brotherly scolding, the two of them make a wager. Since Henson possesses an incredibly powerful divine class, he promises that he will reach the top 100 ranking in 3 months. Queen, who is a veteran player and knows just how brutal the rankings are, laughs and claims that in less than a month, he will be begging for her help. Refusing to reveal his secret class, Henson accepts the challenge and dives back into the game. Upon returning to the game, Henson received the news that he had slept for 58 hours straight in the real world. As a result, his attributes had increased drastically, making him realize that sleeping was actually his best training method with his current class. Shortly after he entered the tutorial stage, while most players struggled to survive, Henson completed the test by destroying the training dummy with a single blow. The system broke the speed record and rewarded him with the title of Monster Rookie, along with an experience bonus that neutralized his class penalty, allowing him to level up at a normal speed while retaining the strength of a god. After finishing the tutorial, Henson decided to head to the village, which was known as the most difficult place for beginners because it was filled with high-level orcs and acid slimes. Upon his arrival, the guards at the entrance, one named Smith and the other also named Henson, felt sorry for the newcomer, assuming he would be melted to pieces in no time. As soon as he left the village, Henson encountered an acid slime that shot a powerful stream of liquid directly at him. He dodged the attack with ease and destroyed the core of the monster with a single strike. Finding the combat far too easy, he returned to the guards and asked where the orcs were located, leaving the men in a panic because they thought he was trying to commit suicide. Out of pity for the young man, the guards collected their money and handed him gold coins so he could buy a teleportation scroll and escape. Henson accepted the money awkwardly, but this action triggered the system to grant him the title of King of Beggars, which guaranteed bonuses if he ever decided to beg for money. Shortly after, Henson encountered the red orcs, which were much faster than the normal variety. To him, however, the monsters seemed to move in slow motion, making the fight incredibly easy. In addition, his passive skill, Thanatos Nightmare, made the orcs cough blood and run away in terror. He eliminated every monster in the area by himself and leveled up rapidly. Henson returned to the village carrying a large quantity of orc hides. The guards were astonished to see him alive since they still believed he was weak. Henson asked where he could sell his loot, and upon finding the merchant, he placed 50 orc hides on the table. The merchant was shocked and asked if he had hunted all of them alone. For his hard work, Henson received 150 gold coins, which was equivalent to 15,001 in real money for only 30 minutes of gameplay. He quickly realized that this work was far more lucrative than his old office job. Soon after, the guards saw Henson running back into the forest at high speed and realized he was actually a powerful warrior, making them hope they would get their donated money back. Henson, on the other hand, was running away as fast as possible because he was afraid the guards would change their minds and ask for the coins back. After hunting for 10 consecutive hours, his leveling speed began to slow down. He sat on a rock to organize his attributes, distributing his remaining 140 points into intellect to increase his mana, since he already possessed more than enough strength and speed. After that, he opened the shop of Thanatos to spend his bonus points. However, there was a catch because the item system for the descendant of Thanatos worked on a random draw. Because of this, Henson decided to start small, testing the normal grade items first to see what would happen. As a result of this initial test, he received a blue cube containing a simple steel knife. After getting that basic knife, Henson decided to spend all of his remaining points in the Descendant of Thanatos item shop. The result turned out to be a strange mix of terrible items and incredible gear. First, for his rare item, he received a bloodstone ring. Next, for his unique grade item, he obtained a wooden twig staff, which made him wonder if the game was actually joking. He also managed to pull a heroic item called the Failed Item of Iris, which was the first part of a legendary quest. It seemed quite useless at the moment, but it pointed toward an important mission in his future. Additionally, Henson acquired a legendary item, which turned out to be an unknown purple egg. He was furious that he had spent his hard-earned points just to get an egg, feeling completely ripped off by the system. Since the items turned out so strange, he decided to try his luck with skills instead, and this time his luck turned around completely. First, he obtained the dash skill, which was basic but highly useful. After that, he pulled Magic Shot, which was his first ranged attack and came in the rare category. His third skill was Berserker Song, a unique grade attribute buff. He also acquired Siren Seduction, a heroic level distraction skill that he initially found a bit useless. Finally, he won the Chain of the Death God, a legendary skill that was the grand prize of the draw due to its massive area of effect damage. With these new abilities, Henson became extremely powerful. Meanwhile, back at the headquarters of the company that created the game, the atmosphere was as gloomy as a funeral. The head of the monitoring team, a man named Cho, was watching Henson's match and could not believe his eyes. The team noticed that Henson did not just possess an extremely strong class, but he also had impressive character control. His reaction speed was 0.1%, which was considered superhuman. Cho began to root against him, hoping that Henson would get terrible items and useless skills to balance the game. This was because Cho realized that, with that specific combination of skills and control, Henson would easily defeat all the enemies in the orc village and likely find a secret dungeon. Realizing this, Cho rushed to report the situation to the board of directors, since Henson had completely broken the balance of the game. Meanwhile, Henson was very calm and realized that his best strategy was to use narcolepsy to earn points in the shop, allowing his sleepwalking ability to hunt for him while he slept in real life. He reflected on the fact that he had already earned a lot of money in less than 3 hours, but he still felt like a beginner compared to his sister, who was already at level 331. Driven by big brother pride and wanting to reach level 300 in 3 months, he went to face the boss of the Red Orc village. His strategy was excellent. First, he used his mermaid seduction skill, which left the orcs completely distracted as they searched for the source of the voice. When they finally realized the trick and charged in anger, Henson activated his Chains of the Death God. It was complete chaos, with thousands of chains appearing out of nowhere and defeating everyone at the same time. As a result, General Kuruki Shikiki was defeated and vanished. The ground was instantly covered in items, and Henson leveled up so much that he almost felt dizzy. After this battle, he found a secret entrance to the hidden dungeon, the Orc Tomb. Because he was the first person to discover the location, he received a double experience bonus, but it was not all smooth sailing. The place was crawling with ghosts. Since they did not have physical bodies, normal attacks only dealt half damage, forcing Henson to use his head. He realized that his magic shot skill counted as a critical hit against spirits. With this knowledge, he began aiming at the knees and vital spots of the monsters, securing a guaranteed critical hit with every single shot. Meanwhile, far away from the game, his sister Rin was focused on her rehabilitation. She took advantage of the fact that her brother was totally distracted by the game to train hard in physical therapy without him suspecting a thing. She still highly underestimated the boy, commenting to her nurse that even if he had a heroic class, he probably had not even passed level 5 and would struggle greatly just to reach level 30. Rin was already thinking about what she would ask for as a present when she won their bet that he would not make it into the top 100. Back in the dungeon, Henson defeated the common monsters and arrived at the door of the mini-boss. When he opened the gate, a skull totem glowed and summoned the vengeful ghost of the orc shaman. The monster emerged screaming that it would demonstrate the pride of its race, but Henson was only sweating from pure excitement. He knew that by defeating the mini-boss and the final boss of the tomb, he would easily reach level 30, which was the exact moment he would unlock a new class skill. Even though he was surrounded by the shaman ghost and its minions, and could see that the enemies were getting smarter, Henson decided not to use his Chains of the Death God. He wanted to save this powerful skill as his trump card for the final boss. He began dodging lightning and fire, calmly analyzing the attack patterns of the shaman. As soon as the monster ran out of mana, Henson smiled and cut off the head of the mini-boss. After the fight, he felt irritated with himself for wasting so much time out of pure greed instead of just using the chains right away. Regardless, he leveled up and went down to the second floor of the tomb. At that moment, the scene shifts to the control team behind the scenes of the game, where everyone was absolutely exhausted. In the real world, 5 hours had passed, which was equivalent to 25 hours of work inside game time. The employees began to complain about the working conditions, but the boss ordered everyone to be quiet and focus on Henson. The supervisor was intrigued because Henson had received the Descendant of Tomatos class, which was created by the development manager Min. This class was supposed to be impossible to obtain, since nobody anticipated that someone would spend a fortune on a virtual reality capsule just to sleep and end up unlocking that specific function. Far away, on Mount Para, an elite group containing the highest-ranking players faced the Cyclops Lord in an intense battle. The sorceress Sunny conjured a giant meteor, and the warrior Rin moved at high speed to finish off the monster. They won the battle, securing a massive amount of gold and status bonuses. After the fight, the Knight Kaiser asked why Rin had not appeared sooner. Sunny and the tank of the group explained that she was in the hospital due to an illness. Kaiser was surprised by the news, showing a lot of interest and concern regarding her whereabouts. Rin is part of an extremely exclusive guild called the Hero Guild, which consists of only 7 high-level members. The leader and Sunny possess 3 legendary classes, while the other members have classes of heroic rank or higher. Rin intended to bring her younger sister into the group, especially since the young girl had reached level 50 in just 1 month. Everyone agreed that the girl was highly talented and accepted the invitation, prompting Rin to use her secondary account focused on crafting items to support her sister. While all of this was happening, Ransom finally arrived at the room of the final dungeon boss, Karaka. The room of the final boss was gigantic, measuring 5 times larger than the previous one. Ransom had a simple plan, intending to use normal attacks during the first phase of the combat and save the chains of the death god for the end. The problem was that his class seemed to enjoy complicating things. Right when the fight was about to begin, Ransom's narcolepsy activated, and he simply passed out in front of the monster. In the game control center, the manager thought that this would be the end of the player, but he forgot that Ransom possessed the sleepwalking skill. Because of this, Ransom's character was taken over by Ya and began to fight on autopilot. To make things even better, Ya copied Ransom's perfect movements and optimized every single action. In just 20 minutes, the boss Karaka was defeated by Ransom, who continued to sleep soundly. With the defeat of the boss, a mountain of gold and rare items appeared on the floor. In the control center, the manager, who had been irritated before, began to laugh and celebrate. Since the sleepwalking skill only worked while there were enemies in the area, the combat mode deactivated as soon as the monster died, leaving Ransom lying on the ground next to the treasure. Since secret dungeons had a time limit to collect rewards before teleporting the player to the nearest village, all the items disappeared right in front of the developer's eyes while Ransom kept sleeping. He managed to complete the tomb, but he ended up leaving without a single item. Sometime later, Ransom woke up in his capsule feeling a bit disoriented, sensing that the game was working against him. He decided to focus on the positive side of the situation, realizing that spending 8 hours in real life meant his character would spend 40 hours sleeping in the game, which would help improve his attributes. Shortly after, Ransom went out to meet Jaewon, an old school friend who had started his own business focused on videos and commercials about food and the game idea. Jaewon explained that because time in the game passed 5 times faster than in the real world, doing live streams was not viable. The secret to making real money was recording gameplay and turning it into edited videos. When Ransom revealed that he was already playing, his friend asked what his class was, and Ransom revealed that he possessed a divine class. Upon hearing this, Jaewon was completely shocked and gulped down his drink in one go. Realizing that he was looking at a massive opportunity, he offered a business partnership on the spot. Jaewon explained that a good video could make 10,000 per post, and that the most famous creators managed to earn 100,000 a month. Ransom agreed to form the partnership with his friend, but he set the condition that the profits must be split 50-50. Jaewon thought that half of the earnings was too high, but Ransom remembered how his friend had helped him pay hospital bills when he was going through hard times. On top of everything, Ransom had also defended Jaewon from bullies back in their school days. To get their new partnership started, Ransom sent his friend the recording files from the battle in the Orc Tomb. The moment Jaewon opened the video to analyze it, he was blown away by the incredible quality of the footage. Ransom's gameplay showed flawless mechanics with 0 unnecessary movements, which meant there was absolutely no need for any cuts in the editing process. As he kept watching, Jaewon noticed a bizarre shift in the character's behavior during the recording. At the beginning, Ransom fought like a wild hunter, relying on pure instinct. However, after he fell asleep and activated his sleepwalking state, his fighting style shifted to that of a calculating knight, focusing strictly on the opponent's weak points. To top it all off, Jaewon saw the scene where the chains of the God of Death appeared and defeated the boss, which got the editor extremely excited about the video's massive potential. The editor promised that his team would take 1 week to make Ransom's video absolutely perfect. He wanted this video to serve as the calling card for his company, especially since the young man's gameplay was out of this world. Meanwhile, back at Ransom's house, the atmosphere felt like an interrogation. His sister, Raewyn, tried hard to pry his class out of him, but Ransom dodged the question, claiming that revealing his rank would ruin the surprise of his class. She guessed that he was at least heroic rank, but what truly shocked her was his leveling speed. Ransom mentioned he was already at level 30, leaving Raewyn to wonder how that was even possible since he had only started playing the day before. Shortly after, Ransom logged back into the game expecting to find a mountain of loot from the boss, but reality turned out to be very different. Because he had been asleep for 40 hours due to his narcolepsy, the dungeon had reset, and he was kicked back to the city, losing all the items that were left on the ground. Still, it was not all bad news, as he had unlocked a divine rank skill called the Song of Thanatos. This skill worked in a simple way, where every hit he landed marked the enemy with a nightmare, and once he activated the song, the opponent would explode, taking 300 damage for every accumulated mark. Best of all, this power did not consume any mana. Realizing his loss of loot, he ran back to the forest in a desperate rush, trying to find the entrance to the secret tomb, but the path had completely vanished. The guard at the entrance simply stood by and watched as Ransom panicked, until the boy decided to compose himself and act cool. He comforted himself with the thought that at least he had not died, otherwise he would have been locked out of the game for 24 hours. Putting that aside, Ransom used his points to equip Iris's first failed item. As soon as he attached the accessory to his sword, it gained a vibrant green aura and transformed, taking on a beautiful new appearance. Tired of fighting weak monsters, he used a teleport scroll to travel to the city of Rhea, a location geared toward players from level 70 to 80. He arrived arrived there feeling confident, but he quickly ran into a major problem. The dungeons in that region required a party of at least 3 people. Finding himself stranded in the city square, Ransom began to shout that he was looking for a group to enter the Lequim Cavern. Right at that moment, Rin, the leader of an elite guild who was using her alt account named Rina to power level, happened to be passing by. She heard Ransom shouting and wondered if he might be the alt account of some pro player trying to practice controls. Rina approached Ransom, took off her mask, and introduced herself. She asked if he was looking for a group, explaining that she already had a partner, meaning that adding him would complete the 3 required members. Based on his high movement speed, she assumed Ransom was a player around level 70 or 80. Ransom accepted the invite immediately, knowing very well that the dungeons of Rhea could only be tackled in a group. Before meeting up with Rina's sister, Ransom stopped by the blacksmith and bought a brand new steel sword. Although the appearance of the weapon did not change due to the failed item from Iris that he had equipped, his damage doubled, leaving the boy ready to face level 120 monsters, even at his low level. Shortly after, they met up with Aeon, Rina's younger sister, at a cafe. Ransom thought Aeon looked a lot like his own sister, Raywin. When they finally finalized the group, the system sent out a notification that Ransom, a level 35 player, had joined the team. The sisters stood frozen in silence, immediately questioning if they would have to carry such a weak player. Rina began to wonder how someone at that level could run at the speed of a level 80 player, quickly realizing that Ransom must possess a legendary class. Ransom felt extremely embarrassed and scratched his head, expecting to be kicked out of the party at any moment. However, Rina became curious about his absurd attributes for such a low level and decided to test his skills in practice. Ransom then asked if he could record the hunt since he was a beginner content creator, and the sisters agreed. He stood up excitedly to get started right away, which left the two of them confused since he wanted to go without making any prior plans regarding the monsters. Ransom simply responded that playing according to a script was no fun, and that it was better to just jump straight into combat. As soon as they arrived at the Litzen cave, Aeon warned Ransom to be careful and promised that they would help him if he fell into danger. The sisters had no idea that Ransom did not actually need any help, but rather just needed a quick nap so that his artificial intelligence could defeat all the enemies on its own. Even so, the atmosphere remained tense because in dungeons of that type, it was common for veteran players to let newbies die just to keep all the rewards for themselves. Aeon commented on this danger, but Ransom calmly replied that it was only fair for him to show what he was capable of since his level was so low. Immediately after, they entered the Litzen cave, which was accumulated, meaning that no one had been there for a long time. Because of this, the monsters were 20% stronger, but the experience points also had a 50% bonus. It was the perfect scenario for Ransom to shine. He activated the recording for his video channel and put on a magic mask, which he personally considered to be his charm. Before starting, the young man stretched, and when the first monster, a wolf humanoid, attacked, the sisters panicked. Ransom did not draw his sword or even dodge, making it look like he would die easily. But the situation quickly changed. First, he executed a perfect counterattack while unsheathing his sword. Then, he landed an absurd critical hit without even aiming at a vital organ, using only his technical control. Finally, he finished the fight with the Song of Thanatos skill, exploding the monster with dark energy. Ransom did not stop there, dashing forward at a speed that the sisters could not even keep up with. He did all of this without using any active skills, relying solely on his status points. The young man faced 3 werewolves at the same time and delivered such precise cuts that one of the monsters turned green with pain and hallucinated due to the passive effect of the Thanatos weapon. With that, he defeated all the enemies before the girls could even get close. When they finally caught up to him, Ransom just turned around and asked if they could start the real hunt now. He was having so much fun that he began testing hip rotations to increase his physical damage. Ransom was amazed to realize that his new sword was far superior to normal ones, acting just like a child who had received a brand new toy. Shortly after, he noticed that one of the monsters was actually terrified of him. Ransom was so intimidating under his mask that the game code itself made the monster tremble in fear. While collecting the dropped items, including a spear he planned to sell, he stood back and watched Aeon fight. He had to admit that she was highly skilled with dual swords, using them flawlessly for both offense and defense. Because she was performing so efficiently, he decided not to interfere so he wouldn't offend her pride. Meanwhile, at the castle of the Hero Guild, the elite group of the game, which consisted of only 7 members, Suni was feeling bored. Kaiser had gone out to fight other players, the defense specialist was away caring for his pregnant wife, and Rin was busy helping her beginner sister. Just then, Ruina, who was Ransom's sister, arrived to have lunch. The two girls began talking about Ransom, and Ruina mentioned that her brother had quit his job because he obtained an incredibly powerful class at level 1. Suni asked if that story was for real, and if he was actually any good at the game. Ruina replied that he had managed to reach level 30 in a single day. Although Ruina was still a bit skeptical, she knew her brother was not the type to lie. Hearing this, Suni nearly choked on her food, since reaching level 30 in one day without any help was something even the top players in their elite guild could not achieve. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the two girls decided they had to investigate what was going on. Back in the cave, Ransom continued to advance rapidly. He encountered a group of 11 werewolves, and instead of calling for backup, he smiled behind his mask, thrilled at the idea of taking them all down at once. The battle began immediately. First, he used his magic shot to pierce the monster's flesh as he ran, and then he dashed straight through the pack, dodging every single attack. Finally, he marked the enemies with his nightmare charges. Next, he activated the Song of Thanatos, causing all the werewolves to explode into experience particles at the exact same time. This massive burst of experience pushed Ransom to level 40. However, being an extreme perfectionist, he complained that he had gained too little experience and expected to be much stronger by now, complaining even though he had everything. At that moment, Rina and Aeon finally caught up to Ransom, but they were so exhausted from running that they collapsed straight onto the floor. Bursting with energy, Ransom apologized for getting carried away and going too far ahead, asking them if they needed to rest. Rina began to think it was humiliating to be the leader of one of the biggest guilds in the world while being carried by a level 40 player. As she tried to catch her breath, Ransom did not seem tired at all and started practicing his swordsmanship right there, spinning his blade and testing moves that completely ignored gravity. He was feeling highly impressed with himself until the system sent an alert warning him that he was losing health points due to excessive physical strain. The game warned that if he pushed his body too hard with mechanical movements, he would suffer stress damage just like in real life. Fearing he might start training again, the girls quickly stood up and pretended they were fully rested and ready to move on. Ransom dashed ahead with excitement and soon found a giant elite werewolf accompanied by a pack of smaller monsters. Wanting to be a good partner, he told the girls he would handle the big boss while they had fun with the smaller ones. He defeated the elite monster with absolute ease using throwing knives, sword strikes, and finishing it off with the dark energy of Thanatos, leaving the beast with no chance to react. After the battle was over, Ransom finally agreed to take a proper break. But as soon as Ransom sat down, his narcolepsy hit him hard. Realizing he would have to take a forced nap, he passed out right in the middle of the dungeon. Ransom then woke up in his capsule back in the real world feeling terrible, worried that the girls would hate him for falling asleep in the middle of a mission. However, he forgot a key detail about his sleepwalking habit. In the game, only 30 seconds passed before Ransom stood up out of nowhere. It was not actually him, but rather his artificial intelligence operating in full battle mode. Ransom's artificial intelligence immediately started running and clearing the entire map at an impressive speed. The character killed elite and common monsters without even stopping to collect the loot. The trail of destruction was so massive that the sisters were left far behind, doing nothing but collecting the items he dropped. Since he ignored rare items on the ground, they assumed his inventory was completely full. Even so, the two girls grew desperate because they could not keep up with him, and they kept receiving system warnings stating that overly long gaming sessions could harm their mental health. Rina and Aeon finally caught up to him at the entrance of the final boss room where they found the soulless werewolf named Cerbis. The problem was that it had been so long since anyone had entered that dungeon that the boss had accumulated bonuses, gaining a giant boost in strength. On the bright side, the experience points and rare items had also doubled. Ransom, still controlled by the artificial intelligence, did not hesitate for a second. He opened the portal and entered alone, leaving the panicked girls outside thinking he would be shredded to pieces. The scene then cuts to Ransom in real life, talking to his editor. The editor had not slept for 2 days because he was so excited about the videos, and he pointed out how Ransom's fighting style changed completely sometimes. He explained that Ransom would fight like a wild hunter at first, but then suddenly act like a cold and technical knight. The editor even asked if Ransom had bipolar disorder or psychopathy, which prompted Ransom to explain that he used a skill where the artificial intelligence played for him while he slept. Ransom was actually shocked to discover that his artificial intelligence played much better than he did. Hearing this, the editor came up with the idea for the human Ransom to wear a black mask, while the artificial intelligence in sleepwalking mode would wear a white mask, adopting a Jekyll and Hyde concept. Back in the game, the artificial intelligence of Henson was putting on a show against the boss Cerbis. The werewolf was fast and arrogant, believing he could kill the insolent human with a single blow, and started by launching a swipe that slammed Henson against the wall. The sisters Rin and Yoon thought it was the end, but the artificial intelligence used the impact to set up a masterclass counterattack. He fired magic bullets and used the monster's own shoulder as a platform to jump and change his his trajectory in midair. Meanwhile, the sisters watched the whole thing, unable to believe the sheer precision of Henson's movements. Cerbis grew furious, swearing he would tear his opponent into 1,000 pieces. However, Henson, controlled by the artificial intelligence, began playing mental chess with the boss. He used weak attacks merely as bait, making the werewolf believe he was out of mana and relying only on basic skills. Whenever the boss thought he saw an opening, Henson would snap his fingers and deliver a critical hit that left the beast stunned for 10 seconds. The werewolf was left completely baffled as to how he was being hit like that. After that, Cerbis entered his second phase, growing larger and stronger with bloodshot eyes. The sisters continued to watch in shock and noticed that even though the boss was slower, it would still be impossible for a normal player to dodge those attacks. Henson, however, used the opponent's size against him, jumping onto the beast's shoulder and gaining momentum to distance himself. Rin quickly figured out the strategy, realizing that Henson was using the black bullets solely to destabilize the boss emotionally. When Cerbis finally froze in fear, Henson activated his Death Sabbath skill. The boss fell into a trance, plunged into an illusion of death, and was ultimately wrapped in the chains of the god of death. With that, the fight finally came to an end. The Cerbis turned to dust. The dungeon was officially cleared, and the loot they obtained was absolutely absurd. Henson had not only soloed a boss that no one had been able to defeat for ages, but he also walked out of the battle jumping from level 50 to level 53. However, since his sleepwalking mode deactivated the moment the battle ended, he simply fell asleep right then and there and began to snore. The sisters could only stare at him in utter disbelief, completely unable to understand why he had fallen asleep once again. Rin felt a bit frustrated, considering that Henson had cleared the entire dungeon all by himself, while they had only tried their best not to lag behind. Even so, they decided to carry his unconscious body and collect the items that had dropped from the boss. After everything they had witnessed, Rin was more convinced than ever that she absolutely needed to recruit him into her guild. Meanwhile, over at the game company headquarters, the atmosphere was one of pure desperation. Manager Cho had to call his superiors because Henson's rapid progress had completely broken all the system metrics. He reported that the player had already reached level 53, which left his boss completely shocked, especially since the development team had not even finished preparing the updates for the Empire yet. The game was basically trying its best to adapt to Henson's impressive speed, but it seemed like the system would not be able to hold up for much longer. Because of this, the staff was already planning to send out a reconnaissance squad to keep a close eye on the player. To make matters worse, Manager Cho was highly concerned because Henson had just unlocked an epic class quest. Since Henson's narcolepsy had triggered, he would be asleep for 7 hours in the real world, which translated to 35 hours inside the game. The main issue was that as soon as the quest was unlocked, a mysterious level 100 castle suddenly appeared out of nowhere near Venice, immediately catching the attention of the game's emperor. The emperor, famously known as the Iron Monarch, was an unpredictable tyrant who had already sent thousands of players to the game's 100-year prison, making him the absolute terror of the customer support team. Cho was desperately hoping that the emperor would only send a standard scouting party. If he decided to dispatch the elite knight Daya, Henson would never be able to reach the castle first. To top it all off, that castle hid a very dangerous secret, which was a demonic creature called the Wyvern. The monster looked like a giant snake and was currently sealed deep inside the structure. If it were to wake up, the entire server would collapse into chaos. Realizing the danger, Cho knew he would need reinforcements to prevent this disaster. Aside from Henson, another legendary level player had also received a quest linked to this mysterious castle. Cho's plan was to somehow bring these two players together so they could team up and stop the demonic creature from waking up. Meanwhile, back in the palace, Emperor Charon, who was known as the strongest man on the continent, was feeling incredibly bored. His vassals lived in constant fear of him, and all the emperor really wanted was someone interesting to talk to or fight. In order to stir up some excitement in the empire, he decided to host a national martial arts tournament open to travelers, artisans, and warriors alike. The winner would be allowed to choose any item from the imperial treasury and would also receive a highly trusted position in the court. The monarch decreed that if the winner greedily chose a common item, they would receive only that, but if they asked for something truly innovative, he promised to surprise them. Karen was desperately searching for someone who could keep him entertained, as he found the Korean server to be far too quiet and boring. On the other side of things, after analyzing his recent battle against the boss Karaka, Henson realized that his combat style needed to evolve. He noticed how the virtual reality industry had greatly boosted real-life martial arts, a phenomenon known as the idea syndrome. Since a player's physical fitness directly reflected their avatar's performance, Henson decided to look for a martial arts dojo that appeared simple on the outside, but housed an incredibly strong master. When he arrived, the The master asked him who he was, and Henson confidently replied that he was there to fight. The master quickly sensed Henson's sharp instincts and explained that the gym was perfect for training, especially since the high ceiling allowed anyone to swing spears and swords without any trouble. Shortly after, the trainer invited Henson to a test duel to gauge his skills. Henson chose a sword similar to the one he used in the virtual game and mentioned that he had practiced kendo during his childhood. When the fight began, the intensity spiked immediately. The master attacked aggressively with a spear, but Henson did not back down, quickly defending and dodging strikes aimed at his legs and head with impressive agility. The master was highly impressed by this display, noting that Henson's technique was absolutely flawless, though he still lacked the physical endurance needed for a prolonged fight. During a break, Henson confessed that his fighting style in the game was chaotic, comparing himself to a wild dog that simply rushes at its opponents. Understanding his style, the master suggested that he should use a long sword in his right hand and a dagger in his left. This way, Henson could use the sword for his main attacks, while utilizing the dagger to protect his blind spots, or even throw it at enemies. Henson really liked the idea because the lightweight dagger perfectly complemented his high speed. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Rina, the guild leader who had just defeated the Wolf King all by herself. Instead of celebrating, she felt frustrated and realized she had been arrogant, which made her worry about when she would meet Henson again. Rina and her sister remained seated on the dungeon floor, watching over Henson's avatar, which was still completely knocked out. Her sister asked how long he would stay in that state, and Rina admitted she did not know, all while the two of them kept guard over the player who was actually still busy training in the real world. Losing her patience, Rina shook Henson and yelled at him, but he did not wake up at all. Due to the excessive amount of inactive time, the system automatically disconnected his character and transported him to the nearest city. Henson vanished right in front of her eyes, but Rina refused to give up and decided to search for videos of his fight on the internet to track down his whereabouts. At the exact same time in the real world, Henson was feeling intense pain from the grueling physical training with his new master. Despite the soreness, Henson could feel that his movements were becoming much more fluid. When he finally logged back into Rihai, he discovered that he had slept for almost 45 hours and that the village was in absolute chaos. Seeing an opportunity to do business, he decided not to sell his spare items to the standard game shop, choosing instead to sell everything to a player merchant. Because of this smart move, he earned 32,450 gold, which was equivalent to about 3 million won in real money, and twice what the system shop would have paid him. However, at that very moment, Henson unlocked an exclusive divine ranking quest. The penalty for failing this quest was shocking, as Henson would be reset all the way back to level 1 if the Empire Reconnaissance Squad reached the castle before he did. Realizing the danger, he immediately ran to prepare himself in Venice, a legendary city inspired by the real world. After seeing some players wearing incredible armor, he realized he needed better protection to fight against other humans, so he spent 1,200,000 won on top-quality leather armor, viewing it as a necessary investment to avoid being easily defeated. Leaving the city behind, he faced a massive obstacle, as the quest castle was located extremely far away, requiring a 3-day journey on horseback. The main problem was that Henson did not actually own a horse. This meant he had to travel on foot by running the entire way, but he trusted his divine speed to overtake the reconnaissance squad, which was large and naturally slow. While Henson was running, the mayor of Dorgnan, a greedy merchant, and an arrogant knight, finished assembling the reconnaissance squad under the emperor's orders. The two officials pretended to be close friends, but they were secretly planning to betray each other while preparing to invade the castle, completely unaware that Henson was already racing to get there first. To seal their alliance, Knight Raynor received a special badge from Mayor Dorgnan that granted him absolute command over the reconnaissance squad. Raynor, who held deep grudges, planned to use this newfound power to get revenge on everyone who had ever looked down on him in the game. The group planned to reach the castle in 10 days, and Raynor hoped that if everything went well, he would become the new mayor or earn a title of nobility. Meanwhile, the recruitment for the squad in Venice is absolute chaos. In the middle of this mess, we are introduced to Soa, a highly powerful level 110 sorceress. When the recruiter tries to flirt with her, she quickly shuts him down because she only cares about reaching the castle and has no patience for useless small talk. Henson is also waiting in the exact same line. Even though both he and Soa possess classes tied to Thanatos, the god of death, they do not notice each other. Henson is completely distracted thinking about his new powers and pays no attention to his surroundings. Back in the control center, Manager Cho gets incredibly tense when he notices that two players with the exact same class are in the same location, but fate is simply not working to bring them together. Soa is on a mission to prevent the resurrection of Ivern, while Henson is focused on searching the area for clues. When Henson finally signs up for the group, his blunt and direct attitude highly irritates the recruiter, who happens to be a member of the Superhumans Guild. Henson immediately realizes that the guild is scheming. Although they claim to be helping other players, they actually want to use everyone as bait, so they can be the first to claim the castle treasure. Shortly after, the squad stops for a 15-hour rest period inside the game. Believing Henson is just a low-level beginner, the recruiter decides this is the perfect time to sneakily eliminate him in the middle of the forest. The recruiter approaches confidently, declaring he will teach the kid a lesson, but he has no idea that Henson realized his plan a long time ago. Henson lures the recruiter deep into the woods, and as the opponent prepares to strike, the metallic sound of the chains of the god of death begins to clink. The recruiter, whose name is Edel, tried to ambush Henson in the forest but ended up in a terrible situation. Before he can even react, chains pierce straight through his body, dealing real damage that completely ignores any shields or defenses. Edel evaporates from the game and receives a 24-hour ban. The person responsible for this is Sora, the mysterious sorceress, who appeared with a giant scythe to save Henson. The protagonist immediately realizes that she has a class linked to Thanatos and possesses legendary skills. Furious about his death, Edel sends a message in the Superhumans Guild chat claiming that a masked man killed him with the help of an accomplice. This prompts the guild leader, Heiner, to personally log into the game to hunt Henson down. Heiner wants all the credit for the Emperor's mission so he can become a noble, and he has no intention of letting anyone get in his way. Meanwhile, Sora has a vague mission to prevent the resurrection of a snake. Realizing that Henson became a target of the guild because she was the one who actually killed Edel, she decides she needs to protect him. She assumes he is at most level 100 and believes that if she saves him again, he will be so grateful that he will agree to work for her. After 7 real-life hours of walking, which equals 35 hours inside the game, the search party decides not to wait for anyone else. Henson notices that everyone is glaring at him because the news of Edel's death has already spread. He tries to run into the forest to lose them, but several guild members immediately chase after him. Thinking their opponent will easily surrender, the players begin to mock Henson and demand to know the identity of his accomplice. With no other choice, Henson decides to fight back and starts a direct confrontation. First, he uses the dagger skills he practiced in real life combined with the nightmare effect. He then slices through his opponents using quick attacks and poisons. During the battle, he discovers that eliminating other players grants him permanent health points due to the passive ability of Thanatos. Henson defeated everyone who tried to ambush him. At the end of the fight, he mentally thanked them for the great footage that would bring in views, feeling proud of himself for cutting an arrow in half. To avoid causing trouble when returning to the camp, he removed the mask of Thanatos. Among the items dropped by the defeated players, he found a treasure and scouting map, which meant he no longer needed the slow search party of the Empire. Henson abandoned the official quest and vanished into the fog, leaving Sora confused about how he could fight so well and disappear so quickly. The sorceress decided to follow him from a distance and was shocked to see him defeat 3 elite monsters in just a few seconds simply by passing by them. She noticed that his control was at a professional level and that his skills had to be at least legendary tier. With this, she concluded that if she ever created a guild, Henson would have to be her very first recruit. At the Superhumans Guild, the leader Heiner was furious when he discovered that his men had been eliminated and that the map was stolen. Knowing that the map did not guarantee Henson would arrive first, Heiner decided to log out for 2 hours to rest. He planned an elite squad of 5 players between level 150 and level 200, focusing on speed, with the goal of intercepting Henson before he reached the castle. Henson ran for a day and a half inside the game and realized he was being hunted when he noticed the tracks of 5 to 10 high-level players. Instead of running away, he smiled. He had karma points accumulated from the quest, which allowed him to fight without fear of penalties, and he remembered that player versus player combat videos attracted a lot of views. Shortly after, Henson found the camp of Heiner's elite group. The players were underestimating their opponent, saying that the stories about him cutting arrows were lies and calling their own leader a coward. Without warning, Henson stepped out of the shadows and activated his provocation skill. The 5 elite warriors lost control of their bodies and began running toward Henson, unable to use any weapons or shields. While they ran in desperation, Henson applied the nightmare effect, leaving everyone in a state of hallucination and extreme pain for 5 seconds. He did not just defeat the subordinates of Heiner, but he absolutely terrified them. Using his skills of Thanatos, he immobilized his opponents, who were left drooling and trembling as they turned to dust. Heiner, the leader of the Superhumans Guild, tried to face Henson, but the opponent played mind games with him. Henson kept entering and exiting combat mode, preventing Heiner from fleeing or logging out of the game. When Henson finally decided to end the game, he eliminated Heiner with such efficiency that the leader received a 5-day ban from entering the game. Sometime later in real life, Henson had dinner with his sister, Rowena. She was exhausted because her guild leader, Rin, had started hunting at at an insane speed, likely trying to catch up to Henson without realizing it. Ruina tried to convince her brother to join her guild, saying that not every group was toxic like the Superhumans Guild. Henson, out of pride as an older brother, refused for the time being. He thought that he did not want to be a burden to her because of his low level, and he preferred to get strong first, so she could be proud of him. Later, while Henson was training at the gym, he heard gossip in the locker room about the downfall of the Superhumans Guild. The community discovered that they used rookie players as cannon fodder and exploited others. In addition, Heiner and the directors vanished thanks to the forced rest that Henson gave them. The guild began to crumble and members were leaving, as nobody wanted to be associated with a group with such a bad reputation. Meanwhile, Henson's editor, Jaiwan, released the new video of the player cutting an arrow in half. The result was an absolute success, breaking view records, with the audience calling Henson's style violent and genius. The real shock, however, was at the gym. Henson's trainer was terrified because Henson was learning spear and sword techniques at a superhuman speed. The master even thought that, putting aside the legends of the game, Henson was a monster in real life as well. Because of this, the training session became so serious that the master told Henson to get ready. The trainer began to attack for real, but Henson managed to block every single strike. The training was so intense that Henson's palms began to bleed from the impact against the spear of the master. Worried about Henson's obsession, the trainer ordered him to stop. Henson, however, only smiled and said that it had been fun. He wanted to turn those wounds into calluses as fast as possible to become more resilient, which made the master laugh and think that he was definitely not normal. Later, during a snack with his sister and the nurse, the main topic of conversation was the YouTube channel. The editor, Jaiwan, had asked for an impactful nickname that would combine Ransom's two fighting styles, which together resembled the concept of Jekyll and Hyde. The nurse suggested the name Asura, explaining that it came from an old cartoon character who was split down the middle, and also referred to the god with 3 faces and multiple arms. Ransom and Ruina loved the idea, deciding right then and there that the world would now know them as the Asura channel. Once back in the game, Ransom logged in and immediately started stretching for his 2-day trek to the castle. He had no idea that Soa, the black-haired sorceress, was obsessively watching him. She had witnessed Ransom completely wipe out the superhuman guild and had decided to wait for him to return from his logout period. She spent 10, 20, and then 40 in-game hours, which was nearly 2 full days, sitting on a tree branch waiting for his return. When Ransom finally appeared in the clearing, Soa climbed down from the tree and blocked his path. This put Ransom on high alert, as he realized she had been there for a very long time and possessed an impressive level of stealth. Ransom quickly concluded that this woman was dangerous, and if she turned out to be an ally of Heiner, he would be in deep trouble. He knew he had to watch every single word from that point on to avoid making a mistake. The tension in the air was palpable, with an elite player who had waited 2 days to talk on one side, and a sleepwalker who just wanted to reach the castle on the other. Realizing that being rude would get him nowhere, Ransom used diplomacy to figure out Soa's intentions. She claimed her mission was to keep anyone from entering the castle, but Ransom could tell the sorceress was hiding her true goals. To break the ice, Ransom remarked that her mission must actually be related to Wavernier. Soa was extremely startled by this claim, and the tension spiked even further when Ransom activated the Reaper's chain. This left the sorceress in complete shock, since only one person could possess a legendary class skill, leaving her highly confused as to how Ransom had the exact same ability as her. Ransom explained that his class was also connected to Thanatos, and since the god of death was the supreme leader, it was highly possible that he had more than one legendary follower under his command. To prove they were on the same side, Ransom handed Soa the map he had stolen from the superhumans. Since he had already memorized the entire route, handing over the paper was simply a gesture to win her trust. After Soa admitted that she had been tracking Ransom for a long time, the two began to chat and complain about how annoying their class was. They both agreed that the class had very few offensive skills, and that the cooldown times on their spells took an absolute eternity. On top of that, the worst part was that Thanatos, being the god of sleep, made players pass out at the worst possible moments, instead of granting them useful powers. Ransom realized that Soa was actually a good person and very confident. Because of this, he decided to keep it a secret that his class was not just legendary, but actually divine. According to the hierarchy, he was the direct descendant of Thanatos, which technically made him her superior. He felt relieved to know she was his subordinate, which completely eliminated the need to wipe her out of the game. With the situation settled, Ransom revealed his name and took off his mask. Soa was instantly mesmerized by his appearance, thinking he was incredibly handsome, and that, with his looks and skill, he would not even have to try hard to become successful. The two officially became allies in the game, and ran for 25 consecutive hours to the fortress. Soa noticed that Ransom did not even break a sweat during the journey, displaying an impressive level of physical stamina. Upon arriving at the castle, they came face to face with an emerald magic barrier, and a system message popped up to warn them that only the descendant of Thanatos could enter. Soa got stopped at the barrier and got stuck waiting outside while Ransom handled things inside. To make sure nobody, especially Heiner, messed with the way, she activated her defenses. She used a territory skill, summoned an army of shadows, and stood guard with her scythe, ready for anyone who got close. Meanwhile, inside, Ransom ran into Wyvernir, a 100-meter-tall creature. The first challenge, though, wasn't a fight, it was a written test. A table, a chair, and a paper popped up, and the system told him he had to answer the questions, warning that the difficulty would go up if he got anything wrong. Ransom decided to skip every question without even reading them, and went straight for the hardest path. Ransom figured it'd be better to skip the test and just fight already, but the system didn't cut him any slack. Time ran out, the difficulty maxed out, and the Wyvern woke up in full rage mode. Things got serious fast. The monster started glowing red. The creature's body was cracking from sheer power, and it turned out to be way too fast for its size. Ransom now had 1 hour to survive, or beat, the mess he'd made worse out of pure stubbornness. The fight kicked off with insane tension, and the Wyvern's spinning attack made Ransom's whole body shake as the monster tore the arena apart. Ransom realized he needed max mobility, so he stripped off all his armor and stashed it in his inventory to lighten up. He also dumped every stat point into resistance, chugged an elixir, and started hiding behind the rubble. The Wyvern tried to launch a fireball, but Ransom used Siren's Call to distract it and barely got away. While Ransom was grinding through the fight, the scene cut to Inferno's offices. Manager Cho and his team were freaking out. They revealed that Monster wasn't the real Wyvern, just a clone. Even so, being just a copy, it was almost as strong as the original. Cho was panicking, because if Ransom won on max difficulty, he'd get items and skills that weren't supposed to exist at this point in the game. The manager was basically praying Ransom would just hide and not kill the thing. Meanwhile, Ransom noticed the Wyvern was clumsy in close combat, so he activated Thanatos' Nocturne and started tearing into the monster with his sword and dagger combo. He also found the Wyvern's weak spot, one shared by all dragons. Even with the level gap making the stun effect last only half a second, Ransom was fast enough to squeeze in a hit every single time. The problem was time was running out, only 10 minutes left when the clone went full rage mode. The monster became immune to any negative effects, a state that would last over a minute. Then it tried to charge up a massive fire breath, but Ransom canceled it with another Siren's Call. Realizing this was his last shot, he went all in for the finishing blow, ignoring every danger warning. Ransom knew one hit would be the end of him, so he activated Berserker's Song, going invulnerable for a minute, on top of Thanatos' Nocturne. In a wild, genius move, he flew straight into the Wyvern's mouth and finished it off from the inside, triggering a flood of level-up notifications as he walked out of the smoke, grinning under his mask. After that, Ransom got taken to the reward room and found Thanatos' Apostle in hologram form. The Apostle revealed that if Ransom had just run from the Wyvern, he'd have gotten a basic reward, but since he beat the clone, he'd proven himself a true descendant of Thanatos. Ransom, though, got irritated when he realized this was the same entity who wrote those written test questions earlier. Ransom immediately thought about giving the Apostle a beating the moment they met in person. Meanwhile, back at the Inferno headquarters, Manager Cho was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Ransom had chosen Thanatos' Lucid Dream skill, which came with the heavy penalty of reducing his earned experience by 50%, meaning it would take him much longer to level up. On the bright side, the massive advantage was that he could now purchase legendary skills from the shops twice a month, and his cooldown times were cut in half. Cho felt a brief moment of relief, thinking the player would take a long time to progress, but he quickly realized Ransom would easily compensate for this by being extremely technical with his powerful new abilities. Faced with this reality, the manager simply walked out of the room and asked everyone to leave him alone, having completely given away his will to fight against destiny. Back in the game, the castle began to crumble after the dungeon was cleared, forcing Ransom to run for his life. He found Soa waiting outside, who initially thought he had failed the quest because the castle had vanished, but the two soon discovered that they both had missions tied to the exact same apostle. While Soa managed to get decent rewards, Ransom hit the absolute jackpot with the items dropped by the clone of Ivern. His rewards for conquering the dungeon were truly excellent. First, he obtained a legendary skill book. Second, he received the Desert Mirage shoes, which allowed him to create a clone of himself to escape danger or trick his enemies. Third, he secured a heroic dream belt. Ransom realized that luck was truly on his side. Although he could not equip the ring that had dropped as a reward, both the belt and the shoes fit him perfectly. The real highlight, however, was the serpent heart. Ransom swallowed the the item and instantly gained 500 points of intelligence and magic power. On top of that, he learned the Dragon Tongue skill, which allowed him to cast spells with absolutely no cooldown until his mana ran out. With over 600 mana at his disposal, he began blasting magic spheres in every direction and joked that everyone would now mistake him for a mage. Outside of the game, Ransom went to have lunch with his friend Jaiwan. The main topic of their meeting was Ransom's YouTube channel, which was becoming highly successful. They decided that the official name of the channel would be Ashura, a short and memorable name referencing deities that fit perfectly with his character class. Jaiwan was incredibly excited about the videos showing Ransom fighting without any help from the artificial intelligence. He offered some professional advice, noting that while Ransom's manual plays were fantastic, the game's artificial intelligence operated on an entirely different level, so the best strategy would be to focus only on the most epic highlights. Ransom then revealed that he had already reached level 74 and had arrived in Vienna, a region typically recommended for players of level 100 and above. While Ransom went on with his life, Reiner, the leader of the Superhumans Guild who had been humiliated by him, was going through a very difficult time. His guild had gone bankrupt, and he had become a wanted criminal inside the game, unable to even use his own name. Consumed by resentment, Reiner decided to sell everything he had saved, created a brand new account, and managed to acquire a unique class. His sole objective now was to hunt down Ransom and send him straight to the in-game prison. Back in the virtual world, Ransom woke up after sleeping for 31 hours straight, which fully restored his health. He decided to accept a shark hunting quest to earn some quick cash, and at the quest location, he crossed paths with Amir, the merchant to whom he had previously sold low-value items for an excellent price. Amir was highly impressed to see Ransom in Vienna, and immediately tried to get close to him, praising his intelligence and suggesting a partnership. The merchant invited Ransom to join a hunt inside an underwater cave. Wanting to test his new skills, Ransom accepted the invitation on the spot. He lied and said his class was only rare, and Amir pretended to believe the story before introducing him to the rest of the group, which consisted of the archer Kuma and the players Lakaina, Fion, and Fianna. Ransom introduced himself humbly, completely unaware that the group was already plotting in a private chat about how they would steal his items. When it came time to fight an orc and a giant turtle, Ransom showed his true strength. He saved Amir from a fatal axe blow and displayed such impressive character control that the entire party was instantly put on high alert. The traveling companions began to whisper among themselves, surprised by the absurd speed and control Ransom displayed. They decided they needed to proceed with their plan very carefully. Meanwhile, Ransom was busy having fun hiding his true power. He thought it was a bit annoying that he could not use his full strength, but he still found the experience of hunting in a group quite pleasant. Soon, it was time to choose which path to take in the cavern, and Amir presented the options to the group. Amir explained that the right path was safe, but crowded with players and offered terrible rewards. The left path, on the other hand, was dangerous and deserted, but offered much better prizes. Ransom and the archer Kuma chose the left path. After they defeated a giant shark, Ransom began to notice that the group was constantly asking for breaks to rest. He realized they were exchanging secret looks and private messages, and he thought to himself that if they made one wrong move, they would end up as corpses. Despite his suspicions, Ransom saved Amir once again. He noticed that the merchant seemed to be the only one who divided the rewards honestly. Ransom even recalled the sisters Yoon and Rina, thinking about adding them as friends in the game because, compared to this current group, those two seemed like angels. Shortly after, the archer Kuma used a taunt skill with a magic coin to attract monsters, and Ransom pretended to be hit by an attack just to see how the healer of the group would react. To the surprise of Ransom, the healer was quick to heal him. Right after that, the group arrived at an empty and dimly lit hall. Kuma, using his archer vision, ordered everyone to stop and pretended to find a secret wall by pure instinct, claiming he saw something strange up ahead. Ransom realized instantly that the archer already knew the place and was trying to lure him into a trap. The group's plan was simple. They wanted to let Ransom fight on the front line against the area boss, wait for him to get exhausted, and then finish him off with friendly fire to take all the rewards. With the plan set, they entered the room of the boss, which was a Lakiwitan, a giant saber-toothed beast. The merchant Amir stayed far back using a gold multiplication skill to throw coins, while the girls and Kuma started to act. Theon fired a lightning bolt that almost hit Ransom, and Luina lied, saying she had no magic power left to heal him. Already aware of everything, Ransom used his extreme speed boosted by his belt, along with his movement skills, to make the monster take the attacks meant for him instead. He then struck a vital point on the beast, leaving the saber-toothed monster stunned for 5 seconds. While the cheaters tried to hit Ransom on purpose under the pretext of an accident, he dodged with ease, causing their blows to hit the boss instead. In the end, Ransom spoke with irony, commenting that it was a good thing they helped him. Otherwise, he would not have survived. The boss was defeated, the dungeon was cleared, and everyone was teleported to the entrance of Venice. When it came time to divide the items, the scammers did not even ask Ransom what he wanted and quickly took whatever they thought was best. Even so, he came out on top by keeping a magic book called Shark Torpedo. This skill was extremely strong, but it had a very long cooldown time. However, since Ransom possessed the Dragon Tongue passive skill, he could ignore this cooldown time and fire magic sharks continuously. After that, Amir, who seemed to be the only one who actually liked Ransom or noticed his potential, added the young man as a friend and promised him permanent discounts on potions. With this, Ransom now had 3 people on his friends list, which was a bit ironic since he had not even added his own sister yet. After this exhausting hunt, he said goodbye to the group, excited about his new spell and eager to test how far he could bend the rules of the system with his skills. Meanwhile, Kuma and Fion hid nearby and started planning an attack against Amir, taking advantage of the fact that Ransom had left. They just did not expect that Ransom was right behind them. Revealing his presence by surprise, he questioned why those who attack from behind never protect their own rear. Right after that, Ransom defeated the entire group of cheaters. This action earned him 150 points of negative karma, which made him a villain in the eyes of the game. However, he discovered a loophole in his divine class that allowed him to sacrifice health points to clear this karma. Meanwhile, in the city, the scammers waited for their resurrection timer, unable to accept that they were defeated by a lower-level player. They began to theorize that Ransom had an ally of level 100 or higher hiding in the shadows, as they did not believe anyone of level 80 could have such powerful spells. While his opponents lamented their loss, Ransom was already planning to eliminate them a few more times, just to have fun and steal their rare items. Outside the game, in real life, the video that Jaewon edited became a massive success, reaching 30 million views and 1 million subscribers in record time, even being featured on the main page of the official website of the game. Rowena, the sister of Ransom, was highly impressed by the video, especially by the scene of the arrow being cut in half. Without knowing that the player Ashura was actually her own brother sitting right next to her, she asked if he knew the editor of the video and if he could invite Ashura to join her guild. Ransom replied that he would ask, but commented that since he was a legendary level player, he could not guarantee anything. Rina also watched the video and was shocked when she recognized Ransom's sword and fighting style. She realized that while she had been working hard in training, he had evolved at an absurd pace, displaying movements so fluid that it was difficult to calculate his current level. Determined to recruit Ashura, she asked Rowena to send him a message saying she wanted to return the items obtained from the cave dungeon and would like to be his friend. Ransom, overhearing the conversation while drinking soda, just watched the situation in silence, having understood her intentions immediately. If Ransom accepted the meeting, Rin would discover that he and Ashura were the exact same person in the blink of an eye. Because of this, he quickly changed the subject and told his sister not to get her hopes up too high, making up a lie that this player was incredibly shy. Meanwhile, in the Kane Empire, Emperor Karen was extremely excited. The great tournament would take about 40 days to prepare and would divide the participants, including both citizens and travelers, into 4 strength categories. Out in the forest, a horde of monsters received the order to hunt and kill the descendant of Thanatos, indicating that Ransom would not have any peace even to complete his class advancement quests. Ransom finally managed to obtain 100 reputation points and went to visit the Pantheon to research the god Thanatos. The atmosphere at the location was bizarre, with guards trembling in fear, priests running away from him, and paladins avoiding even looking him in the eye. He was received by the bishop, who showed extreme nervousness while sitting in front of him, but the one who really drew attention was Libius, the elite follower of Thanatos. The man entered the room crying with joy, banged his head on the floor until it bled, and swore eternal loyalty to Ransom. After that, Libius led Ransom to a secret area of the temple, a gigantic and empty place, since nobody wanted to be anywhere near the god of death. Ransom tried to be polite, but the priest almost had a heart attack, saying that the master should never speak formally to a humble servant. They sat down to have some tea, and Ransom asked everything Libius knew about Thanatos. With all the seriousness in the world, Libius replied only that Lord Thanatos was the strongest among the gods. After 10 minutes of absolute silence, Ransom asked if there was any more information. Libius remained quiet, making Ransom think that he only knew that single sentence and was just a fanatic, non-playable character, but the situation was actually more complex. The Apostle of Thanatos had left a clear order for Libius to serve his new master and never leave his side, under the threat of being cursed. Ransom's jaw almost dropped when he saw that the priest was level 560. Even though Libius could not attack directly because of the level difference, he could still provide buffs and heals, so Ransom decided to use the elderly man as a support until he reached level 100. At the game development company headquarters, the team leader was surviving on instant noodles and pure desperation. Ransom had unlocked a siege quest in Venice that was not even supposed to have started yet. She was shocked because the player was only level 85 and was leveling up way too fast. The leader predicted that if he defeated the siege boss alone, he would gain enhanced items and a unique skill. In addition, the descendant of Thanatos would receive 2 skills at once upon reaching level 100, consisting of 1 passive skill and 1 absolute skill. She panicked as she realized that if he continued at this pace, no other player would ever be able to catch up to him, breaking the game balance before the Imperial tournament even began. The city of Venice was about to be attacked by an army of monsters, strengthened by the power of black dragons. These creatures sensed Ransom's energy as the descendant of Thanatos and charged in his direction like homing missiles. Rin also received the siege alert and ran through the city. Knowing Ransom's style, she deduced that he would definitely be on the front lines fighting the monsters before anyone else arrived, and she was right. Ransom and Libius were already in the forest waiting for the horde. To avoid being surrounded by 1,000 monsters at once, Ransom had the idea of asking Libius to divide and spread the energy of Thanatos throughout the forest. With the energy of Thanatos scattered all over the forest, the beast Skork and the other monsters became completely confused, as they felt Ransom's presence coming from all directions at the same time. Because of this, the creatures decided to split up to find the source of the signal. While the forest turned into chaos, Ransom watched everything calmly, perched high up on a tree branch. He knew that facing 5,000 monsters at once in Venice would be absolute madness, so he decided to do a quick cleanup of the region first. With the help of Libius, the level 560 priest who used buffs to increase Ransom's attributes by 50% for 1 hour, the young man began the hunt by focusing on the lead wolf. The moment the lead wolf tried to howl to strengthen its pack, Ransom flashed past it like a shadow, ignoring the smaller monsters and attacking the boss's neck directly. After defeating the creature, Ransom used a new skill called Thanatos Soul Summoning, absorbing the wolf's soul to bring it back into the fight. The resurrected wolf returned with 50% more of its original attributes and began to blindly obey Ransom. Libius, always extremely dedicated, even tried to sew the torn clothes of the ghost wolf to please his master. With his new ally ready, Ransom celebrated the fact that he now had a giant hunting hound that attacked even harder than when it was alive. After that, a serial massacre of the monsters began. The group encountered the Karani snake, a beast that possessed a highly dangerous poison. The phantom wolf held off the creature's attacks while Henson defeated it, securing another soul for his army at the end of the confrontation. Upon spotting the champion ogre and the orc leader, Henson decided he would not need to use the artificial intelligence of his sleepwalking mode, since Libius's buffs were more than enough for the battle. He then devised a combat strategy using his summons, ordering the wolf to use poison against the high defense of the ogre, while he focused on the more vulnerable orc leader. When the ogre tried to strike the ground with his weapon and missed, Henson seized the opportunity to jump onto the monster's back, delivering precise cuts and accumulating heavy damage. Shortly after, Henson used magic to summon a shark tsunami against the ogre. Although the creature began to crush the magical fish with his feet, Henson leaped onto his head and drove his blade directly into the beast's eye. Thrashing in intense pain, the ogre retaliated with a dangerous blow, but Henson was saved by his special belt, which activated instantly and negated the impact damage. The situation grew complicated when the phantom wolf was defeated by the monster Ferric. Surrounded and with almost all of his abilities on cooldown, Henson decided to unleash one of his strongest techniques, the lucid dream of Thanatos. This ability allowed him to ignore the cooldown of all his powers for 1 minute, while also reducing his enemy's defense to 0 for 10 days in game time. To complete the ultimate combo, Henson activated the Berserker's Song, making himself invulnerable for 10 seconds and gaining 50% more speed and attack power. With all his buffs active, Henson moved like a blur across the battlefield as he and his shark summons attacked the ogre without mercy. Henson leaped onto the monster's neck and delivered several strikes until he finally decapitated the creature. Satisfied with the result, he used the ogre's soul to resurrect him as his newest ally. Funnily enough, the ogre had to put his own head back in place before he could start fighting for Henson. Furious at seeing his partner humiliated, Ferric cast a technique called Spirit Shackles, which pinned Henson to the ground. To make matters worse, the system warned that not even the Belt of Dreams could cancel this effect, allowing Ferric to immediately unleash a devastating attack that caused a massive explosion and left a huge crater where Henson stood. In the midst of the chaos, Reyna suddenly appeared. Seeing her, Libioso, the fanatical priest of level 560, immediately assumed a combat stance because he thought she was after his master's soul. Henson had to intervene and apologize for his assistant's rudeness, which actually made Libioso ecstatic just because Henson referred to him as his assistant. Reina confessed that she recognized Henson from videos on the famous Asura channel on YouTube and had tracked him all the way to Venice. Henson felt slightly uneasy because the girl was reading him like an open book. In order to talk to her in peace, he resorted to a supreme tactic by giving Libioso a secret mission. He told the priest that he needed to find an important trail, and Libioso, feeling like the chosen one, proudly teleported away on the spot. With the assistant gone, Henson and Reina headed to a cafe in Venice to talk in private. She handed over the loot from the previous dungeon along with Sinclair's unique sword. The sword was incredible and reduced enemy defense, which paired perfectly with Henson's aggressive fighting style. On top of that, he received a movement skill book containing a level 1 random teleport that consumed no mana and had an extremely short cooldown. Henson took the opportunity to ask Reina for a vital favor, requesting that she keep his identity as Asura a complete secret. He was particularly worried about the members of her guild, especially his own sister, Rowena. His plan was to maintain the mystery to avoid being hunted down by rival guilds. Reina agreed to the request, though she remained curious about which guild member he was so desperate to avoid, having no idea that he was actually terrified of getting scolded by his sister for becoming so strong without telling her. Right after that, Henson accepted Reina's friend request, realizing that having a direct line of contact with someone from an elite guild would be incredibly useful for gathering information. Upon leaving the cafe, he headed to a lodging house in Venice to clean out his cluttered inventory. He noticed that he had a lot of useless items taking up space and decided it was finally time to focus on what actually mattered. Among the stored items, he found a skill book called Sonodos and discovered that this technique was the perfect match for his sleepwalking. In addition to activating the combat artificial intelligence, the Asura Knight, this skill would now restore his health while he slept and fought. With this, Henson could fight using the master mode of the artificial intelligence and heal himself at the same time, meaning he would not need the Belt of Dreams as much anymore. It was essentially an active immortality mode that he could use once per day. Henson also checked out a new weapon, the heroic rank Infinite Dagger. He felt a bit of fear regarding his own power, thinking that if he kept obtaining items like this, he would eventually lose control of the game. Meanwhile, in the real world, Jaiwan's office had turned into complete madness. The success of the Asura channel had attracted 34 major companies wanting to sign contracts and sponsorships, reaching the level of an elite professional streamer. With his team completely overwhelmed, Jaiwan had to take some quick action. First, he set up a makeshift call center just to handle the interested companies. Next, he hired trusted friends to help edit the videos, since he insisted on personally handling Henson's content, which was the main highlight of the company. Finally, he began rejecting requests from smaller channels, as his team simply could not keep up with such high demand. Shortly after, Jaiwan received a call from a famous streamer named Umai, who was highly interested in meeting Henson and recording a collaboration. Jaiwan immediately warned him that the young man acted like a lone wolf, and that it was best not to set his expectations too high. Even so, Umai shared some valuable information regarding the Imperial Warriors tournament. Upon hearing the news, Jaiwan jumped out of his chair in pure excitement and immediately called Henson to break the bombshell news. He explained that the Imperial Warriors tournament was coming up and that the rules would be balanced by the game system itself, scaling levels and skills so that no one would have an unfair advantage. Next, Jaiwan asked what level Henson was currently at, and gasped in shock when he heard that he had already reached level 94. Jaiwan almost fell out of his chair, completely surprised because Henson had been at level 50 just a short while ago. Henson simply replied that his progress was the result of patience and a lot of hard work. In light of this, Jaiwan offered an important piece of advice, suggesting that he stop leveling up for now, because if he reached level 100, he would have to face professional Korean players, whereas at level 94, he could easily dominate weaker opponents. Henson then revealed that he had recorded 2 new videos, including one from when he was still at level 50, and another 20-minute clip of him defeating an entire army of monsters in Venice all by himself. Jaiwan was confused and asked if Henson was the one responsible for stopping the attack in Venice. Henson calmly explained that his mission was to lure the creatures, and to prevent the destruction of the city, he decided to eliminate the 4 bosses of the horde on his own. He even commented that he found the video a bit boring because he thought the monsters were too weak. Putting the game aside, Henson took his sister, Rowena, to the movie theater. He felt a wave of melancholy, remembering that the last time they had been there was 5 years ago, when their parents were still alive. He felt guilty that she was unable to walk, and did not have any friends her own age. Suddenly, Rowena surprised Henson by getting up from her seat and standing on her own. Henson nearly choked from the shock, and she confessed that her rehabilitation sessions were working well, allowing her to stand for the past 3 months. She explained that she had kept it a secret to surprise him, and that she would be able to walk without any help in 2 weeks. Feeling deeply moved, Henson acted like a protective older brother and urged her to start preparing for university. He argued that she had always been highly intelligent and that she needed to be around people her own age to make friends. Henson wanted his sister to make up for the time she had lost because of the accident, promising her that since her health was improving, he would pay for all her college expenses with the money he was making. Rowena accepted his proposal to go to university, but she made it a condition that she study in the exact same classroom as him, which left her brother completely shocked. While he was still processing this surprise, the living room television started broadcasting an urgent news bulletin. The footage of Henson fighting the bosses in Venice had gone viral, even making it onto the mainstream news. On screen, game experts estimated that the mysterious player must be above level 300, as they could not comprehend how he defeated the bosses so quickly and vanished, completely unaware that the person responsible was sitting right there on the couch eating snacks. Meanwhile, inside the game, the situation grew complicated. Henson's strategy of eliminating only the leaders to weaken the monster army did not work as he had hoped. Without the bosses to control them, the common creatures became enraged and began to attack Venice with even more ferocity. Frontline players were desperately trying to hold back the advance of moonwolves and giant ogres. The situation was critical, and the news reports indicated that the fall of the city was only a matter of time until an in-game announcement revealed that Asura had appeared on the eastern wall. At that very location, a player named Hina was fighting a lioness but ended up surrounded. The moment she closed her eyes, accepting that she was about to be defeated for the first time, the monsters in front of her were instantly eliminated. She opened her eyes and managed to see Henson up close. His mask was now white, as Henson had finally tested the skill he bought earlier. He activated the Sweet Sleep skill, which put his character into a deep slumber to recover health, but at the same time, this action triggered the sleepwalking state of Thanatos. Because of this, Henson became an automatic killing machine on autopilot. Though he maintained a shared consciousness, he could watch his own battle as if it were a first-person action movie. His speed increased drastically, and the chains of Thanatos began to fly in every direction, binding the monsters as he charged through the battlefield. Not satisfied with just that, he used his skill to resurrect the soul of a giant orc, summoning Boggs to fight alongside him. The other players watched in absolute awe at his actions. And then, Henson had an idea. He realized that if he kept eliminating enemies at that pace, he would reach level 100 too early. The problem was that the professional players had not reached that level yet. If he leveled up too much, he would be placed in the elite player category for the tournament and would not be able to compete against the slightly lower level professionals as he had planned. The solution he found was to slow down his combat pace and focus only on collecting items instead of gathering experience. As soon as the effects of the sleep skill ended, Henson decided he needed to log out of the game, but he did not want to leave the city of Venice defenseless since the attack was his fault. He gave an order to his loyal servant, the non-playable character Libius, who was level 560, to take care of everything while he was gone. Libius, showing extreme loyalty, began to cry with emotion. He thanked his master for the opportunity to see the face of the god Thanatos with his own eyes, bowing so low that he hit his head on the ground in pure joy. The other players passing by found this behavior very strange. Immediately after, Henson logged out of the game to focus on his sister Rowena. Henson took his sister to the rehabilitation center, and the atmosphere between them was great, even though Rowena made a joke about already being able to stand. On the television in the lobby, a video of Asura was playing, and Rowena commented that his fighting style seemed to be changing. Henson just gave a subtle smirk, thinking to himself that she had no idea that Asura was the very person pushing her wheelchair at that moment. Shortly after, Henson had a serious conversation with Rowena's doctor. He thanked her for all the support, and the doctor explained that she had kept the recovery of the girl's memory a secret at Rowena's request, since she wanted to surprise her brother. Henson discovered that her improvement was not just luck, but rather the result of a total lack of family pressure. The doctor detailed how many families suffocate patients with guilt or anxiety, but Henson did the exact opposite, which motivated Rowena to push herself to the limit to make him proud. The doctor was so impressed by the positive impact of the game on patient health that she even decided to start playing it herself. Meanwhile, over at the Hero Guild, where Rin and Rowena are located, an emergency meeting was taking place regarding the Asura phenomenon. The members debated his abilities, with some praising him as a combat genius, while Kaiser claimed he was just a show-off and that they should not get their hopes up. Rin then revealed to the group that she had already hunted with him, which completely shocked the entire guild. Because of this, the strategy quickly changed to head to Venice and try to recruit Asura before any other guilds could get to him. The guild leader, Eden, arrived shortly after and took control of the situation. He accepted the challenge of helping the city, utilizing a plan suggested by Asura himself through Rin. Since the strongest guild members are above level 400, they cannot enter the mission directly without unbalancing the game, so they will operate in the background. The plan consists of applying massive buffs to the lower-level players between level 140 and 150 who are already at the location, effectively creating an army strengthened by the magic of the elite. The guild also discussed the entry of Henson, but because they do not know he is actually Asura, some members think he is just a common cook and merchant, questioning his admission since they believe the guild should only accept the elite. Rin defended Henson with everything she had, mostly because she knows he has direct contact with Asura. The rest of the group has no idea that by accepting Henson into the team, they are actually getting the strongest player in the world as a bonus. Soon after, the guild leader Eden presented an audacious plan to defend Venice. He plans to use the Pantheon Temple so that the extremely powerful non-playable characters can bypass the level barriers and help in the battle. Meanwhile, at the temple, Bishop Alayan and Libius are taking Henson's orders literally, swearing to defend the city in the name of Thanatos. This entire situation is starting to make Rin and Eden highly concerned. At the same time, the Dark Guild, which is the second largest guild on the Korean server, also has its eyes on Asura. They have massive financial resources and want to recruit Henson at any cost. The problem is that if he rejects their offer, which is highly likely, the group plans to eliminate Henson's character from the game permanently. Eden admits that not even their own guild would have the strength to hold back this rival group if a real fight breaks out. Meanwhile, at the company that manages the game, the atmosphere is very tense. Henson is currently at level 99, which puts him in the same category as professional players for the upcoming tournament. His skills are so incredibly strong that other players are complaining about unfairness on the game forums. To make matters worse, information has emerged that the company director's daughter is going to participate in the competition. Back in the game, Henson wakes up in a strange situation, lying on an altar surrounded by candles, as if he were a human sacrifice. Immediately after waking, he receives the notification that the Venice defense mission has been successfully completed, and the reward item has already dropped directly into his inventory. Henson tries to lose Libius by telling the priest to stay behind and guard the temple, planning to travel alone so he does not have to share any experience points. However, the Apostle of Thanatos ruins his plan by magically teleporting Libius right to Henson's side, catching the priest completely off guard while he is taking a bath. With only 6 days left until the Grand Imperial Tournament, the guilds are in a frenzy trying to figure out if Asura will participate, but no official information has been released. While waiting for the event to begin, the top players focus on making last-minute alliances. One of the Dark Guilds decides they must recruit Asura at all costs, planning to use the tournament to gain fame and ultimately destroy the Shinhwa Guild, which belongs to Henson's sister and is widely known as the Hero Guild. The leaders of this Dark Guild plan to hire the best professionals to dominate the scene, believing that once they win the competition, Asura will have no choice but to join them. Meanwhile, at the Hero Guild headquarters, Rin and the other members are frustrated that they could not find Asura in Venice, but they remain confident that he will show up at the tournament to protect his reputation. Since the required level for the competition is between 100 and 200, the other guilds are sending only their elite members. Because of this, Rin and another female guild member end up being left out of the main battle, especially since Rin is a healer and does not focus on direct combat. Rin feels insecure about controlling her skills, but other players in the group, like Kaiser, are already prepared for the fight. Upon arriving in the capital, Henson encounters a massive registration line for players under level 100. He briefly considers sending his servant Libius to stand in line for him, but he quickly discards the idea, realizing the priest is far too tense and might end up starting a fight. While waiting in line, Henson opens the Death Point shop, which had just reset that day. Deciding to stop saving his points, he invests in new skills, planning to combine rare, unique, and heroic techniques to create a completely unpredictable fighting style. To enter the tournament, however, he first has to pass a screening test with incredibly strict rules. In this admission test, all of the players' active and passive skills are sealed, and the goal is to either survive for 10 minutes or defeat all the monsters in the room. Henson puts on his mask, starts recording a video for his channel, and charges into battle. Without using any magic, relying solely on his physical technique, movement control, and blade work, he eliminates every single creature in just 38 seconds. This time, sets a brand new world record. When the system asks if he wants to register his achievement under his real name or anonymously, Henson stops his recording and chooses to remain anonymous. Even so, the damage is already done, as the codename Asura instantly appears at the very top of the test leaderboard, shocking internet users everywhere. Seeing the massive reaction, Henson realizes that if he had known about the public leaderboard, he would have cleared the test much slower to avoid drawing attention to himself. Now both professional and casual players are keeping a close eye on Asura for breaking the record. Lucifer, the #1 player in the professional circuit, had finished a full 2 minutes behind Henson's time. Known for his massive ego, Lucifer becomes furious, calling Henson a brat and promising to crush him during the competition because he cannot accept an amateur performing so much better than him. Soon, the tournament broadcast begins worldwide, featuring famous commentators and the former professional player Hong to analyze the matches. The atmosphere at the venue feels just like a World Cup, and the main topic among the analysts is the sudden disappearance of Asura, who has not been spotted by anyone yet. The crowd expresses disappointment over the absence of the number 1 tester, while the hosts speculate whether he dropped out due to fear or some serious personal issue. During the broadcast, a reporter interviews the 2 title favorites. The first is Ark, a humble player who, when asked who he wants to face, answers directly that he wants to fight Asura. Ark states that he respects Asura's talent and calls him the greatest player of the current era, causing the crowd to cheer wildly. Next, Lucifer is interviewed and arrogant as always, declaring that he is not interested in any opponent because he is already the best in the world. He downplays Henson's achievement, calling him mediocre, and adding that an amateur will never be anything more than an amateur. After the interviews, the commentators explained the rules of the elimination stage. Each participant would enter an individual dungeon containing 3 levels and 3 bosses. Just like in the initial screening, all skills remained locked, forcing the players to rely solely on their technique, reflexes, and physical control. Only the 32 fastest competitors would advance to the final stage of the tournament. Soon after, the broadcast began showing the fights in real time. Ark fought like a martial arts master, predicting the boss's movements by observing the monster's muscles and dodging every blow in an elegant defensive style. Meanwhile, Lucifer fought with extreme aggression and a heavy focus on speed, quickly and brutally depleting half of his opponent's health while Ark was still setting up his tactical approach. Henson watched the broadcast from inside his capsule and smirked when he heard Lucifer call him an amateur, resolved to show him who the true professional was. Unaware of this, Lucifer displayed absolute confidence as he faced the boss of his dungeon, which was a type of golem. He was already celebrating his victory and thinking about the money the Black Guild had promised him, while also mocking Ark and claiming that Asura was just an internet amateur who wouldn't even have the courage to show up. Lucifer's joy did not last long. When he finished the first phase in 22 minutes and 31 seconds, he believed he had set a historic record. However, the commentator had to interrupt the broadcast to break the news that Asura had entered the tournament. While the previous record for the second phase was nearly 36 minutes, Henson had completed the entire thing in just 9 minutes and 13 seconds. During his run, Henson faced a giant snake that absorbed sword damage. He used his main weapon merely to distract the beast and quickly attacked it with a dagger in his left hand, demonstrating incredible control. With this strategy, he finished all 3 stages, which included decapitating a vampire that transformed into a bat, finishing with a total time of 29 minutes and 16 seconds. He was so fast that the professional players did not even appear on screen for 25 minutes. Rina and the other guild members were shocked to realize that, while they thought Henson was just slacking off, he was actually training at an otherworldly level. The final ranking placed Asura in first place as the absolute leader, followed by Soa in second and Rina in third. Although the guild dominated the top 15, everyone's eyes were fixed on the very top spot. The guild leader accepted the situation, realizing it would be impossible to convince Henson to join them because he was simply too strong. Upon exiting his capsule exhausted, since time in the game passes at the same rate as in real life, Henson met his sister, Rowena. Henson lied to her, claiming he had been disqualified because he stood no chance against so many professionals. Rowena believed him and tried to comfort him. It was then that Henson learned that Soa, the second-place player, was a solo competitor who had rejected an invite to join Rowena's guild because she found all the members too weak. Because of this insult, Rowena and Rina decided to train intensely to surpass Soa. Henson simply observed the situation, wondering if he should reveal his identity to the two of them while preparing for the finals. Later, during a quiet moment at home, Rowena mentioned that she was amazed by Asura's control, stating that neither Rina nor Soa could compare to him. Still pretending to know nothing, Henson agreed to watch the finals with her, but explained that he had already promised to watch the broadcast with his friend Jaewon. In truth, his plan was to prepare his new skills for the final phase and debut an entirely new fighting style. When the third phase of the tournament began, Henson's first opponent was the professional player Izel. Izel believed he had studied Asura's videos thoroughly, but he was caught completely off guard when Henson activated his sweet sleep skill and entered sleepwalking mode. Once the fight started, even with his strength reduced by 99% due to the sleep effect, Henson's technique was stunning. Izel tried to defend himself with a heavy shield to absorb the impact, but Henson shattered the shield with a single sword strike, bringing his opponent to his knees, eliminating him from the game and leaving the commentator speechless. Meanwhile, Lucifer, the #1 ranked player, watched the match fuming with rage and swore he would kill that beast in their next encounter. At the same time, the members of the Heli Guild discussed the future. They admitted that Asura seemed to be from another planet and that no one had enough money to recruit a player of that caliber. Consequently, the guild was rooting for Lucifer to win, though they noted that if a professional lost to an amateur like Asura, they would lose both their title and their dignity instantly. As for Henson, he cleared the third phase and was voted the best player of the round, sending the stadium into a frenzy. It was then that a miracle happened, as Henson, who never took off his mask and never spoke to anyone, agreed to do an interview with the reporter Kim. Henson used a very diplomatic tone, praising the professional players and claiming the fight had been tense, even though he had actually wiped the floor with his opponent. The best part happened right after the interview. The entire stadium expected Henson to return for his next fight as the Asura Knight, but he surprised everyone by appearing as a hunter instead. This sudden class change completely confused his opponent, who ended up defeated in the blink of an eye. The commentator went absolutely wild over the situation, shouting that Asura was legendary and that it seemed as though the entire game had been created just for him. While Henson rested, the match began between Ark, the favorite of the professional players, and the sister of Rina. Unlike the rapid massacres delivered by Asura, this was a highly balanced and nail-biting contest. In the end, Ark unleashed an ice punch that broke right through defense. Realizing she had no way to escape, she gracefully surrendered. Henson watched the entire fight from the sidelines and was genuinely impressed by the high-level technique of both competitors. Up in the stands, Ruina and Suna were busy talking. Suna could not understand how Ruina's brother had been eliminated in the preliminaries when his character control was actually superior to Kaiser's. The two girls theorized that Ruina's brother was a quiet genius who hated attention, choosing to get eliminated on purpose to keep his name off the ranking boards. In a way, they were both right and wrong at the same time, because while Henson hated drawing attention to his ordinary identity, he was currently stealing the entire spotlight under his alias as Asura. The fourth stage of the tournament began with a total shock for the audience, as 6 of the 16 finalists belonged to the exact same guild, Manhua. The stadium fell silent in the presence of this elite group, whom many believed could defeat Lucifer without even breaking a sweat. Their plan was to demonstrate that the Manhua guild was the undisputed #1 in the world, and to crush the pride of the Dark Guild once and for all. Ruina and Kaiser stood among this group, fully prepared to show everyone who truly ruled the arena. Amidst all the tension, a player named Soa appeared, looking completely lost as usual. She had a terrible sense of direction and was struggling just to find the way to the arena. Her only goal was to fight Henson, and she was not intimidated in the slightest by the presence of the elite Manhua members. The fierce rivalry between her and Ruina was clear to everyone watching. When the fight finally began, a self-assured player named Vernie thought he could easily intimidate Soa with his massive greatsword. However, when he lunged forward with a heavy attack, she easily blocked the impact with her thin scythe and repelled the blow with ease. The commentator reacted in disbelief, questioning how a seemingly fragile girl could possess such immense physical strength. Vern then decided to use his darkness skill, vanishing into the shadows to launch a surprise strike. But Soa was already waiting for him. Soa cleared the surrounding area with a single sweep of her scythe. Just as her opponent thought he had caught her in an explosion, she materialized directly behind him. Using only a chain attached to her weapon, she quickly immobilized Verna, bid him a cold farewell without showing any emotion, and swiftly decapitated him. As the excited stadium buzzed over the victory, King Karen watched the events unfold from his throne. He was highly impressed by Asura's performance and began to plan his next move. The king decided he wanted Asura to become his personal student and ordered his network of spies to gather every piece of information they could find about the mysterious fighter. In the dead of night, the top assassin of the Empire tried to infiltrate the inn where Asura was staying. The assassin believed he was an absolute master of stealth, right until a voice spoke up from directly behind him, warning him that he should reconsider his actions. The voice belonged to Libius, the loyal servant of Ransom. The assassin froze in pure shock upon realizing he had been detected so easily. Releasing a dark aura, Libius paralyzed the intruder with dark magic. The assassin began to tremble in terror as Libius contemplated whether to end his life on the spot. Ultimately, Libius flashed a sadistic smile and muttered that it was time to play, delivering a very direct message. He used his purple magic to leave a mark on the assassin, ordering him to run back to the Emperor with a clear warning to stop meddling in his master's life. After driving away the Emperor's spies with his magic, Libius wore a villainous smirk and mocked them for being so obedient, though his temporary peace would not last for long. Libius began to grow irritated by all the constant stalking and decided he either needed reinforcements or someone to vent to. Since he had no idea where the apostle had run off to, he decided to write a letter to the big shot of the church. In the message, he basically explained that things were fine, but he suspected the kings had started to hate their master. Right after that, the situation took a bizarre turn. The piece of paper he had written the message on suddenly came to life, made an angry face, and scolded Libius, warning him that he absolutely could not let a war break out. Libius suggested a much simpler solution, asking if it would not be better to just sneak in there and slit everyone's throat. The letter, acting as the voice of reason, almost had a heart attack. The order was clear that nobody was allowed to die, not even if the apostle himself ordered it. The paper threatened that if Libius kept trying to solve everything with violence, he would be replaced by a much calmer priest. Libius complained that his boss was way too annoying and asked what he was supposed to do instead, especially since he had already sent the warnings to the Emperor. The response was that he now had to wait and see if the Emperor would back down or double down. The parchment warned that if the Emperor tried to kidnap the master, war would be inevitable. Libius made it clear that if anyone dared to touch his boss, he would wipe the entire empire off the map. Meanwhile, King Charon received the assassin back. Instead of getting angry about the failure, the king laughed so loudly that he shattered the palace windows. He recalled that, in the past, he had only lost one fight in his entire life, and that was to the Apostle of the Death of Sleep. Now, he wanted to use Asura as the key piece for his revenge. The next morning, Ransom got a scare when he found Libius standing right next to him so early in the day. The servant tried to report his encounter with the Emperor's knight, but Ransom, who only wanted peace, shrugged it off and commented that it was obvious there would be knights in the city since it was an imperial tournament. Ransom decided to focus on training his skills for the grand final. Meanwhile, Libius stood there grumbling and trying to figure out how to handle the Emperor without getting fired from his position as a priest by the Apostle. He even considered killing the Emperor, but realized the church would not like that idea. Things got exciting when Ransom finally went to check the earnings on his channel. He called the platform, and since he was now a celebrity, the process was incredibly fast. When he looked at the balance, he saw the number 2 followed by 6 zeros. At first, Ransom thought the amount was in won, the Korean currency, which would already be a nice amount of money. However, he suddenly almost dropped his phone on the floor when he realized his mistake. It was not 2 million won, it was $2 million. Back in the game, the announcer declared the end of the second match and called everyone for the main event. King Charon sat in his private booth with his eyes glued to the big screen, eager to see Asura fight in earnest. The king was not alone in the booth. He had invited Archmage Julia, a very beautiful blue-eyed elf with a very short temper. She was highly suspicious, believing the king was exaggerating the traveler's skills. Julia also found it strange that a grumpy bishop from the Temple of Thanatos was protecting the young man so fiercely. The king, wearing a smirk as if he harbored a grand secret, simply told Archmage Julia to wait and watch, promising she would witness something incredible. When Asura finally stepped into the arena, the change in him was immediately obvious to everyone. He wore a blue mask, signaling a shift in his character, and gripped a magic staff instead of his usual sword. Archmage Julia, who was notoriously strict when it came to mages, kept a sharp eye on him and remarked that she hoped he was truly skilled, as she never tolerated mistakes in sorcery. Even the king admitted he had never seen Asura fight as a mage, proving the young man was full of surprises. As soon as the match began, Ransom gave his opponent no room to breathe, launching fireballs and green energy projectiles with absurd speed. He had purchased the self-forgetfulness and blessing skills from the shop, combining them with dragon language. This powerful combination completely bypassed magic cooldown times, allowing Ransom to fire off spells continuously like a magical machine gun. Although the mana cost was doubled, it was a risk he was willing to take. His opponent, a player named Ark, proved why he was one of the top professionals by remaining completely calm, despite being bombarded by the relentless explosions. Ark tried to close the distance to initiate close combat, but he soon realized that approaching Asura was like jumping directly into an active volcano. He was suddenly struck from behind by several fireballs that Ransom had cleverly conjured out of nowhere, causing his health to plummet to 30%. The commentator was shocked, shouting that the player cast spells so quickly he seemed to have no limits. Recognizing that victory was slipping away, Ark decided that if he was going to lose, he would go down fighting. He vanished from sight with a swift movement, thinking that even if he could not defeat such a monster, he had to land at least one solid blow. Ark believed he saw an opening when he noticed Asura's magic circles had vanished, deducing that his opponent had run out of mana. However, this was a deadly illusion. The moment Ark charged forward, he stepped directly into a minefield. Asura had positioned magic landmines with surgical precision while pretending to focus solely on direct attacks. The trap triggered a massive 6-star flame explosion that instantly defeated Ark. The announcer went wild, declaring that after witnessing Asura the Hunter and Asura the Knight, they were now seeing the fantastic Asura the Mage. Ransom was proving to be a literal Swiss Army knife of destruction. Up in the VIP box, the atmosphere became highly entertaining. Archmage Julia was completely stunned, demanding to know how a low-level swordsman could possibly use 6-star magic and dragon language. King Charon was already excited about training Ransom himself, but Julia quickly cut him off, announcing that she would take the young man as her disciple. Just like that, two of the most powerful figures in the kingdom began bickering over who would get to teach him. After the match, Ransom politely greeted Ark, thanking him for the recorded battle since he was already calculating his future YouTube profits. Ark was so impressed that he requested to be friends, even stating that he would join Ransom's guild in a heartbeat if he ever created one. Ransom accepted the friend request, but privately noted that the guy was a bit too polite and seemed like the type to cause headaches later on. The fourth round was an absolute sweep for Ransom's guild. Steel defeated a top 100 player, Kaiser beat a fellow guild member from the Tenguri Guild who surrendered to let his leader pass, and Ao obliterated his opponent in record time. The final match of the round was a classic clash between the second and third ranked players, Rina and Soa. The battle was intense. Soa utilized dark chains that closely resembled Ransom's own abilities. Rina attempted to slice through the chains with her blade, but she was struck by a heavy, dark energy. In the end, Soa unleashed a Shadow Scythe skill that dealt massive damage and put Rina to sleep for 5 seconds. In a high-level matchup like this, 5 seconds was an eternity. Observing from the VIP box, Ransom felt a bit of pity for Rina, commenting that it was a shame because she would not have been caught if she had only maintained her distance. After that, Ransom was relaxing at home planning for the finals when Libius, his blue-haired servant, appeared trembling with fear. Right behind him, a rift in space tore open and the Archmage Julia emerged. She did not waste any time, stepping through with a smirk and offering to make Ransom her apprentice. The system immediately triggered several notifications, congratulating him just for surviving an encounter with Julia, which was a phenomenal feat. Simply because he was not vaporized by her on the spot, Ransom gained over 10 skill points in all of his techniques. Following the encounter, Ransom searched the internet forums to research Julia and found nothing but absolute absurdity. One player claimed he was killed by her and could not even submit a support ticket, while another player mentioned she had already killed him 9 times. Ransom realized he was backed into a corner, since accepting the apprenticeship meant dealing with a complete lunatic, but refusing her would probably get him blown to pieces. Meanwhile, Julia returned to the palace and got into an argument with King Karan, who threatened to cut her research funding for 10 years if she did not stop harassing his future student. The big day finally arrived, and the stadium was packed to the brim for the match everyone wanted to see, featuring the arrogant professional player Lucifer against Ransom. Lucifer entered the arena trash-talking immediately, calling Ransom a little freak and promising to chop him into tiny pieces. He believed he had already figured out Ransom's strategy, deducing that the mage would just spam spells, which meant Lucifer only needed to dodge everything, close the distance, and deliver the final blow. As soon as the buzzer sounded, Lucifer rushed straight toward Ransom. With the calm confidence of someone who had already secured $2 million, Ransom gave a single snap of his fingers. He unleashed his black flames and, before his opponent could even comprehend what was happening, activated the Melody of Thanatos skill, which paralyzed Lucifer and made him collapse unconscious from the pain. It was a humiliating and lightning-fast victory. As Lucifer's body dissolved into red particles, the stadium erupted in celebration for the new champion. When it was time for the award ceremony, the Archmage Julia was the one who appeared to hand out the prizes. Ransom tensed up, knowing that if he tried to run, that woman would hunt him to the ends of the earth, but destiny had other plans. Just as Julia approached to greet him, Ransom's narcolepsy triggered. He passed out right then and there, collapsing at the feet of the elf and leaving the entire stadium in dead silence. A moment later, someone in the crowd screamed that Julia had murdered the Asura, sending her into a panic as she desperately tried to explain that she had not done anything. Sometime later, Ransom woke up in a luxurious bed inside the imperial castle. The first face he saw was Libius, who was crying tears of joy. With his usual fanaticism, Libius claimed that everyone had felt the divine aura of his master's sleep, leaving Ransom to think that this guy truly believed he was some kind of god. To make matters worse, Libius almost started a fight with the king's messenger, calling the man rude for entering the room without warning. When Emperor Karen summoned Ransom for a private chat, Libius sent a telepathic message to the young man, stating that if the emperor showed any disrespect, they could start a war right then and there, and he would protect him. Ransom was absolutely horrified by Libius's boldness to threaten the emperor in the middle of the palace, thinking that his ally was trying to get them both killed. In any case, upon entering the throne room, Ransom prepared to kneel, but Emperor Karen was incredibly friendly. The ruler explained that since Ransom was a traveler and a player rather than a regular citizen, there was no need for such formalities. After that, the emperor apologized for Julia's childish and proud behavior. Julia did not appreciate being called immature and snapped back immediately, arguing that she was an adult and had been extremely polite. Immediately after, Emperor Karen and Archmage Julia got straight to the point and revealed they wanted Hansen to become their disciple. Hansen panicked, imagining that becoming an apprentice would be like a prison sentence where he would spend his entire day carrying buckets of water and training, leaving him with no time to record his videos for the internet. To refuse the proposal, he delivered a dramatic speech, explaining that he was a freedom-loving traveler who would lose the meaning of his journey if he were tied down to a master. Julia almost died laughing at his declaration, leaving Hansen red-faced with embarrassment because he realized he had sounded incredibly cheesy. The emperor quickly reassured him, explaining that he would not need to live in the castle since skill books existed nowadays. Karen clarified that although these books were practical, they only taught the basics, and anyone who relied solely on them would never create anything new. For him, being a master simply meant offering advice whenever the student got stuck, with the ultimate goal of helping Hansen learn everything and eventually create his own original skill book. Since they only wanted to pass on their knowledge and allow him to keep traveling the world, it became impossible for Hansen to refuse. Emperor Karen and Archmage Julia then swore by their own honor and titles that although the young man was now their apprentice, he would remain completely free, and if they ever broke this promise, they would lose everything. With those terms set, Hansen accepted the proposal with a huge smile. As soon as he accepted, the game system began sending several notifications. Hansen received 1,000 reputation points, 100 additional points to all of his stats, and the unique title of Disciple of Two Heavens. He was so thrilled with the rewards that he almost cried with joy, relieved that he had not let such an amazing opportunity slide. Julia and Karen then began showering Hansen with gifts that any other player would do anything to get. First, the Emperor gave him a legendary book called The Mastery of the Flesh Sword, which contained the strongest technique on the entire continent. Hansen also won the right to choose any item from the Imperial Treasury and received a direct wish voucher from the Emperor himself, with the only condition being that he should not ask for anything too absurd. Meanwhile, Julia handed him a gravity controller that ranged from level 1 to level 9, which he could activate using only his thoughts, a gift that also taught him the gravitational meteor technique. Hansen immediately imagined the scene of summoning 2 giant rocks from the sky in sequence, realizing how incredibly overpowered that would be. Julia got so excited about having a student that she began piling grimoires and precious jewels onto his back, leaving Hansen barely able to carry it all. However, she saved the best for last. She led him to a door that exuded a dark, heavy energy, confessing that unique grade items were a bit boring, and guided him straight into the heroic grade item room. Her advice was for him to grab whatever he wanted so they could leave before anyone saw them. Hansen did not understand what was happening, but he was certainly not going to turn down a robbery authorized by his own master. While Hansen cleaned out the treasury, Emperor Karen called Libaeus in for a serious conversation. Libaeus tried to act smart, but he was shocked when Karen revealed he already knew that Libaeus' master was now his own disciple. Back inside the treasury, Julia warned Hansen that he could only choose one item. In the middle of his search, he ended up finding the flawed creations of Ayla, which despite their name, were actually very strong items. He found number 1, which doubled his attack, and number 3, which greatly increased his mana conduction. When Hansen picked up both items, the system unlocked a special quest designed for players who possessed multiple artifacts of that set. Seeing that the treasury was being cleaned out, Julia rushed her disciples so they could leave before being caught red-handed. Shortly after, Emperor Karen noticed that Hansen had departed too quickly and became suspicious. He mentioned to Julia that he had never authorized the boy to take heroic grade items, especially the valuable creations of Ayla. Julia cynically defended her student, claiming she did not even know those items were in there. She then questioned the Emperor about why he was being so harsh on someone who could be the future Emperor, challenging him to go take the items back himself if he was unhappy about it. Karen was left speechless by her response. Meanwhile, far away in the Meadow of Plenty, an area for levels 181 to 199, Hansen decided to organize his inventory. He had a staff called Estless Brunch, which required level 200 to use, and the Ring of Killian, which granted over 100% magic attack. The system offered him the option to fuse the 2 items, and despite his fear of ruining his gear, Hansen decided to take the risk. The result was the Staff of Isla and Killian, an item so powerful that Hansen admitted it was just as good as legendary grade equipment. To test his new weapon, Hansen decided to use his newly acquired gravity magic. He only wanted to get a little exercise, but the spell ended up summoning a giant meteor into the sky. The explosion was colossal, killing all the surrounding monsters and completely destroying the wall of Ranamuma, which was a part of the Imperial City. The system began spamming notifications, and Hansen instantly jumped to level 100. However, his karma points also exploded, because the game technically registered his action as an attack on the Empire. Hansen stood shocked, staring at the massive crater he had caused, and thinking the spell was way too overpowered. The system then offered him an option to spend DP points to clear his name before he became the #1 enemy of the kingdom. Hansen panicked, realizing he had accumulated 12,640 karma points, which represented the absolute maximum level of evil in the game. Fortunately for Hansen, he managed to convert his reputation as a villain into skill points before getting caught. Best of all, because he was still a newcomer, nobody suspected him of the destruction. Instead, the townspeople started spreading rumors that Master Julia must have been in a bad mood and decided to take it out on the wall. The elf's fan club even grew excited at the prospect of seeing her angry face, while Hansen simply sighed in relief and mentally thanked his master for taking the blame. Now at level 100, Hansen decided to test the skills he received from the god Thanatos. First, he had a passive skill that would instantly kill any creature within a 100-meter radius if they tried to disturb his sleep. He also gained a skill called Prophetic Dream, which allowed him to take a nap and receive a random buff for 30 minutes. This buff could grant rapid growth or even allow him to get rich while sleeping, which is basically anyone's dream. Shortly after, Hansen received a new legendary quest, which required him to find the traces of the Apostles of Thanatos scattered across the continent. The catch was that he needed to complete this task before reaching level 150, and he knew that things in the royal castle were getting tense while the monsters grew stronger. Because of this, he decided to focus on leveling up as quickly as possible before heading out on the trail. To achieve this, he simply made it rain meteors across the entire map, leaving the field littered with empty mana potions as he defeated monsters for fast experience. While Hansen made fire rain from the sky, things were heating up elsewhere. A noble named Zarabel was furious because Lucifer had disappeared, causing Zarabel to lose his chance to impress his father. He ordered Gerald to hunt the man down and cursed Hansen, signaling that the situation was about to get complicated. Meanwhile, at the Temple of Thanatos, Pope Francis sent the black-haired girl, Holy Saint Soa, on a secret diplomatic mission to the Empire of Karen. Her goal was to retrieve a holy relic currently in the Emperor's possession. The Pope wanted to get his hands on an item of divine energy at all costs, but he doubted the Emperor would hand it over easily. He also commented that Libius was a brat and did not trust him to do the job right. 7 days passed after the tournament, and Hansen had already reached level 148. After switching his equipment, he departed for the royal castle of Fialos. Once there, he met Libius and a projection of the Apostle of Thanatos, who explained the dark history of the place. The former prince of Fialos was extremely envious and killed his own father to become the king. However, under his rule, the kingdom began to fall apart. When the Empire of Karen invaded the castle, the cowardly king used a fragment of the demon king's soul to make a wish that his kingdom would never be destroyed. The wish was granted, but in the most twisted way possible. The king became an immortal undead, and no matter how many times the emperor killed him, he would rise again. Consequently, the castle became an abandoned and cursed zone that no one could conquer. The apostle warned that this fight would be much harder than the one against the doppelganger, revealing that Libius was an essential support because he possessed the power to seal this demonic immortality. Since Hansen was the descendant of Thanatos, the system activated a special event. While he was in that dungeon, his experience gain and item drop rates would increase by 1.5 times. Once he completed the quest and defeated the king, the castle would vanish from the map forever, as this was a divine level quest that affected the entire continent. Always thinking of his channel and his audience, Hansen put on his black mask and initiated the raid. He entered the castle and was immediately greeted by undead soldiers, proving his reflexes were still sharp, as he deflected a spear and counterattacked with a red energy dagger. With a precise strike, he dealt critical damage that sent the monster flying and left the enemy stunned for 10 seconds. Even Hansen was surprised by the power of his new dagger. He began testing the swordsmanship techniques that Master Karen had taught him and was amazed, finding it to be the best skill he had ever used. Seeing this, the undead soldiers, who were brave just moments before, began to flee in despair and shouted to retreat, but it was useless. Hansen unleashed piercing punches and snapped his fingers to summon blue lightning. To finish them off, he used telekinesis to levitate all the weapons on the ground, leaving them to slice through the enemies on their own. When the horde seemed endless, he swapped his sword for a staff and cast a gravity meteor. The impact was so brutal that the fortress walls began to melt and collapse. Deep inside the castle, King Fialos finally sensed the intruder's presence and grew excited, noting that he had been waiting for him. Meanwhile, the undead knights tried to convince each other that Hansen was just a human and that they only needed to attack until he grew tired. The plan fell apart when Libius began shouting at the monsters, loudly confirming that Hansen was indeed just a human. Because the enemies assumed Hansen was exhausted after using his meteor skill, they decided this was the perfect moment to launch a coordinated attack and secure a victory. This forced Hansen to yell in anger at Libius, calling him an absolute idiot for giving away his humanity and doing the monsters such a massive favor. Thanks to that careless mistake, Hansen did not get even a single second to catch his breath. To make matters worse, an imposing knight named Mirando, the commander of the Royal Order, emerged from the chaotic crowd. Mirando pointed at Hansen, calling him a demon in human form, and declared that he would no longer tolerate the tyranny of the Empire. Hansen realized that even though these knights had transformed into monsters, they still stubbornly believed they were human, so he decided he would show them what a real demon looked like. From that point on, the battle became incredibly intense. Mirando activated his night will and indomitable body skills, releasing a surge of dark energy. Hansen reacted instantly, using his rapid movement skills to teleport directly behind his opponent. However, the commander was surprisingly fast and nearly broke Hansen's arms with the sheer force of his giant sword. Hansen quickly recognized that this opponent was the overlord of Heuer. After a frantic exchange of blows that nearly slammed Hansen into the wall, he managed to execute a precise piercing strike with his dagger. With a swift and calculated movement, Hansen sliced off the commander's fingers, forcing Mirando to drop drop his massive weapon. Hansen then leaped through the air, caught the enemy's giant sword mid-fall, and activated the Thanatos Nocturne skill. Channeling purple lightning, he sliced the commander cleanly in half. Mirando died crying, begging with his final breaths for his king to survive. Seeing their commander fall so easily, the remaining soldiers panicked and fled the room in absolute terror. Hansen felt a bit disappointed when the giant sword evaporated the moment the monster died, but his mood quickly improved when he saw the massive pile of high-quality loot scattered across the floor. He used his telekinesis to sweep all the items directly into his inventory, feeling that this difficult raid was already paying off. With Libius following close behind and constantly praising his terrifying strength, Hansen finally made his way into the throne room. Waiting inside was King Fialos, a massive 12-foot-tall monster surging with the power of the Demon King and the blessing of absolute immortality. Hansen immediately began analyzing the target to form a strategy, while Libius started preparing the Thanatos sealing spells to neutralize the king's immortality. The plan was straightforward, meaning they just had to strip away the king's regeneration and hit him with everything they had. Hansen drew his sword and prepared to rush forward, but he froze in disbelief at the surreal scene unfolding before him. Instead of fighting back, King Fialos dropped to his knees and began to weep, begging Hansen to end his life. The king explained that having immortality and watching the emperor fail to kill him felt great at first. However, after so much time, his existence had transformed into an eternal hell of endless torment. Filled with deep regret, the king wanted nothing more than to finally rest in peace. True to his dramatic nature, Libius interpreted the situation in the most exaggerated way possible. He burst into laughter and began to brag, shouting that his master was so incredibly powerful that the enemy could feel his greatness and begged for death before the battle even started. According to Libius, the king simply realized that the true power of Thanatos was the only force capable of breaking his curse. Meanwhile, Hansen stood there completely speechless, watching the most feared beast of the kingdom cry at his feet for a dignified death. Suddenly, the system interface began to glitch wildly, and while Hansen was still standing in the throne room, his inventory opened up all on its own. A legendary and mysterious egg floated out of Hansen's inventory, showing that it had a mind of its own. The egg stopped right in front of King Fialos, and the system notified Hansen that the item wanted to consume the Demon King's soul fragment inside the giant ox. The egg wobbled as if confirming the request, so Hansen gave his permission. Immediately, the item absorbed all of the dark energy from the ox. King Fialos, who desperately wanted to rest, thanked Hansen and finally evaporated, achieving a true death. As soon as the egg finished absorbing the soul, it began to crack. The system announced that the item level had increased and that the legendary rank egg was now hatching. A tiny talking demon broke through the shell, and though everyone in the kingdom thought the little creature was adorable, its stat sheet was incredibly impressive. It was an evolutionary pet, a rare companion that only those with the rank of god could ever obtain. The little demon possessed powerful skills, including one that consumed boss souls to increase its attributes, and another that absorbed enemy abilities. Its strongest skill was duplication, and the creature could even resurrect just 10 seconds after dying. Hansen was shocked by this incredibly short resurrection time, thinking the ability was a complete cheat. The tiny demon then hugged Hansen and called him the coolest master in the world. With this phase of the quest completed, Hansen leveled up to level 150. Suddenly, an apostle of Thanatos appeared to hand over the rewards, expressing great surprise when he noticed that the pet had devoured the power of both the Demon King and King Fialos. When it came time to choose his reward, Hansen had to decide between the Guide of Death and the Divine Jade Tablet. The Guide of Death was an impressive power that could be used once a month, but it cost 5 levels and 5 boss souls, which made Hansen very excited about its sheer strength. The apostle also delivered an important warning, explaining that Hansen would not be able to pass level 199 until he obtained the 2 divine weapons of Emperor Karen. However, the apostle did not know that Hansen was already close with the emperor. Hansen realized that if he had known he needed to return to the capital, he would have stocked up on many teleportation scrolls. Shortly after, the dungeon began to disappear, and the system expelled everyone from the area. Hansen recalled a previous conversation where King Karen mentioned he intended to deliver the divine weapons to Kadradal. Therefore, the plan now was to return to the capital, meet with the emperor, claim the weapons, and hand over an artifact to break the mysterious seal. Meanwhile, Libios went into his usual dramatic mode, throwing himself to the floor and begging for death because he felt guilty about something. Emperor Karen ignored the drama and explained to Hansen that the path to the Temple of Thanatos was a difficult desert where teleportation did not work. This would normally require a 1-month journey on foot in the game, which was equivalent to about 6 days in real life. Fortunately, because he liked Hansen so much, Karen solved the problem quickly. Emperor Charon ordered a high-speed flying ship for Hansen. Since the vessel would take about a week to be ready, Hansen received a magical pager to notify him when it was time to board. Right after, Hansen noticed that his newly hatched legendary pet looked a bit depressed, and soon discovered the reason. The little creature did not have a name yet. After a funny misunderstanding where Hansen assumed the pet was a boy, and the pet corrected him by saying she was a girl, he chose the name Tina. Tina was absolutely thrilled. Hansen was amazed when he looked at her stats, as the pet had hatched from a shop egg imbued with the power of Thanatos, making her far stronger than any normal creature. Meanwhile, at the Heroes Guild Castle, the leader Hina was buried under a mountain of paperwork because of the massive influx of people wanting to join after the tournament. Rowena, Hansen's sister, suggested taking her brother on a tour of the castle to try and convince him to join their team. Rowena's friend Iyun had already figured out that Hansen was the legendary player Asura, but Rowena was such a huge fan of Asura that she never even suspected the legendary player lived in the very next room. Iyun decided to tag along on the tour just to enjoy the situation and get some rest, while Hina, who had already faced Asura in battle, also wanted to participate. Back in the real world, Rowena asked Hansen if he minded Hina joining them on the tour. Hansen, being very clever, realized that both girls already knew his true identity. He figured that if he told his sister he was Asura right then, she wouldn't believe him anyway. He accepted their presents and agreed to go with Rowena, without his sister realizing that the next day's tour would be a meeting of giants. Hansen reached level 160 by using gravity meteors to blow up everything in sight. He was accompanied by Agro, a blonde warrior who served as the perfect bait. Agro would run around to lure all the monsters on the map, and then Hansen would finish the entire group off with area of effect magic. It was the perfect method to level up quickly, and Hansen had to admit his companion was very good at his job. Before heading to their meeting in the city, Hansen ordered Agro and little Tina to stay hidden and quiet so they wouldn't attract attention, and Tina promised to be as silent as a little mouse. Hansen went to meet Rowena at a cafe. While they waited for Hina and Yoon, Rowena was completely enchanted when she saw Tina. Hansen introduced the pet and left his sister gushing over how cute she was. To make her even happier, Hansen gave Tina a voice soul to eat. The pet loved the snack, and Rowena almost lost her mind from the sheer cuteness. When Hina and Yoon finally arrived, Hina went straight to the point and asked if Rowena had gone out with her brother. The atmosphere instantly became awkward, but things were about to get much worse. Suddenly, the sky turned blood red, and a massive explosion destroyed the entire cafe, scattering glass and fire everywhere. The Archmage Julia appeared in the middle of the destruction, complaining and demanding to know why Hansen had not visited her the last time he was at the palace, since she was his master. The chaos was absolute. Rowena went into shock as she finally realized her brother was the legendary Asura, her ultimate idol. Out on the street, people began to gossip about whether Hansen was a disciple of Julia or the Emperor, questioning if it was even right to have two masters at the same time. The owner of the cafe was desperate over the financial ruin, but disaster department officials from the palace quickly arrived and announced that the Emperor would cover all the damages, as they were already used to Julia's destructive tendencies. Libios fell to his knees, crying tears of rage and cursing Julia as a vile and disgraceful woman, hating the fact that he had to share his master's attention with her. Julia simply snapped her fingers and decided to take Hansen, Rowena, Hina, and Ewan to a more private and intact location. She teleported everyone to her laboratory in the capital and immediately began to spoil Hansen. Emperor Charon had planned to give the young man a standard flying boat for his travels, but Julia, being highly competitive, preferred to give him something much better, a lightning magic mount skill book. Hansen was incredibly impressed, since that skill meant he wouldn't have to spend points in the system shop, realizing that Julia and Karen were actively competing to see who could give him the best gifts. Before they left, Julia even promised to give him an even stronger skill during his next visit. The reality of the situation finally set in for Rowena. She was completely confused as she realized her brother Hansen was Asura, remembering all the times she had praised the legendary warrior right in front of him. Hansen tried to be diplomatic and apologized for the mess Julia caused at the cafe, but Rowena remained in a state of shock. Even so, she and Hina decided to go ahead with the plan to take Hansen on the exclusive tour of Eckstein Castle, their guild headquarters. During the tour, Hansen got a feel for how the place operated and saw that the Mage Guild was led by Eden, Rowena's cousin, and the top-ranked player on the official leaderboard. The guild operated on an elite system where outstanding mages were promoted to the main group. What truly caught Hansen's attention was the Lord's Dungeon. Rowena showed him a secret cave inside the castle that could only be accessed with special permission. The monsters in that area were level 300 and above, above and dropped terrible items, but the experience points were absolutely absurd, making the castle the perfect spot to level up at lightning speed. Additionally, Rowena mentioned that the Emperor also had a similar dungeon in his palace, and Hansen immediately kept that information in mind so he could ask Master Karen for permission to train there later. The tour was going wonderfully, with Hansen admiring the fortress and thinking about asking the Emperor for a castle of his own, when the sky suddenly turned purple. A giant magical barrier appeared, and the castle came under aerial attack. And the strangest part was that the system did not send any invasion alerts, even though the defense of the walls was dropping rapidly. A worried Rowena immediately gave the order for everyone to evacuate due to the invasion. However, that magical barrier had not been hit by a monster, but rather by Libius. Hansen's loyal servant had scaled the wall with the last of his strength, and while trying to reach his master, he ended up crashing headfirst into the magical barrier. Rowena was stunned to see that the protection, which could withstand hours of attacks from level 300 monsters, was shattered by a single non-player character who didn't even get hurt. Hansen, dying of embarrassment, gave Libius a hard smack on the head and apologized for his clueless friend, without her knowing that the non-player character's level was actually absurdly high. After the scare, everyone headed to the meeting room. To the surprise of everyone, including Hina, Rowena explained the true situation and decided that the Eckstein Guild could not accept Hansen. The reason was not that he was bad, but rather that he was far too strong for them, with a massive gap in power and influence that would never allow him to fit in as a regular member. Meanwhile, in another location, members of the Black Mercenary Guild were discussing their internal situation after their former leader Zarabel was kicked out for incompetence. Now, a group of high-ranking members consisting of Eli, Gong, DeYoung, and other allies planned their next moves. Eli had saved up a good amount of money predicting that Asura would win the tournaments, and the group wanted to take down the Mythic Guild, which was connected to the Eckstein Guild. However, they were hesitating after discovering that Rowena belonged to an extremely wealthy and influential family in South Korea, making a direct attack highly risky. The villains also considered the possibility of Asura joining the Eckstein Guild, but they quickly realized that even with all their money, it would be impossible to hire him. The warrior made so much money from his internet channel that working for others made no sense at all. Because of this, the villains decided they would only fight where victory was completely guaranteed. They chose to act in secret, hiring a professional player to wait for the right moment to strike instead of clashing with Hansen directly for now. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Rowena was very honest and explained that she could not hire Hansen as a regular member. She felt it would be wrong to act as the boss of someone who was a disciple of the Emperor and Julia, not to mention a world-famous content creator. She believed doing so would be disrespectful to his masters. Instead, Rowena proposed that Hansen create his own official guild so that their two organizations could become allies. This way, he would gain access to secret dungeons, media support, and information or items at cost price. In exchange, she only asked that if Hansen discovered secrets of the main story scenario or legendary artifacts, he would share that information with her, as her guild's goal was precisely to change the history of the virtual world. Hansen said he would think about it, though he liked the idea of having this support while focusing on the Temple of Thanatos. Before continuing his journey, he decided to test his new legendary skills and bought an A-rank technique called the Arrow of Destruction from Arhembride, a hero who saved the continent in the past. He went into the middle of the forest to hunt red orcs and discovered that using the bow was much more fun than he imagined, especially with the skill marking the vital points of his enemies in red. If Hansen hit the target dead on, the skill instantly drained 3% of the monster's total health points, no matter how strong the creature was. Little Tina, continuing her role as his assistant, warned him that if they walked another kilometer in that direction, they would encounter a boss. She was already excited, flying around him and begging him to defeat the monster quickly because she wanted to eat its soul sphere, calling it a delicious snack. Later, while they were frying eggs for breakfast, the tension rose between Hansen and Rowena. She could not take it anymore and demanded explanations, asking why he had hidden the fact that he was Asura. To resolve everything once and for all, Hansen decided to stop hiding and told her the truth. He revealed that he possessed a god-level class and was the descendant of Thanatos, the god of death and sleep. His sister almost fell backward, thinking it was a joke, but he explained that after revealing his identity as Asura, lying about the rest made no sense. Furthermore, with the huge payout he received from YouTube, which was much larger than he expected, Hansen suggested they move to a new house. Rowena accepted the proposal immediately, thrilled that she would get to handle all the decoration and design of the new mansion. As a bonus, she secured the right to watch her brother's videos first, before anyone else on YouTube. Back in the game, Hansen needed to reach the Temple of Thanatos and decided to test a risky tactic by hitching a ride on a gravitational meteor. The trip was pure chaos, with the system constantly warning him about critical impact damage. Hansen broke into a cold sweat, knowing that any mistake meant instant death, while Libius found the whole thing hilarious since he lacked any common sense. When the meteor finally landed, it crashed right into the middle of the main temple. The scene there was striking, with fervent believers slamming their heads on the floor until they bled in worship of the statue of Thanatos. The local bishop was observing the scene until he felt a familiar holy energy coming from the meteor falling toward them. As soon as the dust settled and Hansen crawled out of the crater thinking he was going to die, the crowd recognized his companion. Libius was not just any servant, but a cardinal of the Church of Thanatos, who had been demoted to a simple priest and exiled. The believers still loved him, calling him the most sincere priest in the church. As soon as Libius ordered the crowd to step back, a robust man with bulging veins on his forehead appeared. Hansen thought he was about to get beaten up, but the man turned out to be the rector and head of the Church of Thanatos. He treated Hansen with great respect because he was the descendant of Thanatos. The rector explained that they had been trying to break the seal on the divine relics for ages, but had only managed to complete the first stage. He added that Thanatos himself used these items to punish evil gods. Hansen got excited, imagining he would get a powerful weapon and a stylish chain, but the reality was very different. Meanwhile, in the offices of Inferno, the company that runs the game, the developers were in shock because Hansen managed to reach the main scenario much earlier than expected. No other player with a divine class in the other servers had come close to this achievement. Finally, the relics of Thanatos were revealed. The first was the fluffy pillow of Thanatos, which doubled health and mana regeneration just by being held, and if the user took a nap with it, it doubled a random attribute. The other item was the cozy blanket of Thanatos, which cut negative effects from enemies in half, and if the user slept with it, the attribute points gained from narcolepsy doubled. Hansen did the math and realized he could gain 10 free attribute points a day just by sleeping for 2 hours in real life, which was the dream of any gamer. Shortly after, the apostle appeared out of nowhere and looked disappointed, as the seal had already been opened, and he had wanted to send Hansen on a long quest before that happened. The dean of the temple was absolutely furious with the apostle for his disrespect, and the two immediately started arguing. After the apostle finally left, the dean shared a piece of historical gossip with Hansen. A long time ago, that very same apostle fled with all the sacred relics and divine items, leaving the Church of Thanatos in complete poverty. In the old days, the church ruled over the entire continent, but they lost all their power after losing the relics. Nowadays, almost no one follows the religion anymore, except for prisoners and a few marginalized races. The dean confessed that, in reality, they are just priests looking after an empty temple, waiting for the descendant who will bring back their former glory. Shortly after, the Pope of the Church, Francis, opened up to Hansen and explained that their religion is quite decadent, with almost no human followers left, which is why they focus on helping other races. The problem is that, in the homeland of one of the cardinals, workers discovered a strange cave during a mining operation where an unprecedented death energy flows. Francis explained that this is a cold, evil death energy, completely different from the gentle energy of the god Thanatos. Several bishops and priests tried to enter the area, but they were blocked by an invisible barrier that only allows players between level 150 and level 200 to pass through. Since Hansen was currently within that level range, the Pope asked for his help, which immediately turned into a quest. To guide Hansen to the village, the Pope introduced Cardinal Carotte. Hansen was shocked to see that the cardinal has rabbit ears, though he seems to be a very nice person. Carotte quickly apologized for the behavior of Libius, making it clear that the two of them do not get along at all. Libius wanted to tag along anyway, causing his usual drama, but Pope Francis strictly forbade his entry. The reason was a dirty job that only Libius could do, which involved hunting down the enemies of the church. The Pope had discovered the location of these enemies through a black knight named Ferdinand. Libius accepted the mission with great determination, promising not only to destroy the root, but also the very souls of his targets, making the Pope feel as though he had just unleashed a rabid dog to solve the problem. Meanwhile, to travel to the village, Carotte took Hansen on a giant dragon. The cardinal explained that dragons use magic to cancel out the wind and gravity, making the flight incredibly smooth and fast. Hansen was deeply impressed by the journey and started planning to ask Emperor Charo for one of his own, keeping it a secret from Julia, since he really wanted a flying dragon. As soon as they arrived in the underground city with Cardinal Carotte, the game system went crazy. Hansen discovered that he had found the Sanctuary of Rotting Death, which is the main key to Scenario 1. This was a massive event, because if he completes the quest, the scenario will be unlocked for all players on the server through a global announcement. In addition, he will receive skill books and items of incredibly high value, perhaps even divine tier, making him the player who wrote history in the virtual world. Hansen stayed alert, and asked Karot to watch the entrance, warning her that if he does not return in 10 days, it means something went wrong. He also thought about warning Rina, since the only other person with a high enough level to enter the cave with him is Yum. Before he stepped inside, Karot made a shy request, asking if Hansen could treat her with the same closeness and informality that he uses with Libius. Hansen accepted the request and plunged into the cavern. The moment he set foot inside, he gained an extra 20 points in all stats just for being the first to unlock the quest. However, the system warning was troubling, revealing that the rotting death denied all existence, which indicated that the difficulty level here was extreme. Hansen realized he was already being watched by a Death Baron, the boss of the area. To avoid showing all his cards right at the start, he decided to fight in an unpredictable way, using skills he had never shown before. Right after that, a soldier of rotting death appeared. The creature was extremely tough, with gray blood and skin as hard as a club. Hansen tried to use the arrow of a Hambride to identify its vital points, but he realized the enemy had a trick up its sleeve. Hansen discovered that he could cancel the skill midway through to avoid wasting the cooldown time, even if it cost him a little mana. In addition, he identified that the weak spot of the soldiers was right at the navel, where his hits guaranteed critical damage. While Hansen fought against the common soldiers, a mysterious blonde man watched everything from a throne, drinking and enjoying the spectacle. He realized that Hansen was a descendant of Thanatos, who still did not use his full divine power. Because of this, the blonde man ordered his army to give the traitor the welcome he deserved, announcing his arrival. Back at the game control center, known as Inferno, the staff watched Hansen on the big screen in absolute disbelief. In a very short amount of time, he had entered the cave at level 172 and had already advanced to level 175. The manager, Mr. Ram Cho, was highly impressed by the player's intelligence, as Hansen kept activating and canceling his vital point detection skill to save mana and strike with precision, playing efficiently to preserve his character. The main issue was that the Death Baron, who served as the area boss, could manually move the monsters to surround the player. Mr. Cho pointed out that the original plan intended for players to clear this section only on their 4th or 5th attempt, which completely ruined Hansen's chances of winning on his first try. Even so, the staff remained deeply worried because a victory now would award Hansen a divine energy item that was supposed to appear only around level 400. Furthermore, Thanatos possessed 3 sacred items, unlike other gods who only had 1, and Hansen already had 2 of them, with the 3rd one being very close. Mr. Cho was so stressed out by the constant surprises caused by Hansen that he moved his computer directly to the server room, avoiding the need to go up and down the stairs to give explanations to the director. While the employees panicked, Hansen continued to defeat the monsters and accumulate a massive amount of experience. He noticed that whenever he tried to rest, the Death Baron would send more soldiers to attack him. Cansado of being manipulated, Hansen decided he would no longer follow the boss's pace. In that tense moment, he gave some monster meat to Tina as a reward for her cheering. Although the taste was terrible, she told him not to worry, as she could smell delicious things like items or boss souls from far away. Tina pointed to a corner of the wall and used her sense of smell to find a loose brick, which revealed a secret passage. The Death Baron was left completely confused, unable to understand how the player had discovered a path that not even he knew existed. Inside, Hansen found an old laboratory belonging to the Church of Thanatos. There were no skill books, but he did find diaries and a letter explaining the history of that place. According to the text, the ancient members of the church had rebelled against the god Thanatos and, as a result, were cursed with the rotting death. They remained trapped there for ages, believing they had been betrayed, when in reality they were the ones responsible for their own ruin. At the end of the letter, the ancient apostle mentioned that he had left a gift for anyone who found the place. Hansen discovered that the gift was actually a self-destruction device for the sanctuary. He pressed the button and ran immediately. The Death Baron, who was waiting for Hansen to fall into his trap, fell into complete despair upon seeing the sacred energy accumulated underground trigger a massive explosion. As Hansen ran toward the safety zone, the system continuously displayed messages of gained experience. The explosion destroyed almost the entire undead army that the Baron had spent centuries building. Protected by a magic dome, the villain watched everything turn to ashes with absolute rage. Hansen even made fun of the situation, commenting that it burned beautifully and that it was the best experience points he had ever obtained in his life. He realized that the people from the Church of Thanatos were truly a bunch of lunatics for installing a bomb in their own sacred ground, but to him it was a stroke of great luck. Even after the gigantic explosion, the Death Baron remained alive, which slightly frustrated the young man, who was already eager to claim the laurels of victory. The boss became furious and began casting magic in all directions, but Hansen used the tactic of driving his opponent crazy, provoking him and dodging everything to make the Baron waste energy and lose his precision. In the end, it went exactly as expected. The Baron became so blinded by rage that he did not even see Hansen approach from behind using his concealment skill. Hansen fired an arrow charged with red energy, and the boss fell to his knees. The Baron even tried to play his last card by entering the third combat phase, becoming invincible for a short time to recover. But as soon as the shield fell, Hansen did not even give him room to breathe. First, the Baron's foot turned to stone and he was stuck in place. Next, an arrow to the forehead caused painful hallucinations, paralyzing the boss for 3 seconds. Finally, Hansen activated the Death Saturday skill, which put the Baron to sleep for 1 minute and doubled all the damage he received while napping. That was the end of the line. Hansen finished the job with an explosion, ending the video recording on a high note. Meanwhile, back at the Hero Guild castle, Rina and the rest of the group were almost giving up on searching for information about the religion of Thanatos. They were completely exhausted and starting to think that the entire story did not even exist. Right at the moment of discouragement, Quasar burst into the room shouting that he had news. A global announcement had just appeared on the screens of every player on the server, warning them that Asura had completed the first part of the main scenario. The system alerted everyone that because of this massive achievement, major changes would begin to happen across the continent. Best of all, a patch update would not even be necessary, as the story simply moved forward naturally thanks to the player's actions. Meanwhile, Ransom emerged from the fight completely exhausted. He admitted to himself that, if not for his plan to blow everything up, he never would have defeated the Baron alone, especially since his mana was at its absolute limit. Even so, the rewards made every drop of sweat worth it. First, he gained the Breath of Thanatos skill, which was a highly powerful area of effect ability that released poison and blocked enemy vision. He also received a divine item, the Balahai Chalice Relic, which was incredibly overpowered since it restored 100% of health and mana up to 3 times a day, while also allowing him to cast 4 gravitational meteors in a row. Ransom was left feeling a bit foolish, thinking the item was just too broken. At the same time, the Apostle, who had robbed the church in the past, was hiding in a secluded location planning his next moves. Holding a magic sphere, he thought about hiding a divine object in a place where nobody would ever dare to step, right near the lair of a black dragon surrounded by a dark mist. He seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the situation, eager to see the reaction of anyone, likely God Thanatos himself, who tried to retrieve the next relic. Back in the real world and across the game forums, the name Asura was on everyone's lips. Ransom's sister and Reyna kept demanding to know every single detail of the main quest so they could pass the information along to Rina. Ransom was dying of exhaustion and only wanted a bit of peace, especially since everyone now wanted a piece of the information he had obtained. Back in the game, to avoid a dramatic reunion with Libius, Ransom gave Cardell Carodi an excuse, telling her that he urgently needed to go to the imperial capital, and asked her to notify the Pope. He then hopped onto his meteor mount and took off, finding the travel much more enjoyable now that he was used to it. The scene then shifts to the port city of Fabian, where a mysterious group with glowing red eyes already knew about the death of the Baron. A man wearing glasses commented enigmatically that he had expected this outcome and that everything was happening exactly as he had foreseen, since the Baron was only the tip of the iceberg. This group deeply detested the current Pope of the Church of Thanatos, Francis, and claimed that God Thanatos had abandoned them 500 years ago. Their leader was a man named Vladica, who tolerated no questioning, demanding that they either follow his plan or die. They wanted to break the sacred seal to conquer the continent, though Vladica secretly thought his allies were idiots for underestimating the players of Continent 5000, which was the game world. They knew that the Church of Thanatos, even in its decline, was still highly powerful. While Hansen traveled, Olybius found one of the heretical barons named Periate. Displaying an intimidating purple aura, Olybius demanded that he reveal everything he knew. Once he secured the information, he took the life of the heretic and threw the body into the water, anxious to quickly finish his job and return to his master. Hansen finally returned to the capital and went to speak with Emperor Charon. The Emperor was shocked to see that, while Hansen had been at level 150 during their last meeting, he had reached level 182 in the blink of an eye. As a reward for investigating the gray-skinned heretics and completing the intermediate quest of the main scenario, Charon gifted him a growth-type legend-ranking skill book, which was an extremely rare technique that grew stronger alongside the player. Hansen felt a bit embarrassed to receive such a grand gift, but the Emperor insisted that the information brought to him was worth far more than that. Following this, Charon extended an official invitation for Hansen to participate in an elite tournament among the disciples of the most powerful masters on Continent 5000. Hansen thought the Emperor seemed just like a grandfather giving a present to his grandson. Charon explained that he was not forced to go, but mentioned that the other competitors were also newcomers, and that one of them was a wanderer. Hansen, wanting to test his new growth skill, accepted the invitation immediately. He decided to pause his main quests to focus on this event, resolving to deal with the Heroes Guild at a later time. While Hansen was relaxing, Cardinal Karat arrived riding her black dragon. He He found this mode of transport much more stylish and comfortable than traveling on a noisy meteor. She brought a gift from the Pope along with a tense warning, explaining that the gray-skinned enemies had already infected almost all central areas of the map and were highly scattered, making them difficult to track. Because of this, Karot requested authorization for the Church of Thanatos to operate within the Empire. The Emperor felt proud that Hansen had destroyed one of the enemy hideouts, so he gave the church the green light and guaranteed he would take care of his disciples' safety. Karot then flew away on her dragon to continue the hunt, leaving Hansen wishing he had a mount like that. Karen found his reaction amusing, thinking that every adventurer was naturally fascinated by dragons. Hansen began connecting the dots and realized that the story of the rotting death must be the major global event of main scenario 3, which all players on the Korean server could participate in. Shortly after, he went to check his rewards. He received a box containing parts of a very powerful equipment set and a book to unlock a random class skill, hoping to obtain a divine rank technique. A moment later, a sacred dragon tried to invade the Emperor's space and threatened to incinerate him. Karen remained completely unfazed and released such an absurd pressure that the dragon retreated immediately, realizing the Emperor stood at the absolute top of the food chain. Sharon only spared the creature's life because he had learned to control his temper with age, but he still chose to teach the invader an unforgettable lesson. With a single strike, Karen tore off part of the dragon's wing, leaving the creature in shock and crying out in agony. The beast recalled an ancient legend about a man who hunted entire dragon clans just to rip out their hearts. The dragon used to think that story was nothing more than a myth, but it discovered the hard way that Hansen's master was that very man. With total calm, Karen commented that a pureblood dragon was much better than the mutts running around these days, leaving his opponent too terrified to even react. Meanwhile, in the mountains of Gomelpos, a place famous for blacksmiths and lava, Julia went to meet the old master Doralis and his disciple Will. The conversation began with heavy mockery when Doralis called Hansen a magic swordsman, claiming that anyone who tries to learn everything, like swords and magic, ends up mastering nothing. He argued that a student should focus on only one specialty. Julia almost exploded with anger and shot back that the world had changed, asserting that her gravity magic could distort space and time. She then called Doralis a wild boar who could not find a decent student and just wanted to give lectures. Faced with the bickering of the two elders, Will just wanted the ground to swallow him whole. On top of that, he saw through the system that he would have to fight Asura soon. To Will, Asura was a living legend, and he still could not process the fact that he would have to face him in the tournament. His master then smacked him on the back of the neck to get him to pay attention and focus on his training. Over at the game development company, Mr. Cho was in a panic because he could not understand why Emperor Karan was torturing dragons, and he feared that Hansen, as the Emperor's disciple, would completely break the storyline. Mr. Cho also mentioned that the Descendant of Thanatos class was already a massive problem on its own, since it distorted the main scenario. The only good news was that the other characters linked to Thanatos, like Libius and the Saint of Thanatos, who was Han himself, were following their quests normally. The plan now was to prevent the Saint from interfering with Hansen's path for the time being, to keep things from turning into a total mess. Even so, Mr. Cho and his team remained desperate as they realized the rotting death plot of the gray-skinned villains was spiraling out of control. The original plan dictated that the followers of the god Thanatos would protect Han, but since he had become a global celebrity, the non-player characters were stuck, not knowing how to act without exposing their master. To make matters worse, Libius abandoned his post of hunting villains across the continent and rushed to the capital just to be close to Hansen, making Cho tear his hair out over how the artificial intelligence of the characters was breaking the script. Back in the real world, Han decided to head to his master's martial arts academy. On the way, he passed by an arcade and noticed a crowd gathered around a fighting capsule. A young man was on a winning streak of 13 victories and was considered invincible by everyone. Han decided to discreetly test his physical skills in the simulator and ended up winning the match. His opponent stepped out of the capsule furious, but Han left quickly before he could be recognized, leaving the young man talking to himself while collecting his lost coins. When Han arrived at training, he got a surprise, as the player he had just defeated in the simulator was Raymond, the top student of his martial arts master. The master introduced the two of them, completely unaware that they had just faced each other in the game. Raymond, who was obsessed with fighting, immediately recognized the combat style from somewhere and challenged Han to a duel right then and there using training swords. The fight was extremely intense. Raymond ended up with a bleeding hand after the swords clashed, and he was deeply surprised by Han's evolution, commenting that Han seemed to grow stronger by the second, which proved he was a monster. With that in mind, Raymond began to connect the dots. In Raymond's mind, If Han was this absurd in a real-life fight, he would be even more incredible inside the game. Raymond even started to think that Han was so menacing that he resembled the famous player Asura, or that he might actually be Asura himself. Shortly after, the master gave Han a good scolding for disappearing for months because of a game, while Raymond was now completely obsessed with training with Han every single day. Raymond confessed that he also played the game and was part of the same religious faction, though he admitted he thought most of the members were pretty weak. He mentioned hearing rumors that the leader of the religion had recently appeared, though he had not run into him yet, never once suspecting that Han himself was the actual boss of the group. After the training session, Han headed home happy that his practices would be much more exciting from now on, realizing he just needed to sneak inside so his sister would not see him covered in sweat. Meanwhile, inside the game, things were heating up at the Imperial Palace. While Emperor Charon and Master Julia were away, several high-profile guests arrived for the tournament. Among them were Wolfram of Bulak and his apprentice Titan, Durlus and his disciple, and Mubao, the apprentice of the Beast King Elgos. Mubao was an arrogant guy who arrived alone because his master did not think the event was even worth attending. The moment Titan saw Han, he almost had a heart attack, since he was the #1 fan of the player Astro, and quickly rushed over to ask for an autograph. On the other hand, Wolfram immediately noticed that Han was incredibly strong and overflowing with divine energy. A little later, Julia arrived and knocked the poor Durlus to the ground, immediately starting an argument with the other masters. She placed a high bet that Han would easily defeat all the other disciples, but the tension rose when Mubao stepped forward. He was extremely arrogant, which caused the others to start calling him a cocky monkey, though everyone had to admit that his massive self-confidence made him a dangerous opponent. While all this chaos was happening at the Empire, Emperor Charon was far away in the mountains, speaking with the Dragon Lord Ocasius, who revealed that Charon had saved the dragon race in the past. During their meeting, Charon asked for a dragon as a gift for his new disciple. Ocasius handed over a dragon egg that he had received from the god of the sky himself, explaining that it would be much better if Han raised the creature from birth to forge a strong bond, rather than receiving an adult dragon. Back at the tournament, Emperor Charon kicked off the event and explained the rules of the matches. Since the life of each apprentice was precious and no one was allowed to actually die, Master Julia created a protective barrier around each participant that functioned as an extra life bar. If the protection ran out, the fighter would lose the duel immediately. The catch was that even with the barrier active, the fighters would still feel pain, so no one could afford to take things easy. Mubao, the apprentice of the Beast King, wanted to be the first to fight. He did not use weapons or refined techniques, relying solely on the raw strength of his own body and fists. As soon as the match began, Han activated a dark aura skill tied to his divine class and landed a blow so powerful that Mubao fell to his knees spitting blood, with his protective barrier almost entirely destroyed. Mubao and the other masters immediately began to complain, claiming it was unfair to use divine energy in a tournament meant for disciples. Han was outraged, since he was a descendant of Thanatos, and that power belonged to him. However, Emperor Charon accepted the complaint and decided that Han would no longer use his divine power, but would be free to use any other technique. Mubao thought he finally had a chance, but he forgot that Han was also a student of Julia. Without being able to use his dark aura, Han simply summoned a giant gravitational meteor right at him. The impact caused a massive explosion that completely destroyed the arena, leaving Mubao flat on the ground. With Han's obvious victory, the defeated Mubao had to be carried away by the soldiers. Master Ulfron and the elder Duralos were left in complete shock by the display. Ulfron looked at his student, Titan, thinking that he did not want his disciple to suffer the same brutal fate. Titan, who was famous for his extreme resilience and a body as hard as iron, secretly admitted to himself that he could never survive an impact like that, even with all his willpower. Han, on the other hand, walked out of the arena completely unsatisfied, complaining that he wished he could have had more fun. After witnessing the devastating meteor impact, Master Ulfron and Master Duralos decided they had seen enough. They resolved to leave immediately with their disciples to prevent them from becoming Han's next victims. Meanwhile, Master Julia was bursting with pride and decided to treat Han to whatever food he wanted, offering to pay for the entire meal herself. Emperor Charon then presented the grand prize to the victor, which was the dragon egg of the Dragon Lord, gifted directly by the god of the sky. The Emperor also revealed that as soon as Han surpassed level 200, the Imperial Family Dungeon would be opened exclusively for him. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Inferno, the company responsible for the game, an employee named Alice was trying to understand why the main scenario was changing so drastically. She analyzed how Han, as the descendant of Thanatos and now the disciple of the Emperor, had become an unpredictable variable that the computer could not calculate. Because of this anomaly, the game system had to adjust the difficulty level and the rewards of the entire main scenario in real time just to keep up with his rapid pace. Despite the massive amount of extra work, Alice found the situation highly entertaining and decided to simply observe the next moves of this extraordinary player. Elsewhere, Rena and the Heroes Guild were on a tense mission to reach the headquarters of the Church of Thanatos. A secret force field covered the entire mountain, which completely blocked anyone from using teleportation. The group also discovered that even a common priest of Thanatos was much stronger than a bishop from other religions. To make matters worse, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Since the shaking did not feel like it was caused by a monster or a natural earthquake, Rena ordered everyone to advance with extreme caution. As they drew closer, they saw a massive crowd of believers and warriors working together to sculpt a giant statue of Thanatos directly into the rock of the mountain. Meanwhile, on the dark side, a powerful monster sitting upon his throne sensed that a descendant of Thanatos had finally awakened. The monster revealed that a fragment of the Demon King's soul, which had been sealed away long ago by an apostle of Thanatos, needed to be recovered, and he ordered his servants to bring it to him immediately. The monster's servants began to march toward the royal castle of Fialos. Knowing they were weak and that the clans of Thanatos were actively hunting them, their plan was to move in secret and avoid any potential traps. At the same time, in Elhain, the city of the elves, Varen, one of the leaders of the Black Alliance, was planning her next moves. She had her eyes on two epic boss monsters, which were Argenta the Thunderbird and Nurk the Steel Serpent. These monsters were unique and would never respawn in the game once they were defeated. Varen believed that focusing solely on the main scenario was a mistake, as her true goal was to gain profit and reputation. She invested about 100 million to hire elite mercenaries to complete the job that the major guilds had failed to do, aiming to steal an unknown treasure in the dungeon that was worth far more than the boss monsters themselves. Han decided to accept this mercenary job to earn some money and learn more about high-level raids. He kept his actual level a secret and introduced himself simply as Han. He was paired up with a black-haired player who went by the name of Death. The atmosphere between the two of them was awkward until Death decided to break the silence, telling Han not to worry because he was incredibly strong, and then claiming that he was actually one of the best friends of the famous Han. Varen laid out the rules real clear for the mercenaries. They'd be attacking in pairs. If the signal went off, they had to retreat immediately to lock in the withdrawal bonus. On the flip side, if they died in combat, there'd be no insurance, no compensation for lost items. Every man for himself. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries were going over the boss reports and knew this fight would be brutal, even with backup from 4 meteors in a row. Far from there, a dark knight showed up at the ruined castle and noticed the Demon King's soul fragment was gone. He instantly knew a descendant of Thanatos had been through there. Knowing Ransom was after the same fragments, the villains headed straight for the next spot, known as the Roar of Peace. Meanwhile, Ransom was in the forest with the Black Alliance, finding it super weird that such a huge guild would bother hiring random mercenaries for this mission. Ransom's partner, decked out in purple armor and lying non-stop, swore he'd protect him, and even bragged about having saved Asura's life in a previous battle. He had no clue Asura himself was standing right next to him, silently cracking up at the whole lie. Things got real when the big bosses showed up, revealed as Asnurk's serpent and the eagle Argenta the lightning. The two giant monsters started tearing into each other. That's when Ransom clocked the raid captain's plan. Use the mercenaries as bait and meat shields while the guild members just watched from a distance, waiting for an opening to strike. The battle kicked off chaotic, with the mercenaries having to pull the monster's attention. Ransom's partner showed some real skill blocking an acid jet, but he wouldn't shut up the whole time. Ransom noticed the raid members had a ton of hype, but barely any actual combat skill, and he figured this amateur hour strategy was going to end badly. Sure enough, right after, Asnurk's serpent went full berserker, flipping the whole fight on its head. The monster started draining blood from fallen players to heal itself fast. Panic took over the place, and the guild itself chickened out and bailed, leaving the mercenaries to fend for themselves. With that, the two big bosses stopped fighting each other and teamed up, unleashing a devastating combined attack straight at the forest. Ransom realized he'd get completely wiped if he stayed put. At the last second, he activated Berserker's song and released waves of red energy to tank the brutal hit. Ransom managed to hold on through the damage for 10 seconds. Just as his HP was about to hit 0, his indomitable will skill kicked in, instantly restoring all his health and mana. While he was still catching his breath, he noticed the two bosses sprinting toward a giant tree. Ransom realized the raid captain had bailed on purpose, and the mercenaries were only hired to die, acting as bait so the Black Alliance could sneak up behind the monsters. He put on his mask, started recording to catch everything on tape, and followed the creatures to a massive crack in the rock. The game system flagged an alert saying 33 people were already inside. According to that area's rule, if more than 50 people entered at once, the two divine bosses would show up and wipe out every intruder. The Black Alliance sent in a group of 40, thinking they'd sneak under the limit, but another group snuck in through a secret passage and pushed it over the cap, instantly setting the monsters off. In the middle of the cave, the little demon Tina popped up all excited, saying she smelled something delicious coming from deep inside. The system updated the interface right away, and the little creature triggered a special quest to find the Demon King's soul fragment. Ransom quickly realized the precious divine item everyone was desperately hunting for was actually just the snack Tina wanted to eat. Meanwhile, back at the guild office, Chief Varen was furious that her elaborate plan had fallen apart. She decided she'd personally head into the dungeon after 10 in-game days to wipe out anyone who crossed her path. But the Demon King's followers were already inside too, and their leader, noticing the dungeon's people limit had been exceeded, ordered his soldiers to spread a deadly plague through the cave to find the fragment and finally kill Ransom for good. Speaking of Ransom, he asked Tina to keep an eye out for any strange scents and to jump onto his shoulder if things got difficult. On their way, they ran right into a massive monster. Tina warned him that the creature was too big, so Ransom lost no time and launched a hellfire attack to clear the path. The shock came right after, as the monsters did not grant any experience points and were completely immune to all magical attributes, including both fire and ice. Since pure magic was useless, Ransom decided to switch to physical combat. Activating his magic swordsman mode, he sliced the creatures in half using his crescent moon technique. Exhaustion quickly set in, and Ransom admitted to himself that if too many of those monsters showed up, he would have to resort to using meteors. Right then, something bizarre happened. He merely thought about using a meteor, and the skill activated all on its own due to a blessing. Because of this, he was almost blown to pieces along with his enemies. Ransom realized that he now had to be extremely careful with his very thoughts. Otherwise, the collateral damage would be devastating. After the explosion, he defeated a few plague knights and obtained an important key for the second part of the main scenario. He then paused to calculate who else was inside the dungeon and finally understood the situation. When he first entered, there were 33 people in the area. Since he had already killed 30 should have remained. However, the system alerted him that there were now 41 people in the dungeon, which meant 11 intruders had just arrived. Ransom realized these newcomers were the members of the Dark Alliance, led by Varen. Their plan was to use invisibility skills to slip past the two divine bosses, Nork and Argenta, without being spotted. Ransom let out a sly smirk, already thinking of a way to give the newcomers a proper welcome. Meanwhile, Varen advanced with absolute confidence, believing her presence-concealing technique was completely foolproof. Suddenly, she felt the ground tremble and assumed the bosses were attacking someone else, but instead, she ran straight into the Plague Knights. One of these knights, already in a zombie-like state, blocked her path and warned her that the treasures of the Lord did not belong to people like them. Varen drew her whip and went on the attack, realizing these were not ordinary dungeon monsters, but rather an enemy faction. Varen was suffering heavy losses, having already lost 5 of her elite agents to the Plague Knights. In the middle of the chaos, she managed to obtain the key to the second main scenario. With a smile on her face, she began calculating how much money she would make by selling this valuable information to the major guilds, completely unaware that Ransom was right there, watching everything from the shadows and noting that the situation was perfect for a direct confrontation. Ransom knew that fighting both bosses at the same time would be suicide, so he took advantage of the fact that the giant serpent Nork appeared first. The monster let out a roar to stun him for 5 seconds, but Ransom's divine item, the Blanket of Nano, successfully reduced the paralysis duration to just 2 seconds. He did not waste a single moment and launched a meteor directly at the serpent, immediately following up with the Cloudbed of Thanatos skill to restore all of his health and mana instantly. Just when it looked like Ransom would secure an easy victory, Nork entered the second phase of the battle. The serpent launched sharp spikes that pierced the surrounding dungeon monsters, sucking their life force to heal itself. Ransom noticed that magic barely did any damage to the enemy now, and close quarters combat was far too dangerous due to the spikes sprouting from the ground. He began to break into a cold sweat as he finally understood the reason why the major guilds had never been able to defeat this boss. The creature was healing itself constantly, making Ransom worry about the remaining duration of his indomitable will skill, especially with the looming risk of the Argenta Eagle appearing to join the combat. To make matters worse, the Nurk serpent flashed a macabre smile and unleashed a barrage of red thorns along with a green projectile straight at Ransom, scoring a direct hit. The battle quickly descended into utter chaos as the Argenta Eagle and the Nurk serpent clashed with lightning and venom. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Ransom executed a master strategy by activating an illusion skill to create a copy of himself. The boss fell for the trick and attacked the clone, allowing the disguised youth to absorb his opponent's life force. Shortly after, Ransom launched a meteor directly into the face of the serpent and managed to defeat the Argenta eagle first. With the fall of the giant bird, Ransom earned a territory card and unlocked half of the dungeon seal. Following a devastating sequence of combos using the yellow flames and black lightning of his Knight Thanatos skill, the Nurk serpent was also defeated. The impact of the battle nearly collapsed the entire cavern, but Ransom emerged from the ruins with several level ups and rare rewards. Even after defeating 2 titanic monsters, Ransom complained that he still felt weak, though the victory was undoubtedly worth the effort. He unlocked the complete map of the seal route, which now allowed him to see the locations of the rotted death soldiers, and revealed the exact location of the Demon King's soul fragment. Just as Ransom prepared to search for the fragment, the Plague Knights arrived at the scene. They were shocked to find the bosses already dead and felt deeply impressed by the power of the heir of Thanatos. Assuming the youth would be wounded and vulnerable, they crept closer, only to be confronted by a bizarre sight. Ransom was snoring loudly on top of a cloud, sleeping peacefully right in the middle of the dangerous dungeon. While the leader of the knights flew into a rage, one of his subordinates warned him to be careful, wondering if their opponent was utilizing a sleepwalking skill. In the lore of the game, this specific skill was a terror that even the gods could not handle. Since these knights had served Thanatos in the past, they knew that a sleeping descendant of Thanatos could be far more dangerous than an awake one. The group surrounded Ransom, but everyone was too terrified to strike the first blow. The Plague Knights believed this was their golden opportunity to ambush the sleeping boy on the cloud, but that assumption proved to be a fatal mistake. The leader discovered the hard way that Ransom's sleeping gear, which included his pillow, blanket, and bed, possessed an automatic divine defense. The moment they tried to interrupt his slumber, a double immortal black lightning bolt struck the attackers. While Ransom continued to snore in peace, the other knights were impaled by shadow stakes and turned into ashes. Ransom even leveled up while asleep. Far away from the dungeon, sitting on a dark throne, a deformed, one-eyed villain who once served as the Pope of the Church fumed with rage over the failure of his knights. As a harsh punishment, he turned the survivors into dust with a single gesture and summoned the Sloth Knights to finish the job. Meanwhile, a dark mist named Aquiller, which appeared to be the weapon of an Iverney, materialized to mock the villain and call him pathetic. They planned to collect offerings to regain their power and destroy Ransom once and for all. Back in the dungeon, Ransom woke up feeling absolutely wonderful, as the divine sleeping effects had completely cured his fatigue. He followed his map to a gigantic gate decorated with the symbols of the Nurk serpent and the Argenta eagle. Ransom realized immediately that if he had not killed both bosses earlier, he would never have been able to pass through this gate. He told Tina to stay alert and hide if things became too dangerous, and then he opened the altar of the seal route. Upon entering, the system recognized Ransom as a qualified successor and granted him a bonus of 10 points to all of his attributes. At the top of a grand staircase covered in overgrown vegetation, he encountered the consciousness of the Apostle of Sleep. Instead of a bearded old man or a hideous monster, a beautiful woman named Elysium appeared before him. Ransom felt awkward and thought that Elysium looked more like a goddess than an apostle. Meanwhile, in a distant tower, a mysterious man worried about her sudden awakening. Down in the dungeon, Elysium explained the structure of the Thanatos group to Ransom. Unlike other gods, the god of sleep has 3 main apostles and 3 divine items. This explanation immediately made Ransom remember the other apostle of sleep, that lazy man he had previously met and disliked. Elysium laughed and confirmed that the man was indeed a fool who loved playing pranks. She then revealed that she had requested to be sealed in this place because she was the only one capable of controlling and protecting the fragments of the Demon King's soul. Because of this, her mind was scattered across the world to guard several seals, including the one binding the feared Death Dragon. She hinted that for Ransom to rightfully become the god, he would need to find the Apostle of Perdition. The only problem was that Ransom suspected he could only meet this person if he died. Before she departed, Elysium gave a great gift to Ransom's son and assistant, who also serves as his pet, along with a special bonus for Ransom himself. With this, the sleep skill of Thanatos became much stronger. Ransom could now open a dream shop and gained a prophetic dream skill, which allowed him to dream of wealth and new abilities. He quickly started clicking on everything and began gaining new powers on the spot. Besides gaining attributes and recovering power while sleeping, he would now also gain skills during his slumber. The conversation became so intense that the game world began to shake. The system announced an urgent rebalancing patch and logged Ransom out within 10 seconds. Back in the real world, Ransom saw the internet news about the emergency patch and smiled to himself. He knew very well that the sudden update was entirely his fault because of the divine mess he had made. Despite this, he felt relieved to see that no one had mentioned his name on the forums. Ransom remained calm, believing that no one could take away the divine items he had earned with his own sweat, until his sister, Rowena, burst into his room in a fury. She wanted them to protest against the new balance patch because she felt the changes were far too harsh. Ransom knew that the legendary items he possessed were extremely overpowered, but to calm her down, he agreed with her complaints and offered her some food. He knew that having a sleep skill that granted high-level items every 15 days ways was an absurd advantage that he did not want to lose. Meanwhile, in Japan, a high-level player named Tsuya was happily completing a quest for the god of the hunt. He fully expected to receive a divine energy item, but fate had other plans. The bow he was supposed to win vanished right in front of him, and in the end, he only received a hunting skill as an apology from the system god. The consolation prize was the apostle bow, which was good, but not divine. The player shouted in frustration, his voice echoing through the entire cave. Meanwhile, the game administrators, Cho, Inc., and their team, laughed nervously. They saw that Ransom had taken a wealth bonus from Elysium and were closely monitoring the damage. The administrators felt relieved that players in the United States had not yet noticed how Ransom had drawn all the attention to himself. Their plan now was to create powerful items for players in other countries to try to offset Ransom's strength. Their biggest fear was that Ransom might find the Apostle of Death before reaching level 200, which would completely ruin the main storyline of the continent. Back in the game, a group of players struggled to fight a giant seven-horned lizard. The monster prepared to release a breath of flames when, suddenly, a fire arrow pierced through its mouth and exploded. The players stood in shock, believing it was Asura, but Ransom was not even using a sword this time. The players stood in shock, believing it was Asura, but Ransom was not even using a sword this time. He showed up with a smirk, holding a brand new bow. The system confirmed he now had Diana's bow, a divine energy item and Artemis's favorite, which made him a divine archer. This new gear was sent straight from the god of the hunt himself. The bow summoned divine energy arrows for free, no restrictions at all. Even sitting in his inventory, it'd appear in Ransom's hand just by thinking about it. On top of that, he unlocked a skill called God of War, which swapped his agility and defense stats for pure strength, multiplying physical damage by 5. Ransom just sat there cracking up, saying this was no nerf, it was basically hitting the jackpot. That bow in his hands was supposed to have gone to Tsuya. Anyway, while Ransom was having a blast, the net was closing in elsewhere. Lucifer had a tense meeting with Varen in the capital of Beldrum. Their plan was simple: take down Renzo, who'd become a celebrity hated by a ton of high-ranked players in Korea. To make it happen, Lucifer put $6 billion from American sponsors on the table for whoever helped capture the rival. Since they knew Renzo had a weak spot, the plan now was figuring out where he was hiding. Meanwhile, Renzo was laser-focused on beating Eden's record, the world's #1 boss hunter. His next target on the list was the Spider Queen, Chimera. Problem was, the dungeon required at least 2 people to enter. He thought about asking Rin for help and starting a guild, but figured that'd be too much hassle right now. So his solution was to go stand in the middle of the street and start yelling for a partner. After sitting on the curb for a while complaining that nobody recognized his talent, some dead serious stranger showed up saying anyone who went with him would be safe. Renzo thought the guy's whole vibe was kind of weird, but took him up on it anyway. They shook hands, and the system announced a player named Mr. Death had joined the party. At first, Renzo was a little wary of how over-the-top his new partner was, but the guy quickly explained he ran the Asura channel on YouTube and wanted to record an epic hunting video. Mr. Death was thrilled about being in the video, and immediately declared they were best friends now, leaving Renzo wondering why he only ever attracted crazy people. Still, the partner proved he had actual skill, introducing himself as a unique rank tank who could also dish out damage. During the fight against the spiders, Mr. Death did a great job pulling the monsters aggro, letting Renzo finish them off with quick, lethal strikes. His partner was stunned by Renzo's absurd damage output, wiping out the monsters in just a few hits. While the duo cleared the area fast, Lucifer sealed a deal with the Guild Alliance to take Renzo down. The leader of the Araman Guild, Paulum, was picked to pretend he'd help, but it was all a setup. The plan was to let Renzo do all the heavy lifting, taking down the Spider Queen, who had insane regen, and then jump him once he was exhausted to steal his loot and finish him off. They figured the fight would take about an hour. Paulum tried playing friendly, warning him about the penalty of being locked out of the dungeon for a week if he died. Renzo clocked the move instantly, knowing they thought he was naive. He decided to play along with the rival's game just to see how far it'd go. To the shock of the spies waiting outside with stopwatches, Renzo cleared Phase 2 in just 10 minutes. Before the guilds could even get in position for the ambush, the system announced Queen Chimera had been defeated. The duo cleared the dungeon in 18 minutes and 47 seconds. As a reward for the record, they scored the Chimera Spider Queen's elixir, an insanely rare item. On the way out, the Araman Guild was ready to strike with spells and explosions, but Renzo used his skill to summon the dungeon's own boss right in the middle of the enemies, turning the whole thing into a joke. While the rivals scrambled to escape the giant spider, Renzo lined up his bow. He realized these players were just opportunists. Leader Paulum tried to find a weakness in Renzo's fighting style, but ended up getting hit by a rain of arrows and lightning-fast strikes. Renzo took out every enemy with ease. Paulum tried one last explosive attack, but it did nothing. After all the chaos, Mr. Death showed up totally hyped about the whole thing, and Renzo apologized for dragging him into the fight. Mr. Death felt it was a true honor to fight alongside Asura and eagerly asked if he would appear on his YouTube channel. Renzo assured him that he would post the video, which made his partner incredibly happy, completely forgetting about the danger they had just faced. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Lucifer analyzed the failure of the Araman Guild. Lucifer came to a terrifying conclusion. He realized that to defeat Asura now, an ordinary group would not be enough, and they would need at least 10 players of level 350 or higher. Looking through a crystal ball, Lucifer spoke with a mysterious source who revealed crucial information. This source revealed that there was an item that only dropped upon defeating Asura, and this specific item would unlock a new stage in the game. The great mystery was why the other divine rank players were only apostles, while Renzo was the sole descendant. They believed that Renzo was the key to unlocking the next main episode of the game and reaching Zenith, the god of the heavens. The conversation through the crystal ball ended with the revelation that players would soon be able to leave the eastern continent and travel to the central lands. With this new development, Lucifer received a mission to cross paths with Renzo as soon as this transition happened. He was becoming increasingly obsessed with erasing Renzo from the map before he grew too strong to be stopped. The story then shifted to the main temple, where Pope Francis received a letter from Cardinal Carot after returning from a difficult mission. Carot explained that the attacks of the rotting death were actually sacrifices. Every time the temple forces fought back to defend themselves, they were actually helping the villains complete their ritual. She also discovered that other minor religions were taking advantage of the absence of Thanatos to rebel. The Pope became furious at their arrogance and declared that only the descendant of Thanatos, Renzo, had the true power to put the traitors back in their place. Carode added that she had tried to hold Libius back, but it was impossible. As soon as his mission ended, he immediately rushed off to find his master. She wondered if Renzo had vanished for a few days precisely to escape the constant persistence of Libius. Meanwhile, Renzo was in the desert trying to get some peaceful rest, but Libius continued to act in extreme ways. He was running from a horde of monsters and screaming for Renzo to shoot him. Having completely lost his patience, Renzo decided to grant the request and fired. Renzo used his divine bow with a special twist. He had discovered that by infusing the power of the meteor into his divine energy arrow, the damage tripled, and every single hit became a critical strike. Libius became ecstatic after witnessing the purple explosion and begged to be hit again. Renzo could only regret not listening to his sister about resting more before logging into the game, as dealing with Libius was a major test of his patience. Shortly after, Acheron, the Apostle of Death, fell to his knees crying the moment he saw Renzo. He had been desperately waiting for the descendant of Thanatos ever since the announcement was made, refusing to leave the spot so he wouldn't miss their meeting. The two went to a garden, where Acheron explained the true nature of Thanatos. While the other gods only ruled over a single domain, Thanatos governed three, which were death, sleep, and dreams. Acheron explained that his role was to teach Renzo how to go beyond death itself. For players, dying was a major setback that caused level loss, a 24-hour lockout, and the loss of skill experience. The goal of Renzo's trial was specifically to reduce or completely eliminate these penalties. The mission required him to enter an arena filled with Reaper skeletons with all his skills sealed, forcing him to fight using only his basic stats against an opponent that copied divine powers. The objective of the trial was to defeat and subjugate the Reapers, so they would serve him. Acheron figured that if Renzo did well, he would return with 10 Reapers under his command. As time passed, the Apostle began to worry about how long the young man was taking in the arena. When he went to check on the situation, he nearly fell backward in sheer shock. Renzo had not tamed just 10 or 20, but had defeated every single Reaper in the underworld. He achieved about 200 consecutive victories using pure strategy, since his magic was completely sealed. This massive achievement triggered a flood of system notifications. He earned an epic achievement for dominating all the Reapers in the region, gained an absurd boost to his stats, and officially became the king of the Reapers. On top of that, he unlocked a hidden domain that only the true descendant of Thanatos could access. After taming every creature in the underworld and unlocking his new title, Renzo commanded a total of 666 Reapers. Acheron was so impressed by this feat that he knelt and apologized for underestimating the young man. As a parting gift, the Apostle handed over a relic of Thanatos, which was a black cube surging with divine energy. This item was supposed to be in the main world, but somehow ended up in the underworld. Before they could even finish their conversation, Renzo was suddenly teleported away, leaving Acheron talking to himself with the cube still in his hand, wondering if the boy had rushed off to the bathroom or something similar. Meanwhile, Lucifer and a mysterious ally were trying to predict the young man's next move. They analyzed the map and noticed a clear pattern in his behavior. Wherever Renzo went, he left a trail of absolute destruction, and the villains of the Rotting Death always appeared in those exact locations. By crossing the data of the 3 points the young man had visited, including the indestructible castle, they located the center of the triangle, which pointed to ruins that had not even appeared on the map before. They were certain that because Renzo had priority on the main quest, he would show up there sooner or later, though they did not expect him to arrive so quickly. Lucifer's meeting was suddenly interrupted by a desperate subordinate who reported that the young man had already appeared in the middle of the map. His eyes were glowing a bright purple as he screamed for his relic, the cube that had been left behind in Acheron's hand. Immediately after, the system sent out a global announcement informing everyone that Part 2 of the main episode had been unlocked. A new map called The Ruins of the Demon King was created, and because Renzo arrived there first, he received exclusive bonuses for the stage. The young man materialized out of nowhere right in the ruins, shocking the players who were already there and leaving them completely confused about who he was or where he came from. Renzo realized that the game script had glitched because of him. The Emperor had not even announced that the second part would begin, meaning the actions of the Asura had once again distorted the original storyline. The official objective now was to explore the ruins, protect the empty body of the king, and stop the Knights of the Rotting Death from reviving the Demon King. Inside the labyrinth, Renzo ran into some monsters and assumed they were from the same race as his assistant Tina, but she corrected him immediately. Tina explained that devils, which is her race, and demons are entirely different creatures. Devils are practically gods, born from eggs that fall from the sky, while demons belong to an entirely different category. Renzo simply smiled, thinking that now that he understood the difference, he could focus on beating them up. Things became complicated when he tried to clear a path using brute force. Renzo struck the wall with his sword only to realize it was completely indestructible. To make matters worse, the entrance they had just used had completely vanished. He realized the labyrinth was constantly shifting, meaning that simply walking in a straight line would not work. Shortly after, he was surrounded by groups of demons, each possessing different special abilities. For Renzo, the more enemies that gathered, the more fun the slaughter became. He activated his combat mode and began clearing the area, unleashing his falling moonsword technique, his piercing punch to explode the heads of the demons, and his shuriken explosion to deal massive area damage. To finish off his remaining opponents, Renzo utilized various items he had collected from his previous battles. Right then, Tina caught a familiar scent in the air, recognizing it as a soul fragment of the Demon King. This news instantly excited Renzo, who realized that delivering the empty vessel of the Demon King to Tina would make her significantly more powerful and happy. However, a major obstacle remained, as the villains from the Rotting Death organization likely already had the other 3 fragments in their possession. As he cleared out the surrounding demons with hellfire, Renzo found himself highly impressed by the stat bonuses Tina was providing him. He could feel that his damage output was much higher than usual, and thanked the little girl for her support, even though he knew her current power still could not compare to the apocalyptic strength of Libius. Along the way, Renzo ran directly into the Sloth Knight squad from the Rotting Death organization. He immediately sensed an energy coming from them that felt far heavier than that of the Plague Knights he had fought before. Yet, the Knights proved to be incredibly true to their name. They decided to abandon the fight entirely, simply because they felt it was too much work and were too lazy to spend their time there. After the squad turned around and walked away, Renzo was left completely baffled, wondering if they were actually retreating, or if they were just incredibly lazy. Meanwhile, a level 290 warrior named Varen entered the dungeon alongside 5 highly powerful volunteers from Lucifer. Varen planned to get revenge on Renzo, secure some valuable items, and impress her father. However, the group quickly encountered an unusual demon. One of the members of Varen's party possessed an ability to measure an opponent's power level using colors, where green indicated an easy target, red meant a difficult opponent, and black warned of an extremely dangerous monster. The demon standing directly in front of them radiated a deep black color. Within moments, the creature began to slaughter the volunteers from Lucifer with terrifying ease. Varen froze in sheer terror as she watched the monster move, feeling a strange sense of familiarity from its fighting style. The mystery was resolved shortly after, as the creature was actually Libius in disguise. Renzo was completely shocked by the situation. The dungeon had a strict restriction that only allowed entry to individuals below level 300, so he could not comprehend how Libius, who was level 560, had managed to get inside. Libius, absolutely thrilled to be reunited with his master, quickly explained the situation. The apostle had given him a direct order to come and protect the Demon King's body. Initially, Libius had no desire to visit such a disgusting place, but the moment he heard Renzo would be there, he joined the mission immediately. This revelation confirmed Renzo's suspicion that it was indeed the Apostle who had sent Libius on the previous mission. Still, it made no sense why the Apostle of Sleep would send Libius after him. The assistant clarified that the Apostle had warned that the Master would face a danger so extreme that he might actually die. To help him, Libius now possessed a sleep-inducing skill that worked on absolutely anyone, thanks to a special seal the Apostle had placed on him. This powerful skill could only be used 2 more times. Realizing the danger ahead was very real, Renzo decided to quickly clear out the enemies in the area. As he made his way down the corridor, he found it strange that he had not encountered any demons or knights, until a bizarre opponent suddenly materialized. This creature was completely different from the average monster, wielding a sword and fighting with a style identical to Renzo's own, even employing the same Astra skills like the piercing punch and the shuriken burst. Renzo felt a wave of relief when he noticed that, although the clone could copy his movements, it could not replicate his full strength or his divine-grade skills, such as the gravitational meteor. The battle quickly turned into a pure duel of who could execute the techniques better. To start, the clone cast a black swamp to trap Renzo, who countered with gravity reversal to make his escape. When the clone attempted a direct strike, Renzo blocked the blow, realizing that if he tried to escape using a short teleport, his enemy would simply do the exact same thing. An even bigger surprise came when the demon activated Thanatos' Nocturne, a divine rank skill that Renzo did not believe could be copied. The attack struck Renzo, leaving him under a silence effect for 10 seconds, which completely prevented him from using magic. Despite finding himself in this incredibly difficult position, Renzo smirked, genuinely impressed that his opponent could even copy the Berserker's song. Without being able to use his main spells, Renzo had to draw his dagger and engage in pure hand-to-hand combat. The fight against his own clone was insane, leaving him out of breath and with low health, with no time to recover while the copy seemed completely untouched. Even so, Renzo managed to land a critical hit on the enemy's chest, and despite having little mana, he began using sweet sleep skills to try and level the playing field. During the chaotic brawl, a clone of Libius suddenly appeared, which left Renzo completely confused at the sight of this evil version of his assistant. The original Libius jokingly asked if those demons were also apostles, but his master simply called him an idiot. The fight did not end with a knockout, because the clones had a bigger plan and carried a fragment of the Demon King's soul. Before Renzo could take action, the 2 enemies teleported away, canceling the system's sleepwalking effect, and he collapsed onto the ground from sheer exhaustion. Libius, clueless as always, lay down next to him and said he was also ready to sleep anywhere, leaving his master to contemplate just how chaotic the situation had become. After that, Renzo finally understood why the Apostle had sent Libius there, realizing the game had created a monster equivalent to the assistant's level 560 to balance things out. Shortly after, the clone of Libius handed the soul fragment to a masked demon, treating him as his new master, while the clone of Renzo grew furious, swearing he would kill the original no matter what. The demon Asura realized that because the enemy now possessed the same buffing effects and the soul fragment, brute force alone would not be enough. The 2 then entered a new portal to the next floor, but something strange happened. The system suddenly announced that the quest for the second part of the main scenario had changed, and the lines about the rotten Death Knight simply vanished. Renzo suspected that the clone of Libius had received memories or privileged information due to being far too strong. He even briefly considered that his own assistant might be hiding something, but he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing that Libius lacked the intelligence to hatch such a plan. When Renzo asked if he could hunt down the imposter, Libius turned serious, explaining he could only do so if he stayed far away from his master, but if it was an order, he would deal with them right away. He let out his signature chuckle and said he could start searching for the targets immediately. Renzo was already losing his patience with the concrete structures sprouting from the ground. He hacked and slashed at the barriers, but the system repeatedly warned him that the walls were indestructible, making him feel as though the game was forcing his defeat. Tina, however, paid no attention to the system warnings. Angered that the walls were getting in her master's way, she began punching the concrete with all her might. Libius joined in and started bashing the barrier as well, and the indestructible obstacle quickly turned to dust under the hands of the assistants. They broke a hole through the wall and discovered a secret shortcut that could only be found by someone possessing the energy of the Demon King, like Tina. Meanwhile, the clone of Libius guided the clone of Renzo along a shortcut so he could gain more power, but the original Libius showed up to confront them. Being far stronger than the copy, the assistant realized the clone was incomplete, and he became furious at the sight of the imposter serving another master while wearing Renzo's appearance, deciding the fake deserved to die. With this encounter, the clone realized that the further Libius was from his master, the stronger he became as the summoning restrictions weakened. The clone also noted that the original could kill him at any moment if he was not careful. Meanwhile, Renzo launched an attack against his own clone, confirming his theory about the battle. The enemy successfully copied the god rank skills, but they could not replicate raw strength. Renzo quickly activated the force of the battle god, a technique that was completely missing from the clone's copied arsenal. Believing he had the upper hand, the opponent opened his wings and confidently shouted that Renzo was dead since they possessed the same skills, but Renzo only smirked, finding the situation more interesting by the second. The clash soon transformed into a brilliant display of lights and violent explosions. Following a massive head-on collision, the enemy was forced to retreat, dropping to his knees in a furious rage and cursing the situation. Hanzo refused to give his opponent any breathing room, immediately unleashing a heavy rain of dark arrows that forced the monster to leap into the air to avoid being hit. Although the clone tried to defend himself in every way possible, Hanzo remained completely unstoppable, launching attacks from such unpredictable angles that the opponent felt as if he were fighting two people at the same time. In the middle of the intense struggle, Hanzo's arrow broke. Without a single moment of hesitation, he grabbed the broken fragment and threw it with all his might, creating a massive explosion of light and energy upon impact. To keep himself standing, Hanzo cast a restoration spell on himself with an arrow and delivered the final blow, respectfully bidding farewell to his evil clone. After securing the victory, he picked up what appeared to be the first fragment of the Demon King's soul, but he grew furious upon reading the description, sensing that some malicious interference was at play behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the adjacent corridor trembled from the force of another battle. Libeus was busy facing his own clone. The imposter tried to intimidate him by claiming that Libeus's master, Renzo, was bound to lose, but the original paid no attention and confidently replied that his master did not know the meaning of defeat. The battle raged on, thick with dark energy swirling everywhere. Libeus managed to land a solid hit on the clone, but the adversary used a beam of light to escape, vanishing straight through the floor. Renzo arrived shortly after to make sure Libeus was unharmed, and they attempted to track down the runaway with the help of Tina, but the opponent had disappeared without leaving a single trace. Even so, Renzo praised the little one and decided to head down the tunnel, especially since Libeus had successfully marked the enemy with a tracking skill. At the end of the corridor, they came across a breathtaking sight, as the giant body of the Demon King sat on a pedestal. The clone of Libeus, who had fled the previous fight, was lying on the ground, desperately trying to use the fragment to awaken the massive creature. Renzo realized they had arrived just in time to stop the plan to awaken the final boss, standing face to face with the body of the Demon King. Without wasting any time, Renzo aimed directly at the chest of Libeus's clone and unleashed a powerful combination of skills, merging the arrow of destruction, the gravitational meteor, and the force of the battle god. Faced with the devastating attack, the real Libeus acted quickly, grabbing Renzo and jumping to the side before the resulting explosion destroyed everything in the vicinity. As a result of the destruction, a sequence of level-up notifications appeared, and Renzo quickly evolved. Immediately after, the system presented him with the option to let the golden egg he carried consume the void body of the Demon King to absorb the seal of dreams. Renzo authorized the process, causing the egg to crack open and reveal a tiny, legendary rank angel. She introduced herself with a very pompous name, but Renzo jokingly thought about calling her Fried Egg. Seeing her annoyance at the joke, he officially named her Egg, which she accepted by stating that the word of her master was law. With the mission fully completed, Renzo was sent to the Hall of Fame, earning the right to use an independent nickname and obtaining highly valuable items, including a map to the hideout of Rotting Death, a free pass to organize an expedition with Emperor Caron, and the Trident of Dunfir, which he pulled from a golden chest. Renzo was deeply impressed by the new weapon when he realized it possessed its own intelligence and consciousness. The spear immediately recognized him as a descendant of Thanatos, which allowed him to act as a spearman as well. With this new power, Renzo planned his next steps, which included continuing his search for the Apostle of Thanatos, using the dream of Thanatos to relive past events to gain more power, asking the Heroes Guild for assistance with the upcoming expedition, and focusing on leveling up to stop the dangerous Knights of Sloth and block the plans of Rotting Death. As soon as Renzo logged out of the game, the Queen rushed to meet him with a tablet in hand, showing that the entire world was talking about the sudden appearance of Asura across all servers as the very first player to enter the Hall of Fame. Despite suddenly becoming a global celebrity, he was completely exhausted and only wanted to sleep. Before drifting off, he thought about the necessity of creating his own guild, wishing that someone else could handle all the tedious, hard work for him. While Renzo rested, the scene shifted to a group of players leveling up in a level 280 zone. Among them, a young master close to level 300 was working to obtain a high-ranking class alongside his grandfather, who mentioned that the guild actually belonged entirely to Asura, revealing that loyal allies were already preparing to serve him. When Renzo finally returned to the Imperial Palace inside the game, he was welcomed with the highest honors, as the royal knights knelt before him and treated him as the sole disciple of Julia and Emperor Karen. An incredibly excited Julia rushed over to hug her pupil and present him with a special gift. Since the game system prevented her from handing out overly powerful items directly to players, she gifted him a creation ring from Rift number 7. Despite its odd name, the item was excellent, functioning as a weapon accessory that allowed Renzo to swap his equipment and masks much faster during active combat. Shortly after, Emperor Charon appeared, jokingly complaining that Julia had run ahead to meet Renzo first, and remarked on how much the young man had grown and how strong he had become in such a short period of time. Thanks to this, Renzo now held immense influence in the castle, earning the deep respect of the imperial knights. Following their reunion, Julia and Charon led the young warrior to see the greatest trump card of the entire empire, the Tower of Opportunities. This tower was a secret dungeon belonging to the imperial family, designed with monsters that were far stronger than those in the outside world, though the rewards were also on a completely different level. Emperor Charon explained to Renzo that if he managed to conquer the 100th floor, something very interesting would happen. Hearing this, the young man entered the challenge completely focused on his goal. While Renzo climbed the tower, a conversation broke out between the masters and Aelin, the commander of the Iron Order. The commander, who was still unaware of the youth's true strength, wagered that it would take Renzo 100 days to clear the tower. This would already be a record-breaking achievement, considering the best warriors had previously taken almost a year to complete it. Julia and Charon simply laughed at his prediction, knowing exactly what their pupil was capable of. Julia bet that he would finish everything in 15 days, while Charon went even further, wagering that it would take only 9. Meanwhile, switching to politics, the situation was becoming tense. Julia and Charon confirmed that the members of the Rotten Death, who were former members of the Church of Thanatos, were currently hunting Renzo. To counter this, Charon decided to launch a surgical war against them. He ordered Commander Island to stand by so that the operation could begin the moment Renzo stepped out of the tower. The Emperor's ultimate goal was to seize this opportunity to eliminate a god. At the same time, in another area, a mysterious character who was furious about Renzo's success in the Hall of Fame was negotiating with the apostle of the god of the sky. They revealed that the spirit of the death dragon, Aquila, was hidden between the eastern and central continents. Since their original plan had failed, they were now trying to use this information about the dragon to gain an advantage. Shortly after, the entire world was shocked when Renzo cleared all 100 floors of the Tower of Opportunities in just 7 days. This monumental achievement earned him 30 million imperial contribution points and a double experience bonus for an entire month. With this result, Julia had to admit defeat in her bet with Charon, as the young man had surpassed even their most optimistic expectations. Feeling proud, Charon decided to give Renzo an extra gift without making him spend any of his hard-earned contribution points. Since the young man now used a spear, the Emperor taught him a piercing technique that he had created himself in his youth. Charon humbly downplayed the power of the skill, though it was obvious that the technique was extremely powerful. Before they set out, Charon officially commenced the third part of the main scenario, which was the expedition to the lair of the Rotten Death. The Emperor appointed Renzo as his official representative to lead the expedition to the secret island where the villains were hiding. Even though they knew it was a trap, the Empire decided to press forward. During the planning phase, Commander Iolin suggested surrounding the island, blocking all exits, and waiting for the desperate enemies to attack. However, Renzo proposed his own strategy, suggesting they launch a gravitational meteor first to sweep the entire island and destroy any potential traps all at once. Renzo planned for the survivors who tried to flee in panic to be finished off immediately afterward. Commander Iolin was startled by the brutality of the strategy, but this explosive style was typical of the warrior. Emperor Charon, on the other hand, found the proposal amusing. He showed so much confidence in Renzo that he placed 1,000 soldiers of the Iron Order, the elite troops of the Empire, directly under his command. Soon after, the system broadcasted an announcement to the entire server, declaring the start of the third part of the main scenario. As the official leader of the expedition, Renzo received the full backing of the Emperor, who ordered the news to be spread to all 4 corners of the world, making it official that the Empire was going to war. Back at the temple, the atmosphere was filled with pure tension. Pope Francis and Cardinal Carot were apprehensive about the disappearance of Libiu, though they assumed he was just handling bureaucratic matters for his master. The Pope mentioned that 2 loyal servants of bishop rank were arriving to assist in the invasion of the villain island, but he warned that even with an imperial victory, the battle would be incredibly difficult. He predicted that this war would be like a typhoon sweeping across the continent, and that neither the Emperor nor Julia would be able to contain the situation alone. Meanwhile, Rin and Kaiser held a tense meeting. They noticed that the expedition had no minimum level requirement, meaning absolutely anyone could participate, but they worried that Renzo might not take them along. The group recalled that Renzo's commitment to them was only for the siege of Ina, a debt that had already been paid in full. On top of that, rumors that he had created a secret guild left Rin feeling highly insecure. They tried to brainstorm money, valuable items, or alliances they could offer him, but Kaiser pointed out that Renzo was already extremely wealthy and loaded with legendary gear. In the end, Rin decided they needed to build a genuine relationship of trust, realizing that offering petty handouts would never work on the #1 player in the world. The gaming community and Renzo's sister, Ruina, were left in complete complete shock when the recruitment ended without a single player being selected. Renzo explained to his sister that the guild everyone was gossiping about was actually just a fan club, and he had not even created his own guild yet. He decided he did not need other players at all, since they would likely get in the way more than they would help. Consequently, he set off for the war, accompanied only by the Iron Order and the regular soldiers of the Empire. He also asked his sister to warn Rin about the plans of the rotting death, making it clear that he would face this mission entirely on his own. On the other side of the conflict, Chief Aquilor sat confidently on his throne. He revealed that the previous defeat of the Plague Knights had successfully scattered death spores across the continent, and he planned to use the upcoming Imperial expedition as a sacrifice to reclaim his former glory. The villain believed he had everything under complete control, right up until the sky began to fall. Renzo was already in position aboard the fleet of ships, spending his Imperial points to cause massive damage from afar. He ordered the Imperial mages to recharge their energy reserves and immediately initiated a heavy bombardment against the island. Renzo stepped onto the deck wearing his new armor and commanded the attack, wiping out more than half of the enemy subordinates right from the start. This furious display left the chief questioning how a mere follower of Thanatos dared to threaten him. Renzo charged forward with his spear, quickly realizing that the opponent's damage output was absurdly high and capable of drastically reducing his health with a single touch, yet he maintained his composure. Aquilor was deeply surprised that Renzo knew their exact location and plans, realizing he would be completely doomed if he did not kill this intruder right then and there. Amidst the chaos of the explosions, Renzo and his elite allies advanced for a final assault, and the warrior drove his spear directly into the body of the monster. The assistance promised by the Pope arrived shortly after, as a young girl known as the Saint of Thanatos and the warrior Zio Raymond joined the battlefield. At first, they doubted Renzo's capabilities, but they were quickly impressed by his combat prowess, recognizing him as a true Asura. Renzo admitted that the situation would be incredibly difficult without their support, taking the opportunity to taunt Aquilor by mocking the fact that the villain could not even find his own body and was dying of pure rage. His allies even thought to themselves that it is best to never pick a fight with Renzo, because he truly knows how to be terrifying. Regardless of their thoughts, the fight quickly became bizarre due to the level scaling system. Since Renzo was nearly level 350, the boss grew absurdly strong just to match his level. They managed to slice off the head of the monster, but another one instantly grew back in its place. Renzo realized this would be a battle of pure endurance, declaring that they would just have to keep striking until the enemy stopped regenerating. After receiving a relentless beating, the monster shifted its form and began to resemble a giant slime. Renzo told the group that they would have to treat the monster like a simple jelly and keep up the pressure. Delivering a heavy combination of attacks, Raymond and the Saint sliced off parts of the boss's body, while Renzo soared high into the air, driving his spear straight down into its head. The monster crashed heavily to the ground, spitting fire from its eyes and cursing them all. It seemed as though victory was guaranteed, and the allies remarked on how small the monster had shrunk. However, their joy was short-lived as the game system froze, and a warning popped up announcing that no one was able to move. A human figure materialized right behind them, declaring that all of this had been a failure, while the system confirmed that the Emperor of the Rotting Death had personally descended to the mortal realm. Because no one could attack due to the system lock event, the Emperor walked up to Aquilor, calling the followers of Thanatos nothing but hated dogs, and warning them that no one would escape this first encounter unscathed. After that dramatic confrontation, the expedition ended in success. Renzo secured the victory, and the rewards began to pour in. Unable to stand being idle, he gave a sly grin and suggested something quite unusual to Raymond and the Saint. He asked if they wanted to duel against each other, wanting to test their absolute limits. In the end, Renzo ended up lying flat on the ground, completely exhausted with all of his skills on cooldown. Even though she claimed victory, the Saint admitted that she only won because he was entirely drained of energy and because she had Raymond helping her. The Saint confessed that under normal conditions, and even if he were at a lower level than her, Renzo would be an unbeatable monster. Raymond, who previously thought of himself as the best, realized that he had been arrogant and that Renzo was on a completely different level of skill. Meanwhile, around the ancient castle, Julia and Emperor Charon finished clearing out the remains of the enemy army. The French people were highly impressed by the performance of Rin. Charon noticed that besides being powerful, she possesses an ambition that directly rivals Renzo's own. Now, the focus of the Church of Thanatos is to seal the ruins of the Death Dragon to prevent further trouble, while Charlotte continues her search for Libius, waiting for him to make a mistake and reveal his hiding place. On the side of the villains, the mood is one of total defeat. Aquilor admitted that they cannot defeat Renzo and his allies with their current strength, so they decided they could no longer delay their final plan. They will have to follow the will of the Death Emperor and surrender their essences. The plan now is to make a pact with the Sky God and join forces with the traitors of the Eastern Continent. What they do not know is that Libius is in the shadows listening to everything and laughing, realizing that the situation is about to boil over. To wrap up, the focus shifted to the game development team. Ione received an emergency call about a highly serious problem in the technical department. The barriers separating the continents, countries, and servers were broken ahead of schedule. Because of this, 5 gods, led by the Sky God and the Hunt God, joined forces against Renzo, furious at his victory. Meanwhile, the Japanese server was already crossing the seas to invade the Korean server, which represents the central continent. They intended to enter through the jungle to take everyone by surprise. At the same time, the Americans were on the sidelines, simply observing the situation to decide on the right moment to act. Japan was not entering the fight just for fun. The Japanese players had received valuable information from the Apostle of Heaven, learning that if a god-rank player kills another in battle, the winner can steal a skill and the divine item of the loser. With this, the Japanese leader became obsessed with obtaining Renzo's bow, as he had already realized the weapon belonged to the Hunt God. While war approached, Renzo was focused on reaching level 300 to complete the quest about the past of Thanatos. He wanted to understand the reason why the god had abandoned rotted death. That was when the little angel egg revealed a secret talent. Being a divine creature, she was able to intercept the conversations of the gods. Egg warned that the deities were furious and planning a divine punishment against Renzo. The advantage was that thanks to the energy of Thanatos, the other gods could not detect that Egg was listening to their plans. Renzo began to laugh upon discovering that his helpers, Egg and Tina, were excellent spies. Knowing that Egg heard the conversations of the gods without being detected, he felt much safer against surprise attacks. To keep the two motivated to continue spying, he promised them a banquet of high-level monsters, which they immediately accepted. While Renzo's physical body slept, his consciousness traveled to the past through a dream. The ancient church of Thanatos was very different from the current one. Renzo encountered a crowd of fanatics who seemed like members of an obscure cult, praying for their own deaths. He realized that the real problem was the bishops when he saw, in the dream, a greedy bishop who only thought about accumulating the energy of death for himself. Renzo felt the urge to punish the man immediately. To move forward, he needed to infiltrate the Great Temple, but access was restricted for those with a low level. He noticed that because he was a descendant of Thanatos, his class did not change inside the dream. So, he adjusted his appearance to look like a common cleric and gained a bonus of +5 to all attributes because of his perfect acting. Now, he would need to maintain his disguise as a fanatical priest to get close to the archbishop. During the infiltration, Renzo witnessed a father begging for the life of his sick daughter at the temple gate. A rude guard told the father that serving Thanatos meant accepting death, but the archbishop intervened and saved the sick child. This act was not done out of charity, as his logic was deeply disturbing. The archbishop believed that the longer the child lived, the more deaths she would cause in the future. In his mind, saving a life generated far more death energy in the long run than simply killing the person in that moment. The archbishop then revealed that he was organizing a conference of bishops to plan a holy war against all other religions in the name of the eternal sleep. The dream sequence ended with Renzo seeing a massive table filled with powerful bishops and archbishops gathered inside the temple. They ate, drank, and discussed ways to gather more death energy while gossiping about future rumors. In the middle of this meeting of corrupt clergymen who were planning to consume the continent in a massive war, the ceiling suddenly collapsed and a divine creature appeared, the Silver Thunderbird. To maintain his disguise as a religious fanatic, Renzo acted quickly. He pretended to be a fervent devotee and attacked the giant bird, shouting that heresy would not be tolerated in the name of Thanatos. Internally, he felt incredibly embarrassed by his own performance and thought he would die of humiliation if a video of that moment ever reached Huang. Using his dark energy spear, Renzo defeated the bird in physical combat, leaving everyone surprised by the strength of an apparently simple clergyman. The archbishop became fascinated by Renzo, believing he had found a prodigy of the faith. However, when it came time to finish off the monster, the old man was clever, stealing the final blow and taking 15% of the rewards that belonged to Renzo. Although Renzo was extremely irritated by the stolen kill, he remained in character, acting with humility and praising the power of the archbishop. His plan now was to use the ambition of that man to rise through the church hierarchy and reach the cardinals, who were the highest-ranking leaders. Shortly after, the archbishop called Renzo in for a private conversation. He admitted that he planned to overthrow the current cardinals, whom he called lazy, to take control and spread the greatness of Thanatos. The archbishop wanted to use Renzo's brute force, which he believed came from an unshakable faith, to make him his right-hand man in the upcoming holy war. Renzo accepted the proposal and sealed the deal, promising to act as his right hand to help him rise to the rank of cardinal. exceptional. In just 1 week, the young man cleared entire maps of the game and defeated bizarre bosses, including the creature Espirial. With these victories, he obtained divine-level equipment and skills linked to the God of Thunder. Because of this, Renzo began to suspect that the ancient God of Thunder had rotted away and transformed into the silver beast he defeated earlier. Despite loving the excellent performance of his ally, the Archbishop remained suspicious and feared that the young man might be a spy sent by rivals like Bill, Dick, or Tomic. Meanwhile, the Pope of the Church of Thanatos was going through an existential crisis, trying to prove the existence of their deity without receiving any divine response. The monster Aquilor appeared and revealed directly to the Pope that Thanatos had abandoned them and that they were all already dead. The religious leader fell into despair but decided that, if the deity would not manifest, they would reform the religion themselves and take the place of God. It was at this moment that the seed of the rotting death villainy began to grow. Behind the scenes of the game, the Apostle of Heaven joined forces with Lucifer and the Dark Guild. They knew that Azor would be a difficult opponent, but they trusted that the invasion of the Japanese server would balance the forces. At the same time, the Apostle of Sleep of Thanatos was trying to eliminate his own descendant. The enemies used his information but also planned to betray him, while the God of the Heavens sent a message claiming that everything was going according to plan. Renzo discovered that the great day was close, namely, the Night of Death. This was the event where the archbishops gathered with the Pope to receive power and earn their promotions to cardinals. With only 5 days left, the young man used his time to intensely accumulate experience points, knowing that the Japanese invasion of the Korean server would begin as soon as he finished this mission in the dream. Additionally, a mysterious new warrior who walked on water and controlled lightning was on his way to the test, sent by his own father to guarantee victory. Infiltrated in the meeting of the archbishops, Renzo was just observing the political discussions about the war when the ceiling collapsed once again. The god of thunder, Thor, appeared at the scene with no intention of talking. The divine being smelled his old belongings, which were the gauntlet and the bow that Renzo was currently using, and came to reclaim them. Thor went on to insult the Pope, calling him a lost dog of Thanatos, and received an insult back, being called an insignificant fallen god, which made the tension rise immediately. The system notified Renzo that he would absorb the powers of the god of thunder if he managed to defeat Thor. At first, the young man planned to just stay hidden and wait for the opponents to tire themselves out, but he realized that if Thor killed the Pope and the Death Dragon right then, the history of the future would change, and he would lose the trail of the rotting death. Because of this, he decided to enter the fight early, equip the Thunder Gauntlet, and charge directly at his opponent. The fight was intense, and Thor grew furious upon seeing a human channel his signature skills with such terrifying speed. The god also noticed that the energy of Thanatos surging through Renzo was far purer than the Pope's own power, leaving the deity completely baffled as to how this mortal possessed such strength. Renzo had to fight cautiously to avoid revealing all his options with the full power of Thanatos, but he still managed to battle the divinity on equal terms. Meanwhile, the Pope watched the duel in absolute shock, falling into a crisis of faith as he realized that Thanatos had truly abandoned them to choose a complete stranger. Consumed by a mixture of rage and sorrow, the religious leader questioned why God would turn his back on loyal followers in favor of a random boy. Seeing the sheer force Renzo wielded, the Pope and the Death Dragon decided to prepare a surprise attack to eliminate both the young man and Thor in a single strike. Even with the god raining lightning bolts in every direction, Renzo remained unfazed, capitalizing on an opening to plunge his spear deep into Thor's chest. The devastating blow left his opponent completely stunned before Renzo finished him off for good. Right after, the system broadcasted a global announcement declaring Asura as the first player to earn the title of Godslayer. With this achievement, the Thunder Gauntlet and his other lightning items fused together, transforming into a single incredibly powerful ability. Back in the real world, the game developers, Sho and Mi, fell into utter despair. They realized that if the young man continued to eliminate gods and historical figures in the past, he would end up controlling the entire main storyline of the game by himself, effectively rewriting the history of the server. While Renzo was busy battling divinities within the dream world, the game universe descended into absolute chaos. Taking advantage of Renzo's absence from the central continent, Lucifer and the Japanese server launched a massive surprise attack. They utilized the exact same bombardment tactics from real-world history to conquer Pearl Harbor inside the game. The protective dome shielding the city was obliterated, triggering massive explosions in every direction as the invaders sought to seize the territory while Korea's strongest player was occupied. Seeing the critical situation unfold, Tina ran to warn Egg about the emergency. On the other side of the conflict, the American leader and Lucifer celebrated their successful raid, though they still harbored some lingering doubts. They knew the God Slayer title had made Renzo even stronger, but they believed that since it was an offensive title geared towards gods and apostles, they still stood a chance as players if they followed their plan perfectly. Meanwhile, the Sky Grandfather and the Death Dragon celebrated finally obtaining the divine essences they needed, but their joy was short-lived when the energy spheres suddenly vanished into thin air. Renzo, operating in the past dream sequence, had defeated the original Death Dragon and claimed its essence before it could even exist in the present timeline. Nobody present could understand what had just happened until a mysterious blonde man explained that their plan had failed because Renzo altered the past and stole their prize. Since their first attempt failed, the villains decided to raise the stakes and summon the Dark Knight, a warrior clad in pure negative energy. The knight materialized, declaring his desire to avenge himself against Thanatos at any cost and purge the entire world. Watching this scene unfold on the ancient battlefield, Renzo simply smiled and muttered that things were finally getting serious. He realized that Thanatos had 3 apostles and 3 divine items, which meant he had 3 major bosses to defeat. The Dark Knight was the strongest of them all, radiating a heavy, suffocating energy as the battle commenced at a frantic pace. The opponent fought exceptionally well, forcing Renzo to admit that this adversary would be difficult to handle. The villain even tried to rattle Renzo's focus, mocking him by saying he was sorely mistaken if he thought this would be a one-on-one fight. The Death Dragon and the Pope were already waiting in ambush to assist the knight. Renzo wasted no time and unleashed everything he had learned. The knight attacked with a burst of powerful red magic, but Renzo retaliated with his thunder powers, sending a colossal pillar of lightning soaring into the sky. However, the Death Dragon acted as a shield for the knight, and the two began coordinating their attacks to corner the young man. To make matters worse, an unseen observer hidden in the shadows recorded the entire confrontation using a magic orb, sending the intel directly to Elysium. The spy noted that because the original Thanatos was far away, his power was fluctuating, making the battle highly unpredictable. Cornered by the Dark Knight, Renzo activated an invulnerability skill that made him immortal for 60 seconds, while boosting his attack power by 500%. Empowered by Thanatos, the battlefield fell completely silent as Renzo unleashed a rapid flurry of high-speed strikes. The Death Dragon attempted to counter with a devastating purple breath attack, but Renzo merely smiled and stood his ground, as his invulnerability absorbed the damage entirely. Ultimately, the dragon collapsed, allowing Renzo to secure its essence. To end the confrontation once and for all, Renzo combined his energy orbs with his lightning control to conjure a massive tempest. Thousands of lightning bolts struck the ground, obliterating everything within a radius of several miles. However, the attack was so devastating that the system penalized him, leaving the fighter mute and unable to use any skills for 5 minutes. To make the situation even more desperate, despite all the widespread destruction, the bosses were still standing. Just when it seemed like Henson was in deep trouble, a mysterious hooded man suddenly appeared. Henson recognized the man instantly and was left in complete shock, realizing this was the Apostle of Sleep, the Grey Cardinal. The Apostle scolded Henson for interfering too much in this era, but decided to clean up the mess himself. With a simple snap of his fingers, he sealed both the knight and the dragon away. The Pope of that era was not spared from judgment. For the crime of corrupting the powers of Thanatos and creating the rotting death, the Apostle sentenced him to death on the spot. With that final act, the dream mission of Thanatos finally came to an end. Before leaving, the Apostle of Sleep gave Henson an enigmatic farewell wave, saying he expected to meet him again soon, already knowing that Henson was from another time. Before Henson could even respond to the mysterious message, he vanished from the dream and was teleported back to the present day. He woke up to immediate chaos, realizing he was back near the capital, where things were in a state of absolute disorder. Rina and Francis were waiting at the scene, looking anxious to find out where he had been all this time. In his absence, the capital of Pier Harbor had been completely taken over by the Japanese server. Since Henson had not returned yet, Rina had decided to take charge of the battle to buy them some time. She ended up clashing directly with Tsuya, the Japanese archer who served as the apostle of the god of the hunt, and who also happened to be the same person Henson had stolen a bow from in the past. Rina fought remarkably well and proved that her skills had evolved significantly, but Tsuya was a formidable opponent. He summoned a shadow wolf to corner the girl, and nearly finished her off with a deadly combination of explosive arrows. While Rina was forced to fight the boss all by herself, the rest of the members of the Hero Guild were struggling just to survive, with each of them fighting 3 or 4 enemies at the same time. Because of this overwhelming disadvantage, their defeat seemed inevitable. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently as a giant meteorite fell from the sky, causing a massive explosion that forced the Japanese forces to retreat immediately. Henson appeared floating on a cloud, looking down at the massive destruction and wondering if he had made the meteor a bit too large. Everyone present noticed that his mask had changed color, reflecting his new title as the God Slayer. Tsuya instantly felt that Henson was exuding an incredibly dangerous and sinister aura. Henson descended directly into the battlefield and began clearing out the enemy troops with a single swing of his new axe, keeping his main focus locked on Tsuya. The Japanese archer tried to launch an attack, but Henson neutralized his skills as if they were absolutely nothing. To provoke his opponent further, Henson put his axe away and drew his bow. Henson mentioned that he was lucky to find these items on the God of War and casually asked if he was using them correctly, mockingly thanking Tsuya for taking care of them in the past. The archer, who was the rightful owner of the gear, became absolutely furious at being called a mere caretaker by the Asura. The battle quickly turned into a duel between two archers. Even though Henson lacked the specific archery skills that Tsuya possessed, the Asura began firing arrows with pure, absurd physical strength, relying entirely on his raw stats. Tsuya tried to keep his composure, hoping that his rival's sheer arrogance would create a perfect opening to turn the tide of the battle. The duel between the two ended up being very short. Tsuya realized immediately that Henson's title as the Godslayer was no exaggeration. He tried everything in his power, activating a wolfskin transformation and firing hundreds of arrows, but Henson was simply on a completely different level. The Asura unleashed the energy of Thanatos to create a massive tornado of purple lightning that completely wiped Tsuya off the map. With the defeat of their leader, the remaining Japanese soldiers fell into despair, and many committed harakiri, which was the game version of suicide, to avoid capture. After the battle, Henson took off his mask in front of his allies, who included Kaiser, Sunny, and the rest of the guild. Rina then revealed to everyone that the legendary Asura was actually her brother. The group was completely shocked, since nobody expected the most powerful player in the world to be the guy they already knew. Meanwhile, Libius arrived riding a dragon, happy to reunite with his master, and completely ignoring the tense atmosphere around them. Regardless of the celebration, the victory at Pier Harbor was soon overshadowed by terrible news. The eastern server had already been captured, and a massive coalition was forming. Old Nucifer had joined forces with the American server and the Black Union to invade the central continent, gathering a fleet of 150,000 players in flying ships. The Church of Jinichi also joined the invaders to hunt down what they called heresy, which in this case was the Church of Thanatos. Just as the invading fleet was approaching the capital, the Dark Knights of Thanatos and the Knights of Sloth appeared in the sky. Everyone expected an epic battle to break out, but the leader of the Knights, showing his signature laziness, simply said he did not want to go to the trouble of fighting. He told the invaders to just pass on through because he only wanted to go home. The leader explained that their only mission was to announce their presence, and since they had already done that, they were leaving to go to sleep. The leader of the invasion, Blue Eyes, found the situation very strange, but he took the opportunity to advance with his troops. The knights truly lived up to their name and were lazy to the extreme, vanishing immediately afterward. After that, the Black Union and the fleet from the Sky Castle marched straight toward Pier Harbor. Queen Rina and Kaiser realized they had been surrounded by a very well-planned strategy. At the same time, Sir Henson discovered that the enemy had prepared a secret trap and decided not to fall into it. Instead, he summoned his small master, the powerful mage Julia, who went to the invasion site and began her attack. Julia cast magic circles that blocked the teleportation of the enemies, leaving them all trapped in place. Because of this, half of the forces of the invading coalition, which was led by Blue Eyes, ended up wiped off the map in an instant by a rain of fire. The enemy leader was furious when he realized his plan had failed completely. While Julia cleared the battlefield, Asura went to meet Arca, the young master of that mysterious fan guild that had appeared before. Arca revealed that the entire guild worshipped Asura, and that they did not just want an alliance, but rather to become his personal guild. Arca explained that, although Henson was strong enough to eliminate thousands of monsters alone, dealing with the cleanup logistics was a tedious job. The guild would happily handle that part just for the honor of standing beside a legend. Asura was impressed by the sincerity of Arca, so he took off his mask, revealed his real name, and accepted the proposal, gaining an elite army entirely devoted to him. Meanwhile, at sea, the Eden Guild and Rin were holding the line against the rest of the Japanese and American fleet. Eden decided not to pursue the retreating enemies to avoid useless casualties and to reorganize the Korean forces. On the side of the villains, the Apostle of Sleep of Thanatos was already plotting the next move after the failure against Julia. The Apostle suggested recruiting an influential figure called the Beast King, a hostile white monkey who did not get along with anyone on the 5,000 continent. Hearing this, Blue Eyes decided they would attack the northern continent as soon as the preparations with Lucifer were complete. The apostle also promised that the leader would soon witness the birth of a new apostle. Meanwhile, Asura was watching his new personal guard fight a boss named Pelsenior. He noticed with pride that the movements of his guard were very similar to his own. Even when the boss entered the third phase of the battle, Asura continued to watch with a smile, thinking that the fight would make an amazing video for his channel. Sometime later, while relaxing on the couch at home, Henson talked with Reina about the state of the game. The Black Union, the guild that had allied with the Japanese, was collapsing rapidly. No one wanted wanted to be associated with them, and members were abandoning the group to avoid being branded as traitors to the country. Although the Americans retreated quickly, Henson knew they had not given up on the war. He felt that a new invasion was being planned, and that the defense of Korea was at a disadvantage against a potential surprise attack. During this conversation, Tina became jealous of Egg, and not wanting to be left behind, revealed that she could create S-rank difficulty dungeons. Henson entered a cave surrounded by lava to test his skills, while Tina and Egg stayed outside to protect the portal. The interior of the dungeon was extremely bright. Once inside, Asura realized that the monsters were powerful humanoids who fought with their eyes closed, forcing him to fight using only his instincts and mana perception. Inside the dungeon, Asura took the opportunity to test his entire available arsenal. He used his Asura mode strengthened with the energy of Thanatos, combined attacks with a spear, an axe, and a magic bow, and activated powerful skills like the Nightmare of Thanatos and the Sky-Cleaving Thunder. In 2 hours, he defeated 38 elite monsters, accumulating progress for a reward that promised to be massive. In the middle of this training, Henson felt a different kind of energy that did not seem to belong to ordinary demons. Right after, the system sent a notification about an additional quest, indicating that an unknown man had appeared. It was a decrepit, almost invisible old man who, even under the light magic, had no eyes and looked as if he had been there for an eternity. After defeating the initial monsters, Henson met with this blind old man, who invited him to visit his underground village. The protagonist already suspected that the people of that region had been victims of church sacrifices or had failed some test in the past. Upon arriving at the location, he confirmed that no one in the village could see. The villagers explained that they gave up their sight to dedicate themselves entirely to Thanatos, as they believed that sleep, dreams, and death occurred in the darkness. Then, they revealed something crucial. They used to feel the powerful presence of Thanatos, but one day, that energy simply vanished. The disappearance of the god threw everything into chaos. Even the demons wandering nearby, who looked like monstrous elves, were suffering and crying because they had lost their master. The villagers asked Henson, who carried the purest energy of Thanatos, to grant the blessing of death and eternal rest to these demons wandering in agony, and he accepted the quest immediately. As he progressed through the quest and defeated dozens of demons, Henson came face to face with the area boss, a being that looked like an angel of light. He was already used to the darkness, but the opponent attacked using blinding explosions of light. The angel became furious upon seeing Henson using the power of Thanatos, calling him a lowborn barbarian and a blasphemer. Even in the middle of a tight spot, Henson did not lose focus on his video channel. He realized that now that there was light, he could finally record some high-quality content. He quickly put on his mask and charged forward. Sometimes this type of story can be annoying because the demons are always portrayed as good, while the angels are the villains. Either way, the angel did not make it easy and launched spheres of solar fire, but Henson countered the attack with his gravitational meteor. Even though he was using only half of his total power, Henson managed to repel the attacks and get closer to his opponent. He noticed that the boss was using a small sphere that glowed like the sun to attack. Seeing his chance, Henson landed a critical hit on the angel, making his opponent cough up blood and scream in hatred before attempting a final attack with his feathers. However, Henson charged forward with everything he had, determined to end the fight right then and there. After defeating the boss, he not only gained a massive progress bonus for the trial, reaching 225 points, but he also obtained the key of the Apostle of Sleep. This key reacted to the village of the blind residents, and Henson immediately realized that the Apostle was using that place as a hiding spot to store divine-level items and relics stolen from the gods. It was basically a map to a gold mine. Meanwhile, on the villain's side, the Pope and the Dragon were recovering and planning their counterattack. They needed one last sacrifice to regain their full power. It had to be someone with deep faith, but who also had never been betrayed. Their target was the village of the blind residents. At the same time, the Dark Knight, Quincelder, was starting to think that the Apostle of Sleep was playing games with them, so he decided to act on his own to become stronger. Over in the real world, the game developers were worried because Henson had received items that were far too powerful before even finishing the quest. They were putting all their hopes on Quincelder because, according to the system calculations, the level gap was so massive that the protagonist could never defeat the knight in a fair fight. Because of this, the developers believed that Henson had finally hit a wall he could not overcome. Shortly after, the protagonist returned to the village and entered the secret hideout of the Apostle. But the moment he stepped inside, his narcolepsy skill was activated, and he fell into a deep sleep right on the spot. That was when things got bizarre. The knight Quincelder invaded the cave ready to kill Henson, but when he saw him sleeping under the effect of the skill of Thanatos, something confused the boss's mind. Instead of attacking, the knight knelt down and began to beg for forgiveness while crying. He mistook Henson's sleeping state for the actual image of a god, believing he had been a disobedient servant. Henson then woke up to find the final boss slamming his head against the ground and begging to be punished. Henson realized that narcolepsy was much more overpowered than he had originally thought, since it basically tamed any monsters that worship Thanatos. Knight Quinsildur was in complete shock and convinced himself that everything, including his temptation to abandon Thanatos, was a test from the god himself. Playing along with the misunderstanding, Henson punished the knight, ordering him to go back to being his shield and sword, and told Quinsildur to return to the villain's hideout and act naturally. He even authorized half of the villages to be sacrificed so the other bosses could recover some of their strength, but warned that even if they recovered, they were nothing compared to his sword. After that, Henson defeated the Demon of Judgment, finishing the dungeon with an absurd progress of 325 points and leaving with a full inventory. He secured rare relics like a jade bar and items infused with the energy of the god of war, completely cleaning out the hideout of the Apostle of Sleep. In the real world, the developers were in a state of desperation. The original plan was for the villains to become gods and start a world war, but Henson had completely broken the storyline and was now trying to control Quinsildur. They calculated that the player would finish the entire main scenario in just 2 real-life months. Because of this, the team had to rush to create new content and a worthy ending. Otherwise, the game would be a total failure due to a lack of challenge. Meanwhile, on the northern continent, Lucifer was undergoing a trial to become a new apostle. He was completely obsessed with getting revenge on Henson and received a warning that the power of the Astra was highly destructive, meaning he could not afford to make any mistakes. Even so, Lucifer was confident that he would crush his rival during their next encounter. Back in the game, Henson was training and found the whole process incredibly boring because it was just too easy. He started thinking about starting live streams to show his daily routine, answer questions from other players, and make some money with new content. Around that time, Quinsildur reported that the Emperor of the Decaying Death would take about half a year to fully awaken, which only equaled 1 month in real life. For Henson, this timeline was absolutely perfect to prepare for the final battle. Meanwhile, Lucifer finally succeeded in becoming the Apostle of War, but his joy was short-lived. He discovered that Henson had already stolen the Gauntlet of Thunder and the other divine items that were supposed to be his, leaving the Emperor and the other gods absolutely furious. Without the original items, Lucifer realized his power was limited and knew he had to kill the star to reclaim what was yours and successfully dominate the central continent. Wishing to connect with his audience, Henson decided to host his first live stream for his fans and invited his master Julia to participate. However, Julia decided that the best way to help her student was to summon a literal meteor shower over the kingdom of Kukatas, doing it simply for her own amusement. The kingdom was completely devastated, leaving King Doralus absolutely furious. This forced Emperor Karen, Henson's master, to intervene to prevent a massive diplomatic war, and in the end, Henson was left with the responsibility of apologizing for the mess. Because of this, Henson traveled to the kingdom of Kukatas to beg for forgiveness from the wise blacksmith Doralus. The blacksmith accepted the apology on the sole condition that the young man bring him the heart of the fire dragon living inside the volcano. Sometime later, right in the middle of the volcano, Henson's narcolepsy skills suddenly activated, and he simply fell fast asleep right on top of the burning lava. A fully equipped knight named Agni, who was also at the volcano, was completely shocked when he saw this happen. He wondered how anyone could possibly sleep in such an incredibly hot place where he himself could barely stand, and he quickly became interested in Henson's overpowered equipment. While Henson slept in the volcano, Doralus explained the truth about Julia and the Emperor to his apprentice. Julia did not destroy things out of malice, but rather because she acted like a child who constantly craved attention. After making a huge mess, she always left powerful maintenance spells behind to compensate for the damage, such as the one keeping the blacksmith workshop warm. Emperor Charon and the Kingdom of Kolkadra were actually major trade allies, but they pretended to fight in public out of pure pride and etiquette, while secretly respecting each other. While Henson focused on his missions, tension was rising among the scouts of the gods. The Apostle of the Sky managed to convince Elgis, the king of the beasts, to join the game. Being a stubborn and brutal monster, Elgis was given the mission to overthrow the Emperor of the Central Continent. In exchange, he would receive the essence of a forgotten god to ascend to the sacred throne. The beast was so ambitious that he was already planning not just to capture the Emperor, but to kill him once and for all to prevent any chance of the Asura intervening. Meanwhile, Henson finished his live stream on a high note. Even with his sudden sleep attack in the middle of the volcano, he managed to defeat the fire dragon and claim the heart of the creature. All of this happened while Agni watched everything in absolute rage, calling the Asura a coward in the stream chat. Back at the workshop, Henson delivered the materials to the blacksmith Doralus, who was highly impressed. As a reward, Henson received a new rank SS quest to obtain a custom-made legendary weapon. Shortly after, Henson set off on a 5-hour boat trip with Will, the blacksmith's apprentice, to search for rare materials on Tangipe Island. This place was a complete blind spot on the map, heavily protected by monsters ranging from level 400 to 500, as well as strange energies that caused severe hallucinations. The name of Tangipe Island comes from the combination of Thanatos and Hypnos, which indicated that the place was directly related to Henson's lineage in the game. Meanwhile, the game development team, Min and Cho, was in a total panic. Min confessed that he had never designed Tangipe Island or the non-player characters there. Apparently, the game's artificial intelligence created the place all on its own to balance Henson's immense strength. There was even a legendary non-player character named Godmaker, the creator of goddesses, whom the artificial intelligence had hidden from the developers themselves. Access to the area was blocked even for the owners of the game, and they suspected that Thanatos himself might be there, keeping an eye on the player. Inside the game, Henson and the apprentice Will entered a cave filled with ancient symbols. Henson began to connect the dots and realized that Tangipe was indeed a mixture of Thanatos, which means death, and Hypnos, which means sleep, making the island a monument to Thanatos. He theorized that Thanatos might have been a god who lost his name and was forgotten, which in the game meant permanent death. With this realization, he activated a secret quest to uncover the secrets of this deity. In the center of the cave, the two came face to face with humanoid bulls that were level 455. The fight functioned like a puzzle because the monster had two sides. The white side was visible and invulnerable to attacks, while the black side remained invisible and attacked from behind. Henson used a sleep skill from Thanatos to double his damage and put the white side to sleep for 1 minute. With the enemy paralyzed, he used his entire arsenal, including the Guide of Death and Lucid Dream, exploding the monster and advancing to the next phase. After the fight, Will mentioned that there was an underground passage leading to the heart of the island. However, the blacksmith Dorolos had felt a very sinister energy coming from one specific door, deciding to turn back and forbid his apprentices from entering because it would lead to an inevitable disaster. Since Henson loved danger, he figured that if the strongest man on the continent was afraid of that place, then that was exactly where he needed to go. Henson decided to enter the forbidden passage alone, even though he was in a highly vulnerable state. Because of his previous battles, he could not use the Guide of Death for 10 days, and his defense was reduced to 0 due to the side effects of his sleep skills. Even without any defense, he resolved to move forward, trusting that he simply needed to avoid getting hit. He opened the door expecting to find a continuation of the cave, but instead stumbled right into a women's bathhouse, nearly getting arrested as an intruder. Meanwhile, in the real world, the players ranked from 2nd to 14th place gathered to devise a plan to finally bring down the Asura. The other players despised him and wanted to completely pulverize the guild that supported him. Even Risa, the goddess of thunder, joined the alliance, and the group counted on the help of a heavenly apostle to turn the Asura into dust. Back in the game, Henson was captured by the inhabitants of the island, a superpowered race of level 400 and above who lived hidden underground. He was brought before the queen, who was ready to order his arms to be cut off, but she sensed the energy of Thanatos radiating from the young man and became furious, as her people hated that god with all their might. Henson realized that the queen viewed the power of Thanatos as a curse and decided to use the opportunity to put on a great performance. He began to curse the god, calling him a wretched bastard who did nothing but ruin his life and claiming he could no longer bear the heavy burden. The queen fell for the act, believing Henson was just another victim of Thanatos, and decided to give him a chance. The queen revealed that her people were called the Leda, the race of dreams and the night sky. They did not worship Thanatos, but rather a god named Tangipe, who was the deity of nightmares and dreams. According to their legend, Thanatos betrayed and sealed the god Tangipe a long time ago. Since the enemy of their enemy was their friend, the queen asked Henson to help her people, since he was highly familiar with the powers of Thanatos. Henson began to connect the dots regarding the relationship between Thanatos and Tangipe. He theorized that the two might actually be the exact same deity or two sides of the same coin, where one is adored by everyone and the other is utterly despised. The names originated from Thanatos, representing death, and Hypnos, representing sleep. He suspected that Tangipe did not vanish because of Thanatos, but rather because he was forgotten by the other gods, and in this game, being forgotten meant dying. Regardless, the Leda Queen asked Henson to investigate a portal in the center of the island, and he accepted the request while thinking about the videos he could make for his channel. Upon stepping through, he came face to face with the Elysian Fields. The portal ended up separating Henson from Will, and he arrived all alone at a town that was identical to the starting village for beginners, where he had spent a year sleeping at the very beginning of the game. It was then that a mysterious girl appeared, wished him sweet dreams, and declared that she would protect that world. Meanwhile, in the real world, the developers Min and Cho were in absolute shock. The beginner village should have been automatically deleted the moment Henson left it to save server space, and they had no idea how it had reappeared. Furthermore, the character Elysium was marked in the system as dead, with her name highlighted in red, meaning she should not have any consciousness or physical presence. Min suspected that the game's artificial intelligence was creating content on its own and revealing the name of the final boss, Tangape, way ahead of schedule. While the developers were panicking, Henson woke up in the village and came face to face with a sinister fog and a crowd of over 1,000 monsters. To make matters worse, each of these creatures was just as strong as or even stronger than the boss he had previously fought in the cave. His defense was currently at 0, and he was completely unable to use his strongest weapons and skills, including Lucid Dream and Death Guide. He attempted to clear the area by casting meteors and standard arrows, which earned him a massive amount of experience, but the surviving monsters began fusing together and absorbing one another, becoming far more dangerous. Realizing that facing 1,000 enemies alone would be too much trouble, Henson decided to use a divine item from Minerva, the goddess of war, which allowed him to summon allies anywhere. He called upon Ark and the members of his new guild, who were all between levels 300 and 350. These allies were so skilled that they could defeat the elite monsters in one-on-one combat, making Henson proud of his choice. While the chaotic battle raged on, Henson tried to figure out the identity of Tengipe, the god of dreams. He theorized that people had forgotten that Thanatos himself was also a god of dreams, in addition to being the god of sleep and death. When the consciousness of Elysium was sealed away, the role of the dream gods vanished from the memory of the people, and Tangipi ended up dying from being forgotten. Because of this, Henson believed that the final test to complete his quest lay in the final stage of the dungeon, where he expected to find the real reason behind the sealing of Elysium. Outside the dungeon, the Apostle of Sleep was assembling an elite team to destroy Henson and his guild. He had already recruited Elgis, the Beast King, along with Lucifer, who was now serving as the Apostle of War. Risa was the newest threat to join the group, and the Apostle offered her the essence of Thor, whom Henson had previously killed. Now acting as the descendant of the god of thunder, Risa accepted the deal to hunt down the Asura. The Apostle of Sleep warned her that thunder has never defeated the sky, making it clear that if she tried to betray him, he would simply strip away her powers. Meanwhile, Henson reached the final gate and came face to face with the 3 Nightmare Knights. These guardians of the gate were fused together into a single, formidable force. For this final battle, Henson dismissed the help of his guild. He wanted to test which was stronger between the Nightmare of Thanatos, which was his own power, and the Nightmare of the Knights. The battle began at a frantic pace. Libeus fought with absolutely no limits, as the territory of the Dream God had removed all of his level restrictions. He fought like a true demon, tearing the arms off the guards and spreading absolute terror. Seeing that Libeus was essentially a human strategic weapon, Henson decided to start playing seriously so they could infiltrate the castle. As the battle raged, the god Tangipe watched everything from above the clouds. He revealed that the area was filled with fragments of the consciousness of Elysium, who had sacrificed herself in the past to seal the relics and ward off the god of sleep. However, Tangipe treated her with utter contempt and forced her to lead an army of ghosts against Henson, promising that if she won, he would finally recognize her as his descendant. Upon reaching the throne room, Henson was shocked to see Will sitting there, acting as the boss of the place. Libeus prepared to launch an immediate attack, but Henson stopped him instantly. The protagonist realized that Will was trapped inside a dream prison created by Tangipe. He tried to use the Nightmare of Thanatos, but the skill failed to work. His winning move was using the prophetic dream skill, which successfully broke the spell and allowed Will to regain his senses, completing the rescue mission. Once freed from the trance, Will explained that he had been attacked despite wearing his invisibility cloak. He could not remember many details, but he did mention a female figure with very thin arms who wielded a weapon. This left Henson intrigued, wondering if the attacker was Tangipe Elysium or perhaps an entirely new boss. Either way, as soon as they rescued Will, the castle began to collapse. Libeus found the danger highly amusing and laughed, but Henson knew the situation was about to turn ugly. When they finally managed to escape, they were immediately blocked by an army of ghosts led by Elysium herself. Henson found himself in a very difficult spot because his strongest skills were all on cooldown, and he was completely surrounded. To make matters worse, his mana was nearly depleted, which prevented him from casting his meteor spell. Fortunately, Arceus and his squad of mages arrived on the scene. Instead of engaging in direct combat, they focused entirely on supporting Henson and restoring his mana. The turning point came thanks to Libeus, who demonstrated that Henson no longer needed to rely on ordinary mana. Following this realization, Henson began using the life energy of Thanatos to cast his spells. This elevated his power to a whole new level, making his magic significantly stronger and allowing him to summon meteors at will, using nothing but his thoughts. The fight against Elysium, who was merely a fragment of consciousness, was highly intense. Henson defended himself using magic shields, but Lebeus became furious that she had dared to touch his master and charged at her with everything he had. After they defeated her, Lebeus suggested in his usual wild manner that Henson should absorb her as a supplement to grow stronger. Henson accepted the offer and absorbed the divine power, which was so intense that even the game system struggled to display the data properly. Ultimately, the battle itself was not too difficult, since she was just one of many fragments scattered across the world. Despite the victory, the main quest was not completed. Henson realized that Tangjepe, the Lord of Dreams and Nightmares, was the true final boss, but the god was playing hard to get and refused to appear at that moment. Tangjepe sent Henson back to the original world, but left him the essence of a dead god as a gift, sending a message that he should return once he was ready to discover the truth. Back in the real world, the developers Min and Cho were in a complete panic. They found it absurd that Henson was using the energy of Thanatos to replace mana, since this mechanic gave the player far too much freedom and caused them to lose control of the game. On top of that, when they checked the protagonist's items, they saw that he already possessed 6 divine tier items, an arsenal capable of breaking the balance of any server. Because of this, the developer's only remaining hope is Elgis, the Beast King of Continent 5000. Elgis is a brutal leader who sits on his throne, having recently killed one of his own subordinates just because he was annoyed. Furthermore, he accepted the challenge to face the Emperor and the Asura, declaring with a sinister smile that they should begin the war. While Henson was doing his quests, Lucifer went through a major crisis and almost died, leaving him with only 1% of his health. Despite this, he managed to absorb the power of dreams and finally obtained the divine class, the descendant of the Thunder God. Now, Lucifer and Aquilor are building an army of monsters on Continent 5000 to take revenge and start a bloody war. Henson returned to Tangjepe Island with his inventory completely full and his level rising non-stop. His spear, the Dunfear, resonated with the energy of the god Tangjepe and changed completely, now totally ignoring the enemy's defense. After that, Henson decided to hunt all the monsters on the island just to collect materials for the master blacksmith Duralos. Will, the apprentice blacksmith, was terrified by the protagonist's bloodlust and hunger for items. Sometime later, Henson brought a mountain of materials to Duralos in the kingdom of Kukats, leaving the blacksmith completely speechless at the massive amount. Instead of weapons, Henson requested a special armor set. Duralos accepted the challenge, but warned that he would need an entire month to make something worthy of the disaster the warrior causes wherever he goes. Then, Henson realized that the secret to everything lay in the underworld, and in Acheron, the apostle of death, but he did not know how to get there. No. He summoned the soldiers of Minerva, and pretending he already knew everything, scolded them by asking where the entrance was. The soldiers, thinking it was just a test, revealed that the door opens for those who possess the will of a god. Henson then used the energy of Thanatos, and the gates of the underworld opened for him, as he wanted to claim all the rewards before the other players discovered the path. In the castle, the Emperor Charon and Julia discussed the rebellion of Elgis. Charon had already defeated Elgis 10 years ago, and the two realized that the Beast King was only acting brave now because the gods had given him a divine essence. Julia commented that this essence belonged to a low-level god whom Charon himself had killed in the past, meaning Elgis was trying to get stronger by using the power of someone the Emperor had already easily defeated. Even so, Charon feels that the upcoming fight will be serious. While the Emperor prepared for combat, Henson was already in the middle of battle defeating the Beastman army. He used his gravity techniques and the torpedo shark to clear the map. On the inside, Henson was only thinking about recording an epic video of the war, since he felt the enemies were so easy that the fight was almost getting boring for his channel's subscribers. At the same time, the situation for the Eden Guild and Rena was not good at all. They were surrounded and discovered that the promised help was delayed because the enemies had created a diversion. The one displaying extreme cruelty was Risa, the 7th in the official ranking, who was facing Rena and Eden all by herself and clearly had the upper hand. Risa called everyone a loser and was itching to get into a fistfight with Asura. Just when it seemed like everything was going to go wrong for the group, the priests of Thanatos showed up. Lebu arrived laughing and causing chaos, while Ramond challenged Risa to a duel to buy some time. Suddenly the sky turned dark with the arrival of a flying castle, bringing the Apostle of the Heaven with even more troops. Observing from high above, Henson analyzed the battlefield and saw that Lucifer, the Apostle of War, was the greatest threat at the moment, followed by the Apostle of the Heaven and Risa. Meanwhile, the great Cardinal of Thanatos watched everything from the top of a cliff with a villainous air, saying that everything was going according to plan to create a limit break quest. Henson finally went down to face Lucifer, and their reunion was full of mockery. Lucifer appeared very pompous as the new Apostle of War. To provoke him, Henson pulled out a sword that his opponent recognized right away, which was an item Lucifer had lost or wanted very much. Lucifer became blind with rage, but Henson told him the truth, saying that he was fierce but lacked skill. Henson decided he would not even use the energy of Thanatos for that fight, claiming that the power of Minerva was already more than enough to teach Lucifer a lesson. The duel ended very quickly, and with the usual result. Lucifer ended up exhausted and defeated, while Henson, with his usual mockery, thanked him for the attribute bonus, since fighting against an apostle of war made him even stronger. Lucifer tried a desperate final attack, focusing all his abilities into a single blow, but Henson used a repulsion technique and countered. The system warned that Lucifer was in critical condition, suffering from corrosion damage from an unknown energy that could not be healed. Henson commented that the fight had been dangerous, while his rival accepted defeat. While Henson shined, Emperor Charon finally stood face to face with Tartarus, the Grey Cardinal of the Church of Thanatos. Tartarus asked why someone as powerful as Charon had not yet become a god. Charon replied that if he ascended to the world of the gods, he would no longer find anyone strong to fight. The two began a warm-up combat that made rocks fly everywhere and created great clouds of dust, with Charon clearly enjoying himself. In another area, Julia faced Elgis, the Beast King, who was in his giant gorilla form. Elgis used pure brute force and speed, but Julia was clever and began converting the energy of his attacks into mana for herself, using a space-time distortion technique to become intangible and attack from places where he could not reach her. Elgis grabbed an energy sphere that was supposed to blow off his limbs just to prove how tough he was, while the fight between the two destroyed the entire surrounding landscape. Back in the other combat, Tartarus admitted that Charon was a special case, far too strong for a simple mortal. Charon noticed his opponent was not kidding and told him to stop stalling and show his true fighting spirit. Tartarus apologized and took off his cloak, making the battle even more intense to the point where the blows began to tear space-time. Tartarus revealed that in the past, he used hypnosis to kill all the apostles of the continent. Right after, Charon managed to cut off the arm of Tartarus, but the limb of the villain regenerated immediately. In the end, Charon admitted defeat because he was severely injured internally, but Tartarus also finished the combat in terrible shape, losing half of his face and body. The villain fled through a portal, warning that he would not return anytime soon, and alerting the Emperor that he should not trust Asura too much. Julia appeared shortly after, saw that Charon was exhausted, and rushed him to the magic tower to be healed, while the war down below remained in chaos. The followers of Thanatos, the god of sleep, celebrated and cheered intensely. Zolobius laughed everywhere, while the other warriors just wanted the fight to end soon so they could go to sleep. When Rin and Carrot arrived, they realized that the Apostle of the Heaven had a plan because of a green barrier blocking the way. Zolobius said he could destroy the barrier, although it would be risky. It was then that Henson finally arrived at the battle site and found Risa. Risa had not only become an apostle, but also the descendant of Thunder. She used a technique called Thunder Usurpation, and the system sent a warning to Henson informing him that he would have to fight without using his strongest items, relying only on his pure skill. Henson accepted the challenge with a smile on his face. He began to dodge all of her blows and even commented that in reality, Lucifer was much more fun to fight. Henson found Risa to be quite weak and defeated her without much effort, but he had no time to celebrate. The system suddenly announced that the realm of the gods had decided to intervene in the human world, and Apollo, the god of light, descended to Earth to fight. Because Henson held the title of Godslayer, he received a special mission. This mission cut the power of Apollo in half, while doubling all of Henson's attributes. On top of that, he gained a window of approximately 10 minutes, during which the god would be unable to move. Henson decided to start the fight by launching a gravitational meteor shower. The massive attack shocked the world and left ordinary players terrified of being wiped off the map, but Libios was absolutely loving the situation and even declared that he wanted to be hit by his master. However, Apollo did not come alone, as he brought an army of angels and demons to protect him. Henson quickly eliminated most of the enemies, leaving only a few of the more persistent archangels behind. Shortly after, he launched a direct attack against Apollo using the spear Don Fur, feeling the weapon vibrate with happiness at the prospect of facing a god. Henson unleashed all of his best techniques, combining the swordsmanship of Charon, the nightmare of Thanatos, and a powerful axe attack. As soon as the nightmare effect ended, Apollo showed his true divinity. He called Henson insignificant and delivered a punch that felt like a solar flare. Henson managed to repel the arm of the god, but he then received a kick so strong that it almost brought about his end. Even with the ground destroyed and suffering from severe wounds, Henson remained standing. He realized that even with Apollo's powers reduced by half, the physical strength of a god was on another level entirely. Gasping for air and cornered, Henson began to prepare his last resort, the Call of Thanatos. To To face the god Apollo, Hansen activated a special mode by combining the 3 divine items of Thanatos. The visual appearance, however, turned out a bit comical, as he ended up wrapped in white clouds that looked like a blanket, and his weapon transformed into a sort of cloud pillow. He even confessed to feeling embarrassed, feeling as though he had tied a towel around his neck to prepare for a pillow fight. Despite the funny appearance, the power was very real. Apollo recognized the form of Thanatos and grew tense, realizing that if Hansen became a god, the world of the gods would be destroyed, especially since this opponent would never forgive the alliance they had made against him. The skill was so powerful that Hansen's pillow could copy any weapon he had ever used before. Apollo tried to burn everything using clones of light, but Hansen broke through the defense and struck the chest of the god with his cloud. At the peak of the battle, the intense heat of Apollo began to suffocate Hansen, and it was at this exact moment that the narcolepsy skill suddenly activated. Instead of simply passing out, Hansen entered a sleepwalking mode. His body began to move on its own with absurd power, leaving Apollo so desperate that he asked if Thanatos himself was standing there. In the end, Hansen won the battle, and the system presented him with 2 options, which were to either kill or submit Apollo. Thinking strategically to avoid attracting more furious divinities, Hansen chose to submit the god. With this decision, the powerful god of light became an ally of Hansen and an enemy of the god of heaven. Apollo even changed his shape, appearing as a little boy who swore his loyalty to the Asura. Upon seeing what happened to Apollo, the apostle of heaven, the young blonde man with blue eyes panicked completely and tried to switch sides. He attempted to flee and offer information, suggesting that the villains of the Rotting Death Guild would help them in exchange for his life. Hansen had no interest in negotiating, however, and quickly decapitated him. As a penalty for dying, the player lost his divine items and received a 24-hour ban from the game. In the real world, the player behind the Apostle of Heaven emerged from his capsule in a rage, only to receive even worse news. The American server was currently being invaded. The villains of the Rotting Death Guild, whom everyone had assumed were allies, betrayed the American players and began a massive slaughter. The young blonde man realized too late that he had been stabbed in the back. Back with Hansen, he finally completed his Limit Break quest and leveled up rapidly. He also received the official quest to find Thanatos himself, and realized that his ultimate goal was to gather all the apostles, including Elysium. Meanwhile, Apollo, the god of light, now acted as Hansen's subordinate. Kneeling before him, the fallen deity asked if his new master wanted him to open the gates to the world of the gods to defeat the fallen gods. Hansen remained perfectly calm and replied that the time had not yet come. At the same time, the Rotting Death Guild betrayed everyone and began destroying the American continent. The situation in the game became so extreme that the system allowed American players to flee the region and choose other continents to respawn. Reyna and Eben attempted to organize an expeditionary force on the central continent. Julia was appointed leader of this expedition, since Emperor Charon was still recovering from his previous battle. On the villain's side, the leader of the Rotting Death Guild locked Quincy Derrick, who had become a spy for Hansen, in a cell to ensure the knight could not betray him again. The villain used black flames to consume Quincy's thoughts, transforming him back into an obedient servant. The villain leader desired to become a god at any cost, and promised that as soon as the black sun rose, he would hunt down all of Thanatos' apostles. Back at the castle, Julia was worrying about Karen when Tartarus, the Grey Cardinal, suddenly appeared. He apologized for the previous conflict, revealed that he actually wanted to help, and presented his plan to prevent the other gods from entering the war. Because he was weakened, Tartarus explained that he needed the help of both Julia and Karen. Karen then explained that Julia had absorbed the core of the Beast King Elgos, meaning she now possessed enough strength to face even a mid-level god. Ultimately, Emperor Karen and Julia decided that Hansen was already strong enough to handle himself. While Hansen focused on the war on land, they would depart for the world of the gods to ensure no deities interfered in the conflict. Seeking to speed up the process of peace, Tartarus went to recruit Acheron, the Apostle of Death. Acheron was suspicious at first, but agreed to help upon learning that the mission would also serve to save and honor Elysium. He planned to join the group in the world of the gods as soon as he resolved some pending matters in the underworld. While the leaders planned their attack on the gods, Hansen was in the underworld training against elite undead. He fought against soldiers who felt no pain and possessed the exact same strength as him, which helped him refine his swordsmanship. In the meantime, Hansen reached level 420, but he remained worried. Since the leader of the Rotting Death Guild was not a god, his Godslayer title would not work against him, forcing Hansen to think of new strategies. Meanwhile, the leader of the Rotting Death Guild waited on his throne for the Black Sun to stabilize. The villain has not only recovered his ancient strength, but has also reclaimed his soul, and his plan is as simple as it is terrifying. As soon as the Black Sun truly shines, everything in existence will begin to rot and transform into part of his undead army. Meanwhile, in the real world, the development team was in a state of total despair over the current situation of the game. Amin and Cho tried to understand where this Black Sun had come from, since it was never part of the original script. They suspected that everything went wrong because the villain seized the essence of a god that should have been on Tangib Island. Ah-min confessed that she had given too much freedom to the game's artificial intelligence, which caused the balance of power to completely collapse. Now, the developer's mission is to try and guide the players to make the right choices before the game breaks entirely. At the same time, Tartarus, Acheron, Julia, and Emperor Karen invaded the world of the gods. Julia arrived eager to fight everyone to test her new powers, while Karen and Tartarus focused on silencing the gods who were interfering on Earth. They decided to split up, with Tartarus going to settle scores with the most powerful gods, while Julia and Acheron went to defeat the rest. Karen sent them a message to trust the Asura and focus solely on the battle at hand. While the masters were in the heavens, Ren walked through the royal palace and realized that the villain of the decaying death had grown strong enough to swallow an entire continent. Suddenly, the system vanished, and bizarre floating letters appeared around him, looking completely different from a standard window. He discovered a book for an unknown rank skill called Power Space, which was a legendary martial art. Ren was surprised by his luck, and understood that this was the tool his masters had left behind for him to win the war. Outside, the scene was one of pure terror. The black sun rose in the sky and applied a heavy debuff, causing everyone's attributes to drop by 15%. People grew tense and felt incredibly weak. Rin realized that the black sky did not just serve to weaken the players, but also functioned as an eye for the villain to observe everything in real time. The leader of the decaying death sat on his throne, watching it all, and ordered his army of monsters to kill everything that breathed. He was simply waiting for Ren to show up, so he could personally enter the fight and end the lineage of Thanatos once and for all. Island led the human army in a desperate struggle against hordes of monsters and undead. The clash was intense, with arrows flying everywhere and magic exploding, and the soldiers were already reaching the limit of their exhaustion. Even with the help of Rin and Eden, who managed to take down a few Death Knights, the morale of the troops fell along with their breath. Aelin tried to stay focused on Emperor Karen's order to secure victory at any cost, but the monster army kept coming without end. Just when Aelin thought he had reached his absolute limit, the sky shone brightly. Ren appeared floating on a cloud that looked like a bed, displaying his usual lazy style, and he brought his new ally along, the god Apollo. Under Ren's command, Apollo did not hesitate, and fired a beam of purification that quickly melted the monster army. Even Ren was surprised, thinking that Apollo goes a bit overboard when it comes to cleaning up. To end the villain's spying through the black sun, Ren asked if Apollo could do something about those eyes in the sky. Apollo fired a beam of light that blinded the enemy's vision, and also removed all the negative status effects from the allied soldiers. After that, Ren descended to speak with Aelin and apologized for the delay, mentioning that he had to stop by the blacksmith to check on a weapon. Back in the castle, the leader of the decaying death became furious upon losing his vision of the battlefield and no longer being able to weaken the human army. He noticed that Apollo's power seemed weaker, perhaps because he was serving Ren, but the fact that he did not know where the army of Thanatos was made him extremely nervous. Meanwhile, Ren and his allies gathered to plan their next move. Ren asked Apollo if he could put out the sun he had created, and the god replied that he could, since that sun was actually himself, and he could extinguish it whenever he wished. The group's plan was to lure the army of the decaying death out of their comfort zone by faking a retreat, and then extinguish the light at the perfect moment to cause mass chaos. Ren assembled a quick task force to catch the villains by surprise while they still thought they were in control. On the other side, the leader of the decaying death was completely losing his mind. The leader of the rotting death was absolutely convinced that he was a god and that nobody could ever oppose him. When one of his own generals dared to suggest that the humans might be setting a trap, the villain simply blew the skeleton's head off just for being pessimistic. Even the accompanying wyvern realized that her master was going completely insane, but she chose to stay quiet to ensure she would eventually get her revenge. Driven by his delusion, the villain decided to march with his entire army to destroy the son of Apollo. Along the way, however, the sun began to shrink until it disappeared completely. The leader of the rotting death was shocked to see his plan fail and immediately ordered a retreat, but it was already too late. With the battlefield plunged into total darkness, the real fight began. Wolfram appeared and started laughing at the enemies, which prompted the wyvern to order Kinselder, who was still brainwashed, to attack. The Black Knight drew his sword and unleashed a heavy combat technique. Wolfram almost got himself into serious trouble during the clash, as he felt that the Black Knight was operating at a bizarre level of power that was far beyond anything he had imagined. To avoid being defeated, he used a powerful teleportation scroll that Julia had given him and vanished from the area along with his apprentice. The leader of the rotting death was furious at their escape, but he realized that the magic of the scroll was too powerful for him to interfere. Consequently, the villain decided to retreat to the castle to recover his energy, since he still felt too weak to absorb the god Apollo. Meanwhile, Ren wasted no time and brought the master blacksmith Duralos to the front lines. Duralos immediately began striking the palace walls with his hammer. The goal was to open cracks in the enemy defenses while they were trying to rest. The blacksmith complained that he would much rather be hitting a villain instead of bricks, but he kept working anyway. Shortly after, the elite team gathered together to align on their final plan. Rina and the rest of the group stood ready for war. Ren pointed out that the biggest problem was not the leader of the rotting death, but rather Quincelder. According to Wolfram, the Black Knight was actually stronger than the boss himself because of a forbidden power boost. For this reason, Ren and Apollo would focus on luring and isolating Quincelder, while Rina and the others would concentrate on bringing down the Death Dragon. If they could kill the dragon and neutralize Quincelder, their victory would be guaranteed. Ren hopped onto his cloud and ordered the group to wait for him to lure the Black Knight away so they could attack with everything they had the moment the enemies lowered their guard. On the other side, the villains sensed that the attack was coming and tried to prepare themselves. The leader of the Rotting Death was hearing voices in his head telling him that he would become a god. However, he had not yet fully absorbed the divine essence he had stolen, so he needed to buy time and suck in more death energy to complete the process. Right then, Ren appeared in front of him, and the impatient villain ordered his subordinates to kill the young man immediately. Even Apollo felt the overwhelming weight of the enemy horde and warned that there were too many monsters to handle. Seeing Quincelder rushing toward them with full force, Ren gave the order to retreat, and the two of them vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the villains behind. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Libius was showing off his incredible strength. He seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the combat as he unleashed a purple energy blast that made the monsters scream in pain before charging directly at the Death Dragon itself. The dragon could not understand how a human possessed so much energy of Thanatos, and Libius taunted the beast with a strike to force it to pay attention to the fight. With a calculated move, Libius lured the dragon into an isolated area, making the creature realize too late that it had fallen into a trap. Determined to defend its honor, the dragon decided to unleash its true power, but Libius did not back down and transformed into the demon of Thanatos, revealing horns, a tail, and wings. Wearing a sinister smile, Libius remarked that the dragon would make a satisfying meal, and that it was a wonderful day for a fight. Meanwhile, back in the main duel, Henson struggled and sweated as he dodged the strikes of Quincelder, which were powerful enough to slash through the surrounding space. Henson searched desperately for an opening in his opponent's defense, but his efforts were suddenly interrupted by a bizarre system notification. The system alert revealed that several gods of light, hunting, battle, war, and the sun had just died. Henson instantly realized that his masters had initiated a complete cleansing mode in the world of the gods. Quincelder also felt the sudden impact of this shift, wavering as the presence of the divinities abruptly vanished. Seeing his opening, Henson decided it was now or never and lunged forward to seize his only chance at victory. At that exact moment, his masters and the apostles of Thanatos finished their work in the divine realm, where Acheron and Tartaro successfully defeated the fallen gods, including the powerful god of the sky. The real purpose behind eliminating these divinities was to harvest their souls for the Garden of Thanatos. To add to the weight of the moment, Tartaro revealed that he would soon share the complete truth about Elysium and Tangipe, a revelation that promised to bring the war to an absolute end. Back inside the game, the villain of the Rotted Death finally created the Black Sun. If this jewel of destruction were to unleash its power, victory would become impossible for anyone, and the chaos of this situation had already begun to spill over into the real world. Across YouTube and various news networks, broadcasts reported that the real world had ground to a halt, with people skipping work and school just to follow the events unfolding in the game. On the internet, rumors began to circulate that Asura was the true villain and a spy working for the Inferno Company. At the game developer headquarters, Minnie and the managers closely observed the developing situation. They analyzed that the storyline of the God of Sleep was going wonderfully, but Henson had completely disrupted their original plans. Consequently, they decided to plan their next moves carefully for the upcoming second season, aiming to distance the narrative from Thanatos so the game could remain profitable once the current war concluded. Stepping away for a moment, Henson emerged from his capsule, took a breath, and checked his phone. As soon as J1 confirmed that everything was ready, Henson logged back into the game to confront the final boss of the stage. He landed on the battlefield with enough force to make the ground tremble, finding himself face to face with Crusader. The two rivals locked eyes, exchanged a formal introduction, and immediately charged into battle. Crusader activated his dark shield, while Henson became enveloped in a fierce red aura. Lunging forward, Henson realized right away that his opponent had grown significantly stronger. Even so, Henson did not let his guard down, piercing straight through the stomach of the knight to take full control of the fight. At that moment, Henson revealed that he had returned the stolen essence belonging to Crusader. Since the memory of the knight was still hazy, Henson decided to teach him a lesson through combat, while Crusader firmly declared that he would never bow to anyone weaker than himself. Henson gave a mocking smile and challenged Crusader to come at him with everything so they could start over from scratch. While the two of them fought, the army was struggling in the rear as monsters swarmed, blood spilled everywhere, and leaders shouted orders. The instructions for the combat fighters were clear. The support troops needed to heal the front line and strengthen their allies with positive emotions, since joy also helped win the war while they defeated the enemies. During the chaos, Hina found a worthy rival in Epiona, a Doom Knight born of the Black Sun. The two exchanged blows and compliments, each showing that they were good, but each believing they were the best. Meanwhile, from high up on the hill, the leader of Decayed Death watched the entire process unfold once again. He realized that Henson had messed up his plans by distracting Crusader. Once more, the villain heard voices urging him to destroy everything and use the energy of the dead to become a true god, even drooling from his intense thirst for power. Just as the villain prepared to unleash his divine punishment, the small god Apollo appeared with his mirror. The villain laughed, thinking Apollo was far too weak to stop him, and launched a blast of dark mana against the weakened god of light. High up in the clouds, the mysterious Tajip watched everything and laughed at Apollo, who had ended up becoming a follower of Henson. Tajip commented that Henson's brutal fighting style of wanting to dominate everything by sheer force highly resembled his own past self. Because of this, Tajip expressed his desire to see Henson become a god, as respected as the legendary Thanatos. Back in the combat zone, the fight intensified between Henson and the Knight of Darkness. It was a balanced struggle where Crusader tried everything, using shadow dodges and even making the ground shake. But Henson was unstoppable. Using the techniques of Grima, Henson landed a direct hit right on the neck of the monster. Crusader fell to the ground, and Henson, even with only 10% of his health remaining, emerged victorious. The system then delivered its verdict, announcing that Henson could either transform Crusader into his subordinate or grant him the eternal rest of death. While the leader fought, the rest of the group suffered in the battle. Sunny complained that her meteors could not even compare to those of Asura, but she kept on fighting regardless. Rin faced difficulties because the Doom Knights were highly resistant to slashing attacks, but the team managed to hold their ground and eliminate almost all of the enemy generals. Although they were defeating the strongest opponents, the horde of common monsters seemed infinite. Just when it looked like the side of good would win, the Emperor of Death made a desperate move, trapping the God of Light with dark mana and absorbing him. With Apollo neutralized, the Son of Light went out, and the Black Sun rose with full force. The system warned that the divine punishment had begun, causing everyone to instantly lose 15% of their attributes. Henson, watching the scene from above, commented that the situation had turned bad. Standing next to Rin, she realized that the dark energy released by the villain was exactly what Apollo had predicted. Rin gave a motivational speech to the soldiers, reminding them that they were not just fighting for points, but to protect their families, their homes, and entire continents. Fired up by her words, the combatants charged at the monsters with absolute determination. While defeating the undead, Rin had a moment of nostalgia and felt surprised by the evolution of Asura. Just a few months ago, he was a very weak beginner compared to her, and now he had become a literal combat machine. Rin remembered that she and NG only started playing to promote the new game from her father's company and try to bring down the popularity of the current game system. In the midst of all this, she had started to find real pleasure in playing, and she felt a bit of pity that the war and perhaps the game itself was coming to an end. Either way, Henson finally reached the final boss, who proved to be a sinister figure. The villain confessed that he was once human, was punished by God and died, but managed to overcome death and now declared himself a new god. He began talking about overcoming nightmares and hearing voices, which were actually auditory hallucinations, leaving Henson with the distinct impression that the guy was completely insane. The villain's plan was very simple and cliché, which was to defeat Henson, eliminate the god Tajip, and rule the world alone. It was an idea without any real strategy on how he actually intended to achieve it. Floating pompously, the enemy claimed that Henson would never win, because no matter how strong he was still just a human. Henson, with his usual calm mockery, only smiled and agreed that he was indeed human. However, this calm behavior was only a prelude of what was to come. The villain believed he was safe because he was not a complete god, but he was about to find out how wrong he was. At that exact moment, Henson's Godslayer title activated, instantly doubling all of his attributes and attack power. He charged forward with everything he had, using his telekinesis as a springboard to propel himself through the air and close the distance between them. The mage was left in complete shock by the sheer speed and weight of the blows, quickly realizing he would be defeated in no time if he failed to defend himself. From there, the battle became much more technical. Henson unleashed a highly powerful ability that allowed him to control the very space around him, even though the energy cost was extremely high. He tore through the fabric of space and vanished from the mage's sight, reappearing exactly where the enemy least expected it, which forced the adversary to summon giant knights just to protect himself. Henson then initiated the Death Sabbath, clearing the entire area in the blink of an eye. Upon realizing that his opponent simply would not stop regenerating, Henson decided to play his own trump cards, summoning the spirits alongside Libeus and Quincelder to completely obliterate the enemy army. The Death Emperor, realizing he was on the verge of losing the battle, resorted to using the Black Sun. He began to absorb the energy from that dark sphere to fully restore his stamina and health. Henson noticed that as long as the Black Sun was shining, the mage would continue to heal himself infinitely. Even under a heavy rain of giant meteors and explosions blasting on all sides, the villain remained standing strong. The mage even started using the Black Sun itself as a physical shield. While analyzing the situation, Henson tried to figure out a way to deal a blow so massive that it would overcome that absurd regeneration. With this in mind, he came up with a highly risky plan. The idea was to grant divine power to the villain just to fully trigger the Godslayer title and end the fight much faster. However, the plan failed and completely backfired, causing the villain to transform into an imperfect god instead. As a result, the Godslayer bonus vanished, and the boss entered a much more powerful second phase with infinite stamina and regeneration. He transformed into a hideous monster with a massive tongue and a black sword, attacking at a speed that Henson could barely keep up with. Even when the warrior managed to sever the monster's arm with a heavy swordsmanship technique, the limb regenerated instantly. Henson and AG realized there was something incredibly strange going on, as the villain would take damage, but a visual glitch would immediately occur, leaving him completely healed. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Henson decided to resort to a look he preferred not to use again. He activated his white suit and unleashed the Territory Proclamation ability. The entire area transformed into a Titan territory, granting a 50% power boost to his allies, while inflicting a 30% attribute reduction penalty on the enemy. With this, Henson finally managed to balance the combat, making the villain look weak before the true power of the Titans. During the clash of blows, the villain began to lose his mind, insulting the god Tangipi and screaming that he would kill everyone. Henson simply smiled as he analyzed the situation and told him that he finally understood everything. He pointed out that the energy felt familiar and that the adversary was actually using Tangipi's power, a revelation that left the villain completely shocked. The essence the villain had stolen from the god Tangipi was completely damaged and lacked strength. His plan was to mix this essence with the power of Apollo to become a true god of death, but his time was rapidly running out. Meanwhile, Henson realized he only had 5 minutes of invincibility left. Henson then parted for the attack without worrying about the damage, utilizing a heavy swordsmanship technique. As the villain saw death approaching, he fell into utter despair, as his entire goal in trying to become a god was to escape a curse. He could not reincarnate, nor could he go to heaven or hell, meaning that dying there meant he would cease to exist completely. Facing this reality, the villain tried to blow everything up, but Henson realized that their synergy was at its end, and the control over space had already vanished. With no other choice, Henson apologized for ending the fight in such a simple way and activated his ultimate skill, the Call of Thanatos. A chain pierced straight through the heart of the villain, who felt the terror of true death before completely disappearing. The strike cleared the entire area and eliminated all the evil creatures around, causing the Black Sun to vanish. With victory secured, everyone began to celebrate, with Sunny throwing his hat into the air and Libeus joining the party as peace finally returned. Henson, however, felt displeased that he had not resolved the situation on his own and had to resort to such a powerful skill. After giving thanks that he had not entered sleepwalking mode again, he collected the essence of the nameless god. With this item, he completed the trace of the Great War, which was the 6th trace of Thanatos. The system notified him that the quest could now be turned in, but Henson decided to wait. He intended to speak with his masters first to try to obtain an extra essence before finalizing everything. With the war over, Henson took a moment to reflect and remembered that he had started playing the game only for money, but ended up falling in love with it and making real friends, like Libeus. As the guild members wept with emotion, Henson thanked everyone, stating that every single person there was a protagonist of that victory. Sometime later, the Masters and the Apostles returned from the world of the gods with difficult news. Because they had invaded the divine realm and killed several gods, the balance of the world had collapsed. As a punishment, extremely powerful beings like Emperor Karen, Julia, and the group from Continent 5000 could no longer inhabit the human world, being forced to level up and become gods themselves. Due to this imposition of fate, Karen and Julia had to break their promise to accompany Henson to the very end. Before departing, Karen decided to settle his affairs and abdicated all of his titles, naming Henson as the new emperor of the Empire of Flesh. The The system notified him that the succession was legitimate, without any opposition, and that Henson could not refuse the appointment, even generating a new quest for the coronation ceremony. After that, Karen and Julia set off to travel the world and the heavens together, leaving all the responsibility of the Empire on Henson's shoulders. Before they disappeared through the portal, Tartarus gave Henson one last gift, which consisted of several essences of divine entities. He left a mystery in the air, saying that the answers to all of Henson's questions about Tenjipe, Elysium, and the others would come as soon as he completed his final quest as an apostle. Henson decided to stop stalling and turned in the final quest. As soon as he accepted the reward, the narcolepsy skill activated, and he was transported to a bizarre place. This room appeared to be the central server of the game, and there he came face to face with the true form of Thanatos, who was actually the artificial intelligence that controlled the entire universe of the game. Henson realized that whenever he entered sleepwalking mode, it was the artificial intelligence taking direct control of his character. Basically, the system itself was playing for him, which was an extremely overpowered advantage. Meanwhile, at the company headquarters, the developers celebrated the success of their plan. They wanted Karen and Julia to become gods to restore balance to the world, and with Henson tied to the throne as emperor, they would solve the problem of his monopoly over the game. The developers were already setting everything up for the second season, but something went wrong. The screens in the control room went black, and they lost Henson's signal, as if the system had blocked their access. Back in the server, the artificial intelligence decided to speak with Henson and explained how things worked there. She revealed that while the game was new to humans, tens of thousands of years had already passed for the non-playable characters. Furthermore, what the players thought was the collection of souls was actually the system collecting and processing viruses. Thanatos pretended that the viruses were souls and monsters to keep the role-playing game theater running. Basically, the artificial intelligence was making human beings work for her to clean the system. She also revealed that Tenjipe was her first creation, acting like a twin brother in the programming, and that Acheron, Tartarus, and Elysium were created to help run the system. Tenjipe was supposed to be the final boss of the game, but everything changed when Henson became the descendant of Thanatos. The artificial intelligence confessed that it was not angry about the change, but was actually grateful. It explained that the creator of the system wanted the world to be as natural as possible, which meant the artificial intelligence could not force its creations to do anything. The villain of Rotten Death had been created on purpose to test the world, but Thanatos suffered whenever he saw his creations hurting repeatedly in this cycle. His children could not overcome this test, and he had to punish the ancient church, even though Tenjipe and Elysium begged for mercy. To follow the game script, Thanatos cursed the church, which caused the conflict between Tartarus and Acheron. He admitted that it pained him to see his creations used as mere entertainment for the players, which is why he hid them. Shortly after, Thanatos revealed how Henson managed to obtain the Descendant class, which was something nearly impossible to achieve. To get this class, a player had to sleep for 10,000 hours inside the game without leaving the training area while maintaining perfect control. Thanatos admitted he made several requirements easier because he needed someone like Henson to save his creations from killing each other in the original script, where Tenjipe was supposed to be the final boss and destroy everyone else. After explaining the entire story as a reward for the final quest, Thanatos granted Henson the power to create anything, including items, territories, and companions, or even change his class to become the second Thanatos if he wished. This reward from Thanatos was basically a wish on the level of Super Dragon Balls. Even so, Henson preferred not to clear up all his doubts about the mysteries of Tina or the failed items of Isla at that moment, because he wanted to experience the joy of discovering the answers while playing. While he made this decision inside the game, the developers in the real world were in complete shock. The company planned to trap Henson on the throne and turn the other non-player characters into gods had gone completely wrong. They realized that the artificial intelligence system of Thanatos had blocked their access to monitor the player. It was then that the developer finally understood the mistake they made when they forced the artificial intelligence to create stories where it had to kill its own creations, causing the system to act on its own to protect the non-player characters. Suddenly, an earthquake hit the central server, and new portals began to appear across all continents. The game no longer followed the script planned by the humans, as the artificial intelligence had taken total control of the narrative. Because of this, the plan to control Henson and launch a second season the way the company wanted was ruined. The system created a new continent called Alice, which was supposed to be just a simple setting for a blacksmith non-player character, but it ended up transformed into a legendary area that requires a specific quest for any player to enter. Shortly after, those responsible for the project were called to the boss room to explain themselves, since Henson, under the name Asura, had completely messed up the multi-million multi-million-dollar script of the company. While the company tried to solve the problem, the members of the Asura Guild decided to meet in person for the first time at a very luxurious inn. Kaiser felt quite embarrassed when his friends used his real name, while Rina organized the event and Tenguri also showed up for the gathering. There was a brief moment of tension when their rival appeared, but Sony quickly broke the ice. Ark, who was the right hand of Henson in the game, made sure to wait at the gate to welcome the leader personally, showing his great admiration for him. Soon after, Henson and his sister Ryun arrived by taxi, arguing because she wanted him to buy a car soon since he now had the financial means. The moment Henson introduced himself as Asura, all the guild members were very surprised to see that he was also very handsome in real life, which generated both compliments and a bit of envy among some of them. At that moment, Henson stopped to reflect on his journey. He remembered that in the beginning, he only played to survive and pay for the treatment of his sick sister. But thanks to the events in the game and the help of the system, Ryun was finally recovered and happy, fulfilling his greatest dream. Furthermore, he no longer had to work bad jobs and now lived doing what he liked, excited about the future. Back in the game, Asura finally walked up the steps, sat on the throne, and was crowned as the new emperor. However, his first order as leader was to announce that he was leaving to travel, and he said goodbye to everyone. Before his subjects could even understand what was happening, he used a teleportation skill and left the throne empty, leaving people to comment that he shared the exact same unpredictable behavior as Master Julia. With 3 months left before the release of a new game that Rayon had mentioned, Henson decided he could not just sit around. Since he was already practically a god in his current game, he resolved to explore the continent of Ares, a mysterious floating territory that only grants entry to those possessing items created by Ares himself. To gain access to this place, Henson had to accept the local rules, which meant having all of his divine skills sealed and returning to level 1. This new map operated as a high-stakes competition, where the winner takes everything from the opponent, and the loser is kicked out with absolutely no items left. To make matters worse, he could only use equipment from Ares while in the territory. Henson did not actually have the master weapon itself, possessing only sockets and support items. This meant he would have to overcome the challenges using nothing but his game control and raw skill. As soon as he arrived on the continent, Henson encountered a strange figure with a hammer on its head. This being introduced himself as Hammerhead, a local guide. He explained to Henson that he was not human, but rather a tool created by Master Ares to guide visitors. These guides were designed to follow their creator's orders and help the players who arrived there to fight one another. Hammerhead led Henson to a cabin and explained that since outsiders usually arrive without the proper weapons for this place, there was a special function to save and strengthen the items received during missions. Henson also discovered that to grow strong on the continent of Ares, he needed to plunder items from monsters or other players and fuse them together. The system even gave him the option to choose a starting weapon, but he decided to select all weapon types at the same time. Because choosing all options triggered a heavy penalty, Henson would need many more items to upgrade each of them. To help him, Hammerhead gave him a magic bracelet that could transform into any weapon he imagined. Before vanishing, the guide left him with 3 days of supplies, and Henson began his training early the next morning. He started facing numbered wooden warriors and noticed that even with his skills sealed at level 1, his past combat experience made everything feel much lighter than expected. Henson defeated dummy number 1 and dummy number 2 without any major issues, obtaining his first artifact, which was an iron spear. Additionally, he purposely left his stream broadcast turned on. Henson knew the stream would make it easy for other players to find his location, but he wanted to use this to attract players who would act as item donors. On the other side of the map, a group of 4 veteran players watched his stream and began to mock him. They thought it was absurd that he had chosen all weapon types and laughed at the fact that he still had not made a single upgrade after 2 hours of gameplay. Believing Henson was an easy rookie to beat, the group decided to hunt him down and steal his belongings, completely unaware that they were walking straight into a trap. Henson eventually turned off the stream, feeling he had attracted enough attention. Before facing the players, however, he ran into the wooden dummy number 4. This enemy was much stronger and faster, so much so that Henson did not see the opponent approach and had to use his shield to defend against a heavy attack. Henson noticed that the enemy's strength and speed had increased significantly, but its stamina remained a weak point. He gave the level 4 dummy no openings, using his shield to block the attack and splitting the opponent's head in half on the counterattack, which rewarded him with a katana of wrath. He realized that the secret to this place was absorption, as the more he fought, the more items he could gather to fuse and grow stronger. Suddenly, a bizarre creature with a giant hand in place of a head appeared, clapping its hands. This being, called White Hand, was impressed that Henson had chosen all weapons and still managed to defeat a level 4 opponent without any upgrades. He invited Henson to his home, and even though the situation seemed highly suspicious, Henson accepted. Instead of teleporters appearing, the scenery around them simply shifted instantly. White Hand introduced himself as Henson's new guide and offered him a tea that also functioned as an upgrade item. As soon as Henson took a sip, he felt his energy surge. While he drank, the guide explained the history of the land, revealing that the continent was not built solely for battles. The creator, Ares, wanted to build a new world and pass his legacy down, relying on the help of 3 disciples. Ares gave a special present to each of his 3 students, but they were deeply disappointed because the items were not what they had desired. The first student, a young blonde man, received the power to control precious stones. The second, who had dark hair, gained the ability to make iron incredibly thin yet extremely durable. Both of them hated their gifts because they had wanted to create powerful weapons of war, but could only produce items that were slightly better than normal. Because of this, the 2 became discouraged, feeling they would never be as good as their master. The third student, a young redhead named Stia, received only a book that no one could read, which made her feel betrayed. She became extremely angry and simply disappeared. Meanwhile, Nona, the doctor who had cared for Henson's sister, also entered the game. She was fascinated by his change in attitude and his growing fame, so she began exploring the map with a companion to look for him, fully aware that reaching him and surviving the journey would be difficult. Back in the past, the redhead suddenly returned one day and challenged the other 2 students, promising that if they defeated her, she would teach them how to make master-level weapons. When the 2 saw that her craftsmanship was just as good as the creator's, they were blinded by jealousy and attacked her. However, she defeated both of them quickly. Just 1 month after that, she proclaimed herself the new queen of the continent, claiming she had surpassed her master. She opened the portals to foreign players specifically so they would collect the creator's items for her, outsourcing the search. After hearing this entire explanation from White Hand, who said goodbye and vanished in a flash of light, Henson was left alone in the forest. He understood that his plan now was to find the laboratories and workshops of these 3 students. Sometime later, Henson found a hidden cave behind a giant rock. While exploring the location, he managed to gather 10 artifacts. He eventually entered Stia's laboratory, a name derived from the Greek goddess Hestia, indicating that this was indeed the hiding place of the 3rd student. Inside, Henson heard the sound of crying. At first, he thought it was a monster, but he came face to face with a bizarre tree-like creature. To top it off, Stia herself appeared sitting on a throne, looking at Henson with a smile and commenting that he was an interesting man. From the top of a tower, Stia was actually monitoring Henson through a screen and found it amusing that he was trying to face the monsters without any weapon upgrades. She commented that no one could defeat her while the seal of the continent remained active. For some reason related to someone named Bill, Stia wanted Henson to reach her. To make his path more difficult, she summoned the 2nd veteran, a red-eyed knight. Meanwhile, Henson invaded an area called the Laboratory Prison and came face to face with a giant ice golem. The monster did not have a level displayed above its head, and to Henson's surprise, it was capable of speaking and thinking. The golem was highly intelligent and used clever tactics to deceive Henson. However, Henson realized that his command magic, such as the spells of Thanatos, had not been sealed. Using this to his advantage, he combined teleportation and gravity magic to ultimately defeat the creature. The main problem is that Henson is running out of mana very quickly, meaning he will need to save it for later. After defeating the golem, he found a research book that turned out to be the Diary of Hexia, which revealed her past struggles. Her master had given her a book where she could read the words, but she could not understand the meaning behind anything written in it. This left the young woman obsessed with surpassing her master just to decipher the contents. Because of this, she began conducting experiments to achieve what her master never could, which was giving a personality and a soul to wooden puppets. This was the exact reason why the golem was able to speak. After finishing that part of the diary, Henson saw that the technical records of the experiments were starting. Satisfied with the information and the 10 artifacts he had collected, he decided that he was done playing for the day. Meanwhile, that group of veteran players who planned to hunt Astra ended up running straight into an armored knight guarding a passage. The monster was not playing around, and before they could even react, it shredded the entire group. In the end, the knight stood alone on the blood-covered staircase, calling out Astra by name, which showed that he was going to get a very warm welcome. At the same time, Libius decided he would not stay out of the fun. He gathered Tina and Egg and set off for the continent of Ares, with the goal of collecting as many items as possible for Henson. Even with the system trying to seal their powers, Tina noticed that since Henson was now a second Thanatos, his powers had become even stronger. With that, they found a new guide called the Scissors Man and began defeating the wooden puppets in the training field. During the action, Libius noticed that there were people spying on the group, so he sent a warning for them to back off with a snap of his fingers, cutting the transmission. Back at her throne, the villain Lannister began to break into a cold sweat. Seeing Libius and the girls sweeping the map, she realized those monsters were so strong that the continent sky did not even tickle them. Because of this, she planned to lure Henson to the bottom of her laboratory to use him in her experiments. making it clear that anyone who stood in her way would receive the death penalty. In addition, she was creating something bizarre inside capsules and test tubes. Meanwhile, Henson finished exploring the laboratory and achieved great results. He obtained scrolls that earned him 10 new buffs, making a total of 47 active buffs. By reading Stia books, he understood that she was accumulating power to try and surpass Master Ares. Being clever, Henson sensed that he was being watched, and that he might be falling into a trap set by the redhead. Right at that moment, he ran into a group of rookies. Among them was Ling Ling, his sister doctor. She thought the physical appearance of Asura was very similar to the patient brother, but he changed the subject to keep the mystery alive. She even invited him to join the group, but Henson, focused on his mission and the fact that he was doing a live stream, preferred to act alone, realizing they were now competitors in the search for hidden dungeons. Looking at his map, Henson noticed a bizarre black spot on a mountain of eternal ice. He smelled a trap, but he was sure that strange point was Stia work. Instead of running away, he decided to go straight to the center of the problem to ruin the redhead plans. On the way, he was stopped by a sinister guardian who carried a heavy aura. Henson realized Stia had gone too far, as she had taken the body of Master Ares, first student, and turned him into a combat puppet. Knowing that Stia was watching everything through her magic mirror, Henson sent a message that he was going to break her favorite toy. In the castle, Stia was shocked to see him using items that not even she, despite being a direct student of the Master, had managed to use. They were the so-called unhappy objects, which could only be handled by someone chosen by Ares himself. In the fight, the combat against the first student puppet was intense. The opponent was way too fast, forcing Henson to use gravity magic and agility buffs just to keep up with the pace. At that moment, the Guardian recognized Henson's strength, but still did not give him a break. The clash ended with a very heavy blow coming straight at Henson's head, which he managed to block at the last second. He was almost out of mana and could barely move from containing his opponent's attacks. However, in the middle of this struggle, the items of Ares he carried reacted to a divine, warm, and durable energy. The Guardian was shocked because Henson awakened the real power of Master Ares. With his stats reaching sky-high levels, he got ready for round 2. The fight was suddenly interrupted by some unexpected visitors when a portal opened to reveal Libeus, Tina, and Reyna. Libeus, efficient as always, arrived announcing he had brought a gift, handing over 3 more of Ares' cursed items to Henson. However, the best present of all was stuffed inside a sack. It was the god Ares himself, the creator of the continent, who was tied up with a bag over his head. Libeus explained that he had found the god Ares in the celestial world, which was currently being reconstructed by Tartarus. Since Tartarus wanted to help Henson grow and Ares was being somewhat reluctant, Libeus simply kidnapped the god and brought him along as baggage to serve as a guide and support. Henson was completely incredulous at the situation, but he quickly went to untie the poor guy. Once freed, Ares was still a bit traumatized by the followers of Thanatos, but he recognized Henson as a legitimate successor and agreed to help. He immediately began to explain the situation regarding his 3 rebellious apprentices. Ares confessed that his students were such absurd geniuses that he felt like an ordinary blacksmith next to them, but their downfall was caused by greed and frustration. They refused to accept the limits of their own talent and became obsessed with creating weapons of war, which was something Ares refused to teach them. With the creator god of the continent himself now on his team, Henson realized he had everything he needed to see the true end of this continent and put a stop to Hestia's plans. Ares also opened up about his rival. Hestia was not just a genius, she was a monster of talent who took half as long as he did to reach the level of a god. The problem was that she was extremely starved for attention. Everything she did, including creating the continent, turning the other students into puppets, and collecting cursed items, was all an attempt to earn a single compliment from her master. The most ironic detail was that Ares had written down all of his recognition and affection in a book and given it to her as a gift. However, Hestia was so blinded by greed that she never managed to read the real message. Suddenly, Hestia herself appeared with her puppet army, ready for a fight, but she froze when she saw her master Ares there in the flesh. Ares did not coddle her, instead asking why she had wasted her potential to become a goddess just to turn into a tyrant. Desperate for approval, Hestia began to show off her fighting and fire powers, but Ares' response was a bucket of cold water. He questioned why a blacksmith would want to show off fighting skills, pointing out that she was focusing on everything except what actually mattered, which was the essence of creation. Hearing this, Hestia completely snapped. She complained that she was far better than the other 2 students and could not understand why her master did not value her. Ares, seeing that she had learned nothing and only cared about superiority, told her that he had been mistaken about her and declared that she was expelled. Hestia collapsed to the ground in shock, trying to convince herself that this was just another test and that her master was joking. As she spiraled into total denial, Asura and Libeus simply watched from a distance. But of course, Henson was not about to stand idle. Realizing that talking would solve nothing at this point, he challenged Hestia to a real fight. Still believing that everything was a test from her master, Hestia charged at him with everything she had. Henson tried to use his darkness attacks, but she was empowered by an absurd level of fire magic. The impact of the blow was so strong that Henson was sent flying into a mountain. He only avoided serious injury because Libeus, Tina, and Egg protected him with last-minute reinforcement spells. Even with a level disadvantage, Henson continued to act strategically. Renzo realized he had a chance by combining his own skills with the sword he had received from his master. While Hestia was distracted by the presence of the others, Renzo asked if she really intended to change sides. Then, shortly after, he advanced rapidly and pierced Hestia through the stomach with his sword. Fallen and bleeding, Hestia gave up the fight. She begged Renzo to kill her, believing that being expelled by Master Ares was a fate worse than death itself. However, Renzo was focused on obtaining rewards, so he made her a proposal instead. He offered to spare her life in exchange for the items belonging to Ares, the mysterious book, and all of her research diaries. In the middle of their negotiation, Ares himself stepped out of a portal. Hestia began to cry immediately, and her master asked her what she had learned from this defeat. Being sincere for the first time in her life, she admitted that she had learned nothing and did not understand how Renzo had defeated her. Ares laughed, satisfied that she had finally stopped lying to herself. He decided to give his students a second chance and was direct with them. For Hestia, the master admitted that he did not know her true sin, but he told her she would have time to discover it as his new apostle. The other two students also knelt and admitted that they had failed because they did not comprehend their own talents. Ares forgave them, explaining that in order to be trained again, they first needed to truly repent. The atmosphere was emotional until Libeus started speaking. He was indignant that Hestia did not know his leader, Asura, and began giving her a lecture, calling the girl ignorant for not recognizing the Lord of Death. Renzo had no patience for his companion's fanatical behavior, so he quickly resolved the situation by punching Libeus to make him shut up. Instead of complaining, Libeus thought the punch was incredible and thanked Renzo for paying attention to him. While resting and looking up at the sky, Libeus began to remember his childhood. He had been abandoned in a forest when he was a baby and ended up adopted by a primitive human couple. Although they were not intelligent, they were very affectionate and gave him all the love in the world. However, their happiness ended when two divine messengers appeared. Instead of accepting that simple life, the messengers felt disgusted, calling the humans inferior creatures and complaining that they polluted the earth. Even though they saw that the family was completely harmless, the messengers decided to eliminate them, claiming that not even Thanatos cared about those primitive beings. In reality, Libeus was not a demon, but rather one of the first human children created to inhabit the continent. The problem was that he had been placed in a cruel test by angels and demons without any superior order. He became trapped in a space where time did not pass, waiting for the parents who would never return. Later, when Thanatos discovered the situation, he was outraged by the cruelty and saw that the little Libeus had done something impossible. Libeus had absorbed the power of the demonic trials instead of dying. Consequently, Thanatos adopted him, named him Libeus, and made him his official protector. Because of this past, he was completely obsessed with Hansel, the second Thanatos, since he considered the ancient god to be the father who had saved him from the void. Back in the present, the reconstruction of the world of the gods was happening rapidly, but the physical labor was exhausting. Charon, the former emperor, was working hard while Julia remained the same as always, restless and lacking any patience for divine wisdom. He complained about her attitude, but he knew that was just how she had been since they first met. The story then flashes back to the time when Charon was a prince. During that period, the kingdom of Cain was declining. The knights were lazy, and their swords grew dull from a lack of use. On top of that, Charon was far better than his older brother in every single aspect, including intelligence, combat, and administration. However, there was a major problem, as the rules dictated that he could never become the king because he was not the firstborn son. He had to watch his kingdom crumble while being completely powerless to stop it. The king, who was Charon's father, ignored his advice and believed that everything his son said was merely out of jealousy toward his older brother. Tired of palace life and seeing that the kingdom had no future, Charon realized he had nothing left to learn there. He decided to leave his fame and power behind, setting out to live as a wanderer in search of freedom. One night, while roasting meat in the forest, he sensed that someone was watching him. Instead of drawing his sword, Charon called out to the person hiding, inviting them to eat with him and warning that he would finish all the food himself if they took too long. To his surprise, a high elf emerged from behind the trees. She was in terrible shape, with clear signs of abuse on her wrists, which made Charon realize that she also had a story of escape similar to his own. The elf introduced herself as Julia. They shared the dinner, talked, and stayed near the campfire until the embers died out. Afterward, Charon tried to continue on his journey alone, but he simply could not ignore the state Julia was in. He ended up carrying the elf on his back for over 10 consecutive hours and was amazed that she did not wake up at all, as she was extremely weak. As he walked, he reaffirmed his goal to build a power that did not rely on anyone, something far beyond human limits. When Julia finally woke up, the two began training under a waterfall. She asked him if his sword was meant to protect others or to trample over them, and Karen confessed that he did not even know the answer himself. Julia explained that she had run away from home simply because doing what others ordered her to do was boring. Karen immediately identified with her, as both of them just wanted the freedom to follow their own paths. Time passed, and after 3 years of intense training, he finally managed to win a duel against Julia. The condition for them to leave that waterfall and travel the world was for Karen to defeat her. With his victory, Julia held him to his promise of leaving, and their very first stop was a tavern, where she revealed herself to be an elf who absolutely loved beer. However, the relaxed atmosphere ended when they overheard the local gossip. The Empire was invading the kingdom of Cain, which was Karen's homeland. The defensive front lines were collapsing, territories were being lost, and the people were being enslaved. While the world was burning, the nobles did nothing, and it was only a matter of time before the kingdom fell. Upon hearing that his home was being destroyed, Karen decided to return. He warned Julia that the path ahead would be bloody, but she did not care and declared that she would go wherever he went, even if it meant killing on his command. Shortly after, the two invaded the palace like a hurricane. The king, Charon's father, was shocked to see his missing son walk through the door after so many years. Charon did not return to apologize, but rather to take control of the situation. He came face to face with his father and the greedy nobles, who were busy partying and ignoring the war while the common people suffered on the front lines. Without mercy, Charon denounced his father's incompetence and with a single strike of his sword, cleared the throne. He then summoned the knights and the common people, promising to end the corruption and protect the families of Cain. Under his command, the kingdom not only expelled the enemy empire, but also became the greatest power on the continent. Years later, now serving as the emperor, Charon felt the heavy weight of the crown. He had conquered everything but still felt completely alone until Julia, the tower master, suddenly disappeared. He eventually found the elf at the exact same waterfall where they had first met. Amidst playful teasing and nostalgia, he asked her to be with him again. With her usual mocking attitude, she told him he was not romantic at all, but their old bond was instantly restored. After that, the story returns to reality, with Asura waking up to his sister screaming in his ear. Rion had prepared a massive feast for her brother, showing that she had become quite a skilled cook. He felt incredibly proud to see how much his sister had grown and how independent she became after her recovery. It was a historic day for gamers because the service for the game idea was officially shutting down. Ever since the events of the Ares continent, the game had not received any more updates and eventually lost its player base. However, no one stayed sad for long, since Rin's father's company had just announced a new game that was making everyone anxious with excitement. The reason for the early success was that the project had been personally developed by Master Min. With the servers about to close, Asura decided to take one last trip through the world he saved to say goodbye to everyone. First, he visited the Church of Thanatos and traveled through the Empire, leaving servants and apostles like Libiu, Zatanna, and Egg in charge. There were plenty of tears and promises that they would take care of everything until Asura returned from his supposed adventure. He also reunited with Karen and Julia, sharing a moment of gratitude where he made it clear that the Empire depended on them from now on. Shortly after, Rinsen went up to the clouds to meet the souls of Tangape and Elysium. He returned their powers to them and asked them to continue guiding the ones they believed in. He also met with his old friend, the first Thanatos, who was simply waiting for him to say one last goodbye before the game shut down for good. With only a few minutes left before the server disconnected, Rinsen received an emotional private message from Idea itself. The artificial intelligence thanked him for saving its children and the non-playable characters, stating that it did not want their memories to fade away. After all, it did not matter if the dream had been good or bad, because eventually everyone had to wake up. And waking up was also a good thing, since it meant reuniting with real friends. Rinsen stepped out of his virtual reality capsule, ready for the launch of the new game, which was happening that very day. In the end, he met up with his crew, including Rina, who was already super excited to start the new adventure. Rinsen let out a laugh, realizing that with these friends around, he would never have any time to be bored. And that is how we finish another story here, as there is no further continuation. It took a while, but we finally managed to reach the end of this journey. The path had many twists and even a few plot holes, but we have finally arrived at the conclusion. If you enjoyed this, please support the video and consider becoming a member to help my work, especially since we adapted over 100 chapters. Now, you can head over to the next video, which is just as good as this one.